What's up, story lovers? Welcome to Fanfic Universe. In today's video, we have a fantastic tale for you. What if Narcissa Malfoy and Amelia Bones joined forces to rescue Harry after seeing his scars at the Quidditch match? If this is your first time here, consider subscribing and hitting the bell icon so you never miss a story. And if you're a returning viewer, thank you for your continued support. Alright, let's jump right into it. Chapter 1, Scars revealed. The November wind whipped across the Quidditch pitch with unusual ferocity, carrying with it the scent of impending rain. Narcissa Malfoy adjusted her emerald-lined cloak and maintained her perfect posture in the Slytherin parents section, despite the chill that seeped through her warming charm. She hadn't planned to attend today's match. These school events were tedious at best, but Draco's letters had grown increasingly agitated about Potter's position as the Gryffindor Seeker, and Lucius had been too busy with ministry matters to attend. So here she was, watching red and green blurs streak across a pewter sky while trying to appear interested for her son's sake. And Slytherin scores again. The announcer's magically amplified voice carried even over the howling wind. That's 70-30 to Slytherin. Narcissa allowed herself a small, satisfied smile. At least Draco's team was performing well, even if her son hadn't yet spotted the snitch. Her eyes tracked him as he circled high above the pitch, occasionally diving in feints that she recognized from his childhood practice sessions at the manor. Several rows below in the faculty section, another pair of eyes wasn't focused on the scoreboard at all. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, had come to Hogwarts ostensibly to discuss security measures with Dumbledore ahead of the Triwizard Tournament being reinstated next year. The Quidditch match had provided a convenient excuse to observe the school's dynamics without the headmaster's carefully cultivated tour. Susan had been thrilled to see her aunt, of course, but Amelia had other concerns beyond a family visit. Reports of unusual activities at Hogwarts over the past 2 years had reached her desk: a teacher's mysterious death, rumors of a Chamber of Secrets, and Sirius Black's inexplicable appearance and escape last term. Dumbledore provided explanations that satisfied Fudge, but Amelia hadn't risen to head the DMLE by accepting convenient narratives. Her attention shifted to Harry Potter, who was now performing a series of tight spirals near the Gryffindor goalposts. The boy flew with natural talent, but there was something in his posture that bothered her professional eye, a guardedness that seemed out of place in someone so young. "Looks like Potter spotted something," remarked Professor Flitwick beside her. Indeed, the Potter boy had suddenly accelerated, streaking across the pitch with Draco Malfoy in close pursuit. The crowd roared as both seekers dived toward what must be the snitch. "Potter and Malfoy neck and neck," bellowed the announcer. "And, wait, what's this?" A bludger, hit with vicious force by one of the Slytherin beaters, was hurtling directly toward Potter. The boy was so focused on the snitch that he didn't notice the iron ball until the last possible moment. He jerked his broom upward, but not quickly enough. The bludger slammed into his shoulder with a sickening crack that carried even to the stands. The impact spun him violently, tearing his Quidditch robes across the back. For a terrible moment, he clung to his broomstick one-handed, body dangling. Narcissa found herself rising slightly from her seat, an instinctive maternal reaction she immediately suppressed. Just another Quidditch injury, nothing remarkable in the brutal sport. Yet she couldn't look away as Potter somehow managed to right himself, grimacing in obvious pain. That's when she saw them. The torn robes had fallen open enough to reveal the boy's back as he hunched forward on his broomstick. Even from this distance, the pattern was unmistakable to someone who had grown up in the House of Black. Thin, pale lines crisscrossed his skin in methodical patterns, some old and silvered, others more recent. Those weren't Quidditch injuries or magical accidents. Narcissa froze, her carefully composed expression slipping for just a moment. In her peripheral vision, she noticed she wasn't the only one who had seen. Several rows below, Amelia Bones was standing rigid, her monocle glinting as she stared with laser-like focus at the boy who lived. The game continued around them, the crowd oblivious to what had been momentarily revealed. Potter had managed to clutch his robes closed with his good arm while still pursuing the snitch, his face a mask of determination through obvious pain. "Did you see that?" a wizard behind Narcissa was saying. "Thought Potter was done for. Tough little blighter, isn't he?" Narcissa didn't respond, her mind racing behind her impassive facade. Those were not the marks of magical discipline or even a one-time punishment. Those were the systematic marks of ongoing Muggle abuse. The kind that spoke of years, not incidents. And suddenly, many things about the famous Harry Potter began to make a disturbing kind of sense. 3 hours later, Amelia Bones sat in her office at the Ministry, a tower of files before her. She'd left Hogwarts immediately after the match, making her excuses to a disappointed Susan with promises of a proper visit soon. This couldn't wait. "Magical Guardian Registry for Harry James Potter," she muttered, scanning the parchment before her. "Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, appointed November 1, 1981. She set that document aside and pulled another. "Residence Registry. 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Muggle residents, occupants, Vernon Dursley, Petunia Dursley née Evans, Dudley Dursley, and Harry Potter." Amelia's frown deepened. Evans, that would be Lily Potter's sister. She vaguely remembered something about that from the chaos after that Halloween night. But what troubled her was the complete absence of any monitoring reports in the file. As magical guardian, Dumbledore was required to file annual welfare checks, especially for a wizarding child placed in a Muggle home. "Perkins," she called. Her assistant appeared at the door. "Yes, Madam Bones. I need all visit records for Ministry personnel to Little Whinging, Surrey, specifically Privet Drive, for the past 12 years. And any records of accidental magic at that address." "Right away, madam." While waiting, Amelia pulled another file, the sealed copy of James and Lily Potter's will that was kept in Ministry archives. As head of the DMLE, she had the authority to examine it for investigative purposes. What she found made her blood run cold. "In the event of our deaths, Harry James Potter is to be placed with his godfather, Sirius Black. Should Sirius be unable to take guardianship, Harry should be placed with the following, in order of preference: Alice and Frank Longbottom, Amelia Bones, Minerva McGonagall." The will explicitly stated, under no circumstances is Harry to be placed with Petunia and Vernon Dursley, as they despise magic and would be unsuitable guardians for a magical child. Yet that was exactly where Harry Potter had been living for 12 years. Perkins returned with another stack of files. "Here are the records, Madam Bones. There's not much, I'm afraid." "Thank you, Perkins. That will be all for now." Alone again, Amelia spread the new documents across her desk. The accidental magic records showed several incidents, including an illegal hover charm that had resulted in an official warning, though further investigation had attributed that to a house elf. More concerning were the reports filed just last summer about an inflating charm used on a Marjorie Dursley, followed by Potter's flight from the residence. But what was most damning was what wasn't there, not a single welfare check. Not one Ministry visit to ensure the boy who lived was being properly cared for. How was that possible? A memory surfaced, Dumbledore, in a Wisingamot session shortly after the war's end, assuring them all that Harry Potter was safe, protected by ancient magic, and being raised away from the fame that might corrupt him. They had all accepted it without question. The great Albus Dumbledore had it handled. Amelia removed her monocle and pinched the bridge of her nose. Those scars told a different story. Someone had systematically abused that boy, and either Dumbledore didn't know, which spoke to criminal negligence, or he did know and had allowed it to continue. Neither possibility was acceptable. She reached for a fresh piece of parchment. She needed to arrange for a formal welfare check immediately, but discreetly. If she moved officially with the full weight of the DMLE, Dumbledore would be alerted, and she didn't yet know how deep this went or who she could trust. Her quill hovered over the parchment as she considered her options. This would require careful handling. Narcissa Malfoy glided through Twilfit and Tattings with practiced elegance, exchanging pleasantries with the proprietor while her mind worked on an entirely different matter. Shopping in Diagon Alley provided the perfect cover for what she actually needed to accomplish today. Just browsing, Madame Twilfit. Draco mentioned needing new dress robes for the winter holidays. Of course, Lady Malfoy. We just received a shipment of the finest acromantula silk from the Far East that would suit the young master perfectly. How lovely. I'll examine those shortly. Narcissa moved through the shop, occasionally touching a bolt of fabric or examining a set of robes, all while watching the street through the shop's windows. When she spotted her quarry, a harried-looking witch in ministry robes hurrying toward Gringotts, she made her move. I believe I'll return later, Madame Twilfit. I've just spotted an acquaintance I must speak with. Moments later, she was striding purposefully after the witch. Miss Tonks, she called, her voice carrying just enough to be heard without seeming uncouth. Nymphadora Tonks, her niece, though they had never formally met, turned with a startled expression that quickly hardened into wariness. Mrs. Malfoy, she acknowledged stiffly. I'm afraid I'm rather in a hurry. This won't take long, Narcissa said smoothly, closing the distance between them. Perhaps we could speak at the Leaky Cauldron. I believe family matters should be discussed privately, don't you? The young Auror's hair shifted subtly from mousy brown to a faint reddish hue, anger, perhaps, or suspicion. Family matters? That's rich, coming from you. Narcissa maintained her composure. I understand your skepticism. But I assure you, this isn't about old grievances. It concerns a child's welfare. That caught the young woman's attention. Whose child? Not here, Narcissa murmured, noting several passers-by watching with interest. The Malfoy name still turned heads, and being seen speaking with a disowned relative would certainly fuel gossip. To her credit, Nymphadora seemed to recognize the same, her Auror training overriding personal distaste. Fine. 10 minutes. They secured a private booth at the Leaky Cauldron, with Narcissa discreetly casting a muffliato charm once Tom had brought their tea and departed. You have 9 minutes left, Tonks said bluntly, making no move to touch her tea. Narcissa took a measured sip of hers before speaking. You work closely with Amelia Bones, I believe. I don't discuss my assignments with. Harry Potter is being abused by his Muggle relatives, Narcissa cut in, watching her niece's reaction carefully. I witnessed evidence of it yesterday at the Hogwarts Quidditch match. Systematic, long-term abuse that Dumbledore either doesn't know about or is willfully ignoring. Tonks's hair flashed a shocked white before settling into a serious blue. That's a significant accusation. It's not an accusation, it's an observation. One I believe Madame Bones also made, judging by her expression when Potter's robes were torn during the match. Tonks studied her carefully. And you care about this because? Contrary to what you may believe about me, I do not condone child abuse. Narcissa set her teacup down with a decisive clink. And while I have many disagreements with how our world is run, allowing the savior of the wizarding world to be systematically tortured by Muggles is not something any of us should tolerate. Even if what you're saying is true, Tonks said slowly, why come to me? Why not go to the ministry yourself? Or to Dumbledore? Narcissa's laugh was brittle. Dumbledore would never take anything I say seriously, and the ministry would dismiss it as some Death Eater plot. But you have access to both Madame Bones and, through your mother, to resources outside the traditional power structures. She paused. And despite our families' complications, you know the Black family has always protected its own. Potter isn't a Black. His grandmother was Doria Black. Which makes him family, distant though it may be. Narcissa leaned forward. More importantly, he's a child being hurt by those who should protect him. Something must be done, and discreetly. If Lucius knew I was here, he would be displeased. That, finally, seemed to convince Tonks that Narcissa was serious. Her expression shifted from suspicion to thoughtful calculation. "I'll bring this to Madame Bones. If there's evidence, she'll investigate properly." "See that she does so quickly," Narcissa said, rising. "The boy returns to those Muggles at the end of the school year, and I suspect this summer will be worse than the last, given his escape last year." Tonks stood as well, still wary but no longer overtly hostile. "Why do you think that?" "Because people who abuse children don't improve with time, they escalate." Narcissa smoothed her robes. "And because I've made inquiries of my own. The Muggle authorities have reports on that household, all mysteriously resolved without action. Someone has been ensuring Potter remains there, regardless of his treatment." She left a galleon on the table for their tea and prepared to leave, then paused. "Give my regards to your mother, Nymphadora. Tell her she was right about some things." Without waiting for a response, Narcissa glided from the pub, her public mask firmly back in place. She had taken a significant risk today, but seeing those scars had awakened something she thought long buried, a fierce protectiveness that went beyond blood status or political alliances. Now she had to prepare for Lucius's inevitable questions about her day. The Dursley home at 4 Privet Drive was exactly as depressing as Amelia had expected. Aggressively normal, with its precisely trimmed hedges and spotless windows, the house radiated a desperate attempt at mundane respectability. What caught her professional eye, however, were the subtle signs others might miss: the heavy locks on one upstairs bedroom window, visible from the street if one knew to look, and the cat flap at the bottom of the same door. She had come in Muggle clothing, a sensible skirt suit that helped her blend in with the government officials this neighborhood would occasionally see. The briefcase she carried contained actual paperwork, though not the kind Vernon Dursley was expecting. "Good afternoon," she said crisply when the large, mustached man opened the door. "I'm Amelia Bones, Department of Child Welfare. We've received some concerning reports about your ward, Harry Potter." Dursley's face performed a remarkable transition from confusion to outrage to fear in the span of seconds. "There's nothing wrong with how we treat the boy," he blustered. "Who's been spreading lies? Was it the neighbors? Or those freaks from his school?" Amelia raised an eyebrow at his telling choice of words. "May I come in, Mr. Dursley? I believe this conversation would be better conducted inside." Reluctantly, he stepped aside. "Petunia," he called once Amelia was in the immaculate hallway. "Some woman from Child Services is here about the boy." A horse-faced woman appeared from the kitchen, drying her hands on a towel, her expression a mixture of alarm and indignation. "There must be some mistake," she said quickly. "We've given that boy everything, taken him in out of the goodness of our hearts when no one else would have him." "Indeed," Amelia said neutrally. "I'd like to see Harry's bedroom, please." The Dursleys exchanged a panicked glance that told Amelia everything she needed to know. "He's not here," Vernon said. "At school. Boarding school. Won't be back until summer." "I'm aware of Mr. Potter's current whereabouts," Amelia replied. "I still need to see his living quarters." After more blustering and a few veiled threats about having friends in the local government, Vernon finally led her upstairs, where he actually unlocked, a door covered in bolts. The room beyond was small and Spartan. A bed with a thin mattress, a rickety desk, and a wardrobe that had seen better days. While not actively squalid, it was clear this room received none of the care evident in the rest of the house. More telling were the locks on the outside of the door and the bars recently reinstalled on the window. "Explain the locks, Mr. Dursley," Amelia said, her tone dropping several degrees. "The boy's dangerous," Vernon muttered. "Has episodes. It's for safety." "I see. And would these episodes have anything to do with these?" Amelia pointed to faded stains on the floorboards that her trained eye recognized as blood. Vernon's face purpled. "Now see here. We didn't ask for him. Got dumped on our doorstep with nothing but a letter saying we had to take him. We never wanted his freakishness in our normal home. Freakishness, Amelia repeated. You're referring to his magic. The word hung in the air like a thunderclap. Both Dursleys went pale. You're one of them, Petunia whispered. I am, Amelia confirmed, dropping all pretense of being a Muggle official. Head of magical law enforcement, in fact. And you are both in very serious trouble. What followed was a thorough interrogation that revealed a pattern of neglect and abuse far worse than even the scars had suggested. A cupboard under the stairs that had been Harry's bedroom for 10 years. Systematic starvation. Physical punishment for accidental magic. By the time Amelia had finished, she was using every ounce of her professional control to keep from hexing both Dursleys into oblivion. You'll be hearing from my department officially, she said at last. Harry Potter will not be returning to this house. Ever. Good riddance. Vernon started, but Amelia cut him off with a wave of her wand that silenced him mid-word. You misunderstand, Mr. Dursley. This isn't the end of the matter. There will be consequences for what you've done. Magical Britain protects its children, especially from those who harm them out of prejudice and hate. She left them frozen in their hateful little living room, operating directly back to her office once she was out of sight of the neighbors. The evidence she'd gathered, memories extracted and stored in vials, photographs taken with a charmed camera, and the Dursleys' own damning statements, would be enough to ensure Harry never returned there. But the larger question remained, how had this been allowed to happen in the first place? And why had Albus Dumbledore, who had personally placed Harry with these people, never checked on his welfare? Narcissa was in her private study at Malfoy Manor when the house elf appeared with a quiet pop. Mistress, there is being a letter for you, the creature said, bowing low. Dobby is bringing it directly as instructed for all private correspondence. Narcissa took the unmarked envelope with a nod of dismissal. The elf disappeared, and she examined the seal, plain wax with no insignia. Cautious, she cast several detection spells before opening it. Inside was a single line of text in an unfamiliar hand, the Lion's Head Inn, Hogsmeade, Private Room 3, 8 o'clock tonight. Come alone. No signature, but Narcissa had a strong suspicion who had sent it. The question was whether to go. Lucius was in London for ministry business and wouldn't return until tomorrow, which made slipping away possible. But meeting with someone who was almost certainly Amelia Bones, alone and without Lucius's knowledge, was a significant risk. Then again, she had already crossed that line by contacting Nymphadora. Her decision made, Narcissa burned the note and went to change into more suitable attire for a discreet meeting. The Lion's Head was a lesser-known establishment in Hogsmeade, catering to visitors who wanted privacy rather than the boisterous atmosphere of the Three Broomsticks. At precisely 8 o'clock, Narcissa entered the inn wearing a hooded cloak of midnight blue, less conspicuous than her usual elegant robes, but still of quality that wouldn't raise eyebrows in a respectable establishment. The innkeeper, a discreet woman who had clearly hosted many such meetings, merely nodded toward the stairs. The private room was warded. Narcissa felt the magic wash over her as she knocked. The door opened to reveal Amelia Bones, looking as formidable as she did in Wisengamot sessions, though more tired around the eyes. Mrs. Malfoy, she acknowledged. Thank you for coming. Madam Bones, Narcissa returned with equal formality. I assume this concerns our mutual observation at the Quidditch match. Indeed. Please, sit. The room was simple but comfortable, with a small table, 2 chairs, and a fire burning in the grate. A bottle of Ogden's finest and 2 glasses sat untouched on the table. Amelia waited until Narcissa was seated before taking her own chair. I've conducted a preliminary investigation, she said without preamble. The situation is worse than either of us imagined. She pushed a folder across the table. Narcissa opened it and felt her composure slip as she viewed the photographs inside. Potter's living conditions were appalling, worse than those provided for house elves at even the strictest pure-blood homes. And the medical scan results. 37 distinct bone fractures, most healed improperly, Narcissa read aloud, her voice tight. Chronic malnutrition. Evidence of extended periods of food deprivation. Numerous untreated injuries. She looked up. How is the boy even functioning? Accidental magic, most likely, Amelia said grimly. Self-healing to survive. But that's not sustainable, and it's left significant damage. Narcissa continued reading, her disgust growing with each line. When she reached the section about the cupboard under the stairs, she closed the folder, unable to continue. Have you confronted Dumbledore? She asked. Amelia's expression hardened. Not yet. There are complications. Such as blood wards tied to his mother's sacrifice that supposedly protect him from external threats while he resides with her blood relatives. Amelia poured herself a measure of Ogden's. And such as the fact that Potter's placement directly contradicted James and Lily Potter's will, which explicitly stated he was never to go to the Dursleys. That caught Narcissa's attention. The will was ignored. By whom? It was sealed by the Wisengamot at Dumbledore's request, supposedly for Potter's security. As his magical guardian, Dumbledore had full authority over his placement. Amelia took a measured sip of her drink. The wills named Sirius Black as Harry's godfather and first choice as guardian, followed by the Longbottoms, myself, and Minerva McGonagall. Narcissa processed this information. Black was imprisoned without trial, she said slowly. The Longbottoms were attacked shortly after the Dark Lord's fall. You and McGonagall were bypassed. And Potter was placed with abusive Muggles where no one from the wizarding world would check on him. Precisely. The implications hung in the air between them. Either Dumbledore was criminally negligent, or, more disturbing, he had deliberately placed the boy who lived in an abusive home for some purpose of his own. What do you intend to do? Narcissa asked. Amelia leaned forward. That depends partly on why you're involved, Mrs. Malfoy. Your concern for Potter seems unexpected, given your family's allegiances. It was a fair question. Narcissa considered her answer carefully. I have a son, she said finally. Whatever my political positions, whatever my husband's past associations, I would kill anyone who left marks like those on Draco. She met Amelia's eyes steadily. And despite what many believe, I don't condone torture, especially not of children, regardless of their blood status. Amelia studied her for a long moment before nodding. I believe you. But that still doesn't explain why you'd risk your husband's displeasure by involving yourself. Because I know what it is to be trapped, Narcissa said quietly. To have choices made for you by those with power over you. And because I've seen enough to suspect that Dumbledore is using that boy as a pawn in some greater game, one that may not have the child's best interests at heart. She left unspoken her growing suspicion that the Dark Lord was not truly gone, and that both Dumbledore and Lucius were preparing for his return in their own ways, with Harry Potter caught in the middle. So what do you propose? Amelia asked. An unlikely alliance, Narcissa said. You have the legal authority and the reputation for incorruptible justice. I have connections and resources that exist outside official channels, as well as knowledge of pureblood protection magics that might substitute for these blood wards Dumbledore claims are so essential. And together we remove Potter from Dumbledore's influence without alerting either side to our intentions until it's too late to stop us, Amelia finished. Precisely. It won't be easy, Amelia warned. Dumbledore has extraordinary influence, and if your husband discovers your involvement, let me worry about Lucius, Narcissa interrupted. Can you secure temporary guardianship of Potter through your department? Possibly, on child welfare grounds. But it would be challenged immediately. Not if we have alternatives ready. The wills named you as a potential guardian. We use that, combined with evidence of the Dursleys' abuse and Dumbledore's negligence, to transfer guardianship before anyone realizes what's happening. Amelia nodded slowly. And you? What do you gain from this arrangement? Narcissa's smile was thin. Let's just say I'm investing in a future where power balances differently than it does now. Besides, the look on Lucius's face when he realizes the boy who lived is no longer Dumbledore's puppet will be worth the risk. They spent the next 2 hours outlining a plan that would require perfect timing, absolute secrecy, and a considerable amount of luck. By the time they parted, an unlikely alliance had been forged between the head of the DMLE and the wife of a suspected Death Eater, united by nothing more than a shared disgust for the abuse of a child and a growing suspicion about the machinations of Albus Dumbledore. 3 days later, Harry Potter sat in the hospital wing at Hogwarts, his shoulder newly healed from the bludger injury but his mind troubled by recent events. Madame Pomfrey had insisted on a full examination after the match, despite his protests that it was just a bruise. Her sharp intake of breath when she'd seen his back had confirmed what he'd always feared, that the scars were as bad as they felt. What he hadn't expected was her fury, or the tears she'd quickly blinked away before telling him she needed to document his injuries, for the record. Now he was waiting for her to return with some paperwork, growing increasingly anxious about what this meant. If people knew about the Dursleys, would he be sent to an orphanage? Would Dumbledore be disappointed in him for not being stronger, for complaining? The door to the hospital wing opened, but instead of Madame Pomfrey, a stern-looking witch with a monocle entered, followed by Professor McGonagall. Harry recognized the first woman vaguely. She'd been at the Quidditch match, sitting near the teachers. "Mr. Potter," McGonagall said, her voice gentler than Harry had ever heard it. "This is Madame Amelia Bones from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She needs to speak with you about a serious matter." Harry's stomach dropped. "Am I in trouble? I didn't do any magic outside school, I swear." "No, Mr. Potter, you're not in trouble," Madame Bones said, taking the seat beside his bed. "But I am concerned about some injuries Madame Pomfrey has documented." Harry looked down, shame burning in his cheeks. "It's not a big deal. I'm clumsy sometimes, that's all." McGonagall made a sound that might have been a stifled sob or a growl of anger. Madame Bones remained composed but firm. "Mr. Potter, Harry, I've been to Privet Drive. I've spoken with your aunt and uncle." Harry's head snapped up, eyes wide with panic. "You what? They'll kill me. They hate it when magical people come to the house." The naked fear in his voice confirmed everything the two women had suspected. McGonagall turned away, her hands clenched into fists. "They will never hurt you again," Madame Bones said with quiet certainty. "I give you my word on that." Harry stared at her, wanting desperately to believe but conditioned by years of broken promises and adults who looked the other way. "You can't promise that. I have to go back there every summer. Dumbledore says it's the only place I'm safe from Voldemort." McGonagall flinched at the name, but Madame Bones didn't react except to lean forward slightly. "Harry, I've reviewed your parents' will. You were never supposed to go to the Dursleys at all. Your parents specifically prohibited it." That hit Harry like another bludger, this one straight to the chest. "What?" But Dumbledore said." Regardless of what the headmaster said, McGonagall interjected, her voice shaking slightly, "It appears mistakes were made. Terrible mistakes that should never have happened." Harry looked between the two witches, trying to process this information. "So, what happens now? Where will I go?" "For now, you'll remain at Hogwarts," Madame Bones said. "Over the winter holidays, arrangements will be made for your new guardianship. There are several options we're exploring, all of them approved by your parents in their will." It was too much to take in. Harry felt a dangerous hope beginning to build, dangerous because hope had always led to disappointment before. Does Dumbledore know about this?" he asked hesitantly. The two women exchanged a glance that Harry couldn't interpret. "The headmaster will be informed at the appropriate time," Madame Bones said carefully. "For now, I'd like you to focus on healing and your studies. Can you do that?" Harry nodded, still overwhelmed. Yes, ma'am. Good. I'll be in touch soon. In the meantime, if anyone asks about our meeting, you may simply say it was about security concerns following Sirius Black's appearance last term. After they left, Harry sat for a long time, turning the conversation over in his mind. For the first time since coming to Hogwarts, he dared to imagine a life that didn't include returning to Privet Drive, a summer without hunger, without locks, without fear. It seemed too good to be true. And in Harry's experience, things that seemed too good to be true usually were. Narcissa was in the midst of reviewing the ancient Black family grimoire when a house elf announced that Draco had arrived home unexpectedly. She quickly closed the book and secured it in her private vault before going to meet her son. Draco was pacing the entrance hall, his face unusually pale even for him, his school robe still on despite the soot from the flu. Draco? What's happened? Why aren't you at school? He turned to her with an expression she hadn't seen since he was small, vulnerability mixed with confusion. Mother, something strange is happening. Dumbledore's gone from the school, McGonagall's acting weird, and there are rumors that Potter's being removed from his Muggle relatives. Narcissa kept her expression neutral. That sounds like typical Hogwarts gossip. Hardly worth coming home over. There's more. Draco glanced around and lowered his voice, though they were alone in the hall. Snape pulled me aside. He said I should tell Father that old alliances may need reconsideration soon. What does that mean? So Severus had noticed the shifting political winds. Interesting. Narcissa guided Draco into the small family parlor, away from any portraits that might report to Lucius. Your father is in London until tomorrow, she said once they were seated. Now tell me exactly what's been happening at Hogwarts. Draco recounted the events of the past few days, the Quidditch match, Potter's injury, his extended stay in the hospital wing, and the arrival of Amelia Bones. Most tellingly, he mentioned overhearing a heated argument between McGonagall and Dumbledore in which the words, criminal negligence and willful blindness had been used. And then this morning, Dumbledore was just, gone. No announcement, nothing. And when I tried to get information from Snape, that's when he gave me that message for Father. Narcissa considered her son carefully. At 13, Draco was at a crossroads, still parroting Lucius's views on blood purity and Potter in particular, but showing occasional flashes of independent thought. How he developed over the next few years would determine much about the man he would become. Draco, she said gently, what do you actually think of Harry Potter? Not what your father thinks, or what your housemates expect you to think. Your honest opinion. Draco looked startled by the question. He's annoying. Always getting special treatment and breaking rules without consequences. And he rejected my friendship first year. Yes, I remember your letters about that. Narcissa kept her tone conversational. Though as I recall, you approached him after insulting his first friend at Hogwarts. Perhaps not the most diplomatic introduction. Draco flushed. Well, Weasley is a blood traitor. Perhaps. But Potter was raised by Muggles, with no knowledge of our world or its politics. He wouldn't have understood those distinctions. She paused. What would you do if you discovered Potter's home life with those Muggles was difficult? Difficult how? Abusive, Narcissa said bluntly. Cruelly so. Draco's eyes widened. But, he's Harry Potter. The boy who lived. Everyone coddles him. At Hogwarts, perhaps. But what do we actually know about his life before? Or during summers? Draco was quiet for a long moment, processing this. Last year, he said slowly, when he came back after summer, he looked thin. Thinner than at the end of first year. I remember thinking he must have been ill. Narcissa nodded, encouraging him to continue this line of thought. And once, in flying class first year, his robes came up and I saw marks on his arm. I thought maybe he'd fallen off his broom practicing at home, but... Draco looked up suddenly. Wait, is that what's happening? Did someone find out he's been abused by Muggles? I believe so, yes. But why would Snape tell me to warn Father about alliances? What does Potter's home life have to do with... Draco stopped, his quick mind making connections. It's about the Dark Lord, isn't it? If Potter's guardianship changes, if he's not under Dumbledore's control anymore. Very good, Draco. Narcissa smiled at her son's astuteness. The political landscape is about to shift considerably. Your father's position, our family's position, may need to adapt. Are you involved? Draco asked suddenly. Is that why you're asking me these questions? Narcissa considered lying, then decided her son deserved more credit than that. Let's just say I have concerns about any child being abused, regardless of who they are. And I have even greater concerns about why such abuse would be allowed to continue when many people must have suspected it. Draco nodded slowly, then asked the question Narcissa had been waiting for, so what should I do? Back at school. Observe, she advised. Listen more than you speak. And perhaps, consider that some of your assumptions about Potter might need revision. You want me to make friends with him? Draco looked scandalized. I want you to make your own decisions based on complete information, not just what your father or I tell you. Narcissa reached out to straighten his collar. You're becoming a young man, Draco. It's time you started thinking about what kind of wizard you want to be. After sending Draco back to school via Floo with strict instructions not to mention their conversation to anyone, Narcissa returned to the grimoire. She had research to complete before her next meeting with Amelia Bones. The ancient black family protection magics might well provide an alternative to Dumbledore's vaunted blood wards, particularly if she could adapt them to incorporate the connection between Potter and her sister's son, Nymphadora. The black family tree was complex and intertwined with many of the old families, including the Potters. There had to be a way to use those connections to create a protection that would satisfy the Wisengamot without requiring Potter to return to his abusers. As she worked, Narcissa allowed herself a small smile. Lucius had always underestimated her, seeing only the perfect pure-blood wife she presented to the world. He had no idea of the depths of her knowledge of the dark arts or her ability to adapt them for protection rather than harm. By the time he returned from London, the first phase of her plan with Amelia would be complete, and Lucius would find himself having to choose between his wife and the memory of a Dark Lord who had never valued loyalty except as a tool to be used. Albus Dumbledore returned to Hogwarts in a state of carefully controlled fury. His emergency session with the International Confederation of Wizards had been interrupted by an urgent message from Minerva, and what he had discovered upon his return was nothing short of catastrophic. Harry Potter had been removed from the hospital wing, and from Hogwarts itself, under the authority of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, with a copy of James and Lily's unsealed will and documentation of abuse that painted Albus himself as, at best, negligent and at worst, complicit. How could you allow this, Minerva? He demanded, pacing his office while his deputy sat rigidly in the chair across from his desk. Allow? McGonagall's voice was dangerously quiet. I encouraged it, Albus. After seeing the evidence, how could I not? You don't understand the greater context, Dumbledore insisted. Harry must return to his aunt's home. The blood protection is meaningless if it requires the boy to be systematically abused. McGonagall rose to her feet, trembling with anger. Did you know, Albus? Did you know what was happening in that house? Dumbledore hesitated just a fraction too long. Merlin's beard. McGonagall sank back into her chair. You did know. You knew and you sent him back there year after year. It was necessary, Dumbledore said heavily. For his protection from whom? You know who is gone. The Death Eaters are in Azkaban or have claimed to be Imperiused. Meanwhile, that child has been starved, locked up, and beaten by the very people who were supposed to care for him. Voldemort will return, Dumbledore said quietly. The prophecy, damn your prophecy." McGonagall rarely swore, and the oath seemed to hang in the air between them. "You're so focused on preparing Harry to face some future threat that you've sacrificed his childhood, his health, and very nearly his sanity." Dumbledore had rarely seen Minerva this angry. Not since the night he'd left Harry on the Dursleys' doorstep and she had warned him they were the worst sort of Muggles imaginable. "Where is he now?" he asked instead of addressing her accusations. "Safe," McGonagall said firmly. "And before you ask, no, I don't know the exact location. Amelia Bones has invoked emergency protective custody protocols. His location is protected by a Fidelius charm with herself as secret keeper. Amelia doesn't understand the danger, she understands perfectly well that a child was being abused while his magical guardian looked the other way," McGonagall cut in. "The Wisengamot has scheduled an emergency session for tomorrow to review the evidence and determine permanent guardianship. I suggest you prepare your defense, Albus, because Amelia is seeking not only to remove Harry from your guardianship but to press charges for child endangerment." Dumbledore felt a chill that had nothing to do with the December air. If this proceeded as Minerva described, everything he had carefully arranged for the greater good would unravel. Harry needed to be moldable, humble, willing to sacrifice himself when the time came. The blood protection at Privet Drive was essential not just for keeping Death Eaters away, but for ensuring Harry developed the character necessary for what lay ahead. "I must speak with Harry," he said, moving toward the flue. "Did you not hear me? He's under protective custody. You have no access to him until the Wisengamot rules." McGonagall stood again. "And I should warn you, I've been subpoenaed to testify about the condition Harry was in when he first arrived at Hogwarts, as well as my own warnings to you about the Dursleys. I will not lie under oath, Albus, not even for you." After she left, Dumbledore sat heavily in his chair, stroking Fawkes absently as he considered his options. This was Amelia's doing, certainly, she had always been scrupulously by the book, and if she discovered the sealed will and the Dursleys' treatment of Harry, she would act decisively. But there was something else at play here. The timing, the precision of the legal maneuvers, the way it had all happened while he was out of the country. This had been carefully orchestrated by someone who understood not just law, but politics and timing. Who would benefit from removing Harry from his influence? The obvious answer was Voldemort's supporters, but most of them lacked the subtlety for this kind of operation. Besides, if Death Eaters were involved, Harry would be dead, not in protective custody. No, this was someone else. Someone with both the motivation to oppose him and the intelligence to do it legally and publicly, where his options for response would be limited. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed as a suspicion began to form. There were very few people who combined that level of cunning with a knowledge of wizarding law and enough power to move against him. And one of them had been watching from the Slytherin stands when Harry's robes had torn during the Quidditch match. Narcissa Malfoy. But why would Lucius's wife take an interest in Harry Potter's welfare? It made no sense, unless she wasn't acting on Lucius's behalf. Dumbledore needed more information, and quickly. The Wisengamot session was less than 24 hours away, and he needed to understand what he was facing before he could counter it. Perhaps it was time to have a conversation with young Draco Malfoy. Harry sat in a comfortable chair by the fire, trying to process the whirlwind of the past few days. One moment he'd been in the hospital wing at Hogwarts, the next he was being hurried through the flue to a location he didn't recognize, with Madame Bones explaining that for his safety, he needed to be moved immediately. Now he was in what appeared to be a well-appointed safe house, with magical windows that showed scenic views that changed every few hours, comfortable furnishings, and more food than he could possibly eat. His few possessions had been brought from Hogwarts, including his wand, broom, and photo album. Even Hedwig had been delivered, much to his relief. But no one would tell him exactly what was happening or why there was such urgency. Madame Bones had left shortly after getting him settled, saying only that there would be a hearing tomorrow and that he needn't worry, he would never have to return to the Dursleys. A soft knock at the door pulled him from his thoughts. "Come in," he called, expecting one of the two aurors who had been assigned to guard the house. Instead, a tall, elegant blonde woman entered, carrying a tray with tea and what looked like potion vials. Harry immediately recognized her from platform 9¾ Draco Malfoy's mother. He jumped to his feet, hand automatically reaching for his wand before remembering it was on the side table. "Peace, Mr. Potter," the woman said calmly, setting the tray down. "I'm not here to harm you. Quite the opposite, in fact." Harry stared at her in confusion. "You're Mrs. Malfoy. Draco's mum." "Narcissa, please," she corrected gently. "And yes, I am Draco's mother, though I hope you won't hold that against me at the moment." Despite his wariness, Harry felt his lips twitch. There was something unexpectedly warm in her tone, so different from Draco's perpetual sneer. "Why are you here?" he asked bluntly. "Where's Madame Bones?" "Amelia is preparing for tomorrow's Wisengamot session," Narcissa explained, taking a seat across from him and pouring tea with practiced grace. "I'm here because I have some experience with healing potions, and you need treatment that can't wait for St. Mungo's." She gestured to the vials on the tray. "These will help address the long-term effects of malnutrition and improperly healed injuries. Madame Pomfrey provided the basic healing for your recent injuries, but there's significant older damage that requires attention." Harry looked at the potion suspiciously. "No offense, but why would you want to help me? Your husband tried to kill me last year. Your son hates me." Narcissa didn't flinch at the accusation. "My husband and I have divergent views on many matters. As for Draco, he's a 13-year-old boy trying to live up to his father's expectations. His rivalry with you is as much about that as anything else." She handed him a cup of tea, which he accepted but didn't drink. "As for why I'm helping," she continued, "let's just say that seeing evidence of a child being abused transcends political differences for me." Harry's cheeks burned with shame. "It wasn't that bad," he muttered, looking down. "I'm not some pathetic case who needs rescuing." "No, you're not pathetic at all," Narcissa agreed, surprising him. "In fact that you've developed into a competent, compassionate young man despite your circumstances is rather remarkable. But that doesn't make what was done to you acceptable, nor does it mean you should continue to suffer the consequences of others' cruelty." She indicated the potions again. "These won't be pleasant to take, but they will help. The blue one addresses bone damage, the green is for nutritional deficiencies, and the red one will help with the scarring, both visible and internal." Harry hesitated, then reached for the first vial. "How do you know Madame Bones? You two seem like unlikely friends." A slight smile touched Narcissa's lips. "An accurate observation. Let's just say we discovered a shared concern that transcended our usual differences." As Harry drank the potions, grimacing at their foul taste, Narcissa explained in general terms what would happen at the Wisengamot session tomorrow. His presence would be required, but he wouldn't need to speak unless he chose to. The evidence collected by Madame Bones, combined with the unsealed wills of his parents, would be presented to determine his future guardianship. "Will Dumbledore be there?" Harry asked after swallowing the last potion. "Yes," Narcissa confirmed. "As your current magical guardian and chief warlock of the Wisengamot, he must be present. However, due to the conflict of interest, he will not preside over the session." Harry frowned, trying to make sense of everything. "I don't understand why Dumbledore left me with the Dursleys if my parents will said I shouldn't go there. And why didn't anyone check on me all those years?" Narcissa's expression softened with what looked surprisingly like compassion. "Those are excellent questions, Mr. Potter. Ones that will be asked formally tomorrow. But I suspect the answers have to do with Dumbledore's tendency to believe he alone knows what's best for the wizarding world." She hesitated, then added more quietly, "and perhaps about preparing you for a role he believes you must play in the future." Harry looked up sharply. "What role?" "That," Narcissa said, rising gracefully, "is something we should discuss after tomorrow's session." The potions will make you drowsy soon. You should rest. Tomorrow will be challenging. As she reached the door, Harry called after her, "Mrs. Malfoy, Narcissa. Thank you for helping me. Even though I don't really understand why." She turned back, her blue eyes studying him with an intensity that reminded him fleetingly of Dumbledore, though without the twinkle. "Sometimes, Mr. Potter, doing the right thing is its own reason. Sleep well." After she left, Harry lay back in his chair, feeling the potions beginning to work, an odd tingling in his bones and a warmth spreading through his body. His last thought before drifting off was that this had to be the strangest day in a life already filled with strangeness, being rescued from Dumbledore's arrangements by the mother of his school nemesis and the head of magical law enforcement. But strange or not, for the first time since coming to the wizarding world, Harry felt like someone was finally putting his welfare first, not his reputation, not his role in defeating Voldemort, just him, Harry, the boy who wanted nothing more than a place to belong. The Wizengamot chambers were packed to capacity as Amelia Bones strode in, her monocle glinting in the torchlight. Behind her came Harry Potter, looking small but determined in new formal robes that actually fit him properly. And to the surprise of many, Narcissa Malfoy walked at his other side, her elegant presence drawing whispers from the assembled witches and wizards. Lucius Malfoy, seated among the Wizengamot members, didn't bother to hide his shock at seeing his wife accompanying Potter. Across the chamber, Dumbledore watched with grave concern from the chief warlock seat, though today he would yield that position to the most senior member, Tiberius Ogden, due to his personal involvement in the case. Once Harry was seated in the witness area, Amelia took her position in the center of the floor. Narcissa gracefully took a seat in the observers section, though noticeably not beside her husband. "Honored members of the Wizengamot," Amelia began, her voice carrying clearly through the chamber. "We are convened today on a matter of utmost urgency, the welfare and guardianship of Harry James Potter." She laid out the facts methodically, the discovery of abuse, the medical evidence, the Dursleys' statements, and most damning of all, the contents of the Potter's will that had been sealed against their explicit wishes. As photographs and medical reports were displayed for the Wizengamot, gasps and murmurs filled the chamber. Harry kept his eyes down, fighting the shame that still welled up whenever his treatment at the Dursleys was discussed. But when a gentle hand touched his shoulder, he looked up to find Professor McGonagall standing beside him, her eyes suspiciously bright but her expression fiercely protective. "You have nothing to be ashamed of," she whispered. "Nothing." Across the chamber, Narcissa observed the proceedings with outward calm that masked her inner tension. Much depended on today's outcome, not just Potter's future, but potentially the future of the wizarding world itself. She could feel Lucius's eyes boring into her, demanding an explanation she wasn't yet ready to give. Finally, after Amelia had presented all the evidence, Ogden turned to Dumbledore. "Albus, as the boy's current magical guardian, you have the right to address these allegations." Dumbledore rose, his customary twinkle absent from his eyes. "Thank you, Tiberius. Members of the Wizengamot, I do not dispute the facts that Madame Bones has presented. Indeed, I deeply regret the suffering that Harry has endured." Murmurs swept the chamber at this admission. However, Dumbledore continued, "I must emphasize that my decisions were made with Harry's protection as the paramount concern. The blood wards established through his mother's sacrifice provide protection that no other magical defenses could offer. Without them, Harry would be vulnerable to those who still serve Voldemort's cause." More murmurs, this time accompanied by flinches at the name. "While I regret that his relatives failed to provide proper care, the magical protection their home offers has kept Harry safe from greater threats. I ask the Wizengamot to consider the wider context of these decisions." Amelia stepped forward again. "With respect, Chief Warlock, are you suggesting that physical and emotional abuse are acceptable costs for this protection? That the explicit wishes of James and Lily Potter should be disregarded for what you determine to be the greater good?" "I am suggesting," Dumbledore replied with dignity, "that difficult choices sometimes must be made in wartime." "The war ended 12 years ago," Amelia countered. "Did it?" Dumbledore's gaze swept the chamber meaningfully. I think many here know better. At this point, to everyone's surprise, Narcissa Malfoy rose from her seat. If I may address the Wizengamot? Ogden looked startled but nodded. The chair recognizes Narcissa Malfoy. Narcissa moved to the center of the floor with graceful confidence. Honored members, while the Chief Warlock speaks of blood wards and protection, I would like to address a matter that has been overlooked, alternatives. She gestured to a scroll that Amelia now presented to Ogden. What you have before you is a proposal for protection based on ancient family magics, specifically, those of the noble and most ancient House of Black, from which I am descended, as was Harry Potter's grandmother, Doria Black. This caused a stir among the purebloods present, many of whom hadn't made that connection. These protections, Narcissa continued, combined with the considerable security measures available to the DMLE, would provide Harry with safety without requiring him to suffer abuse. Furthermore, they honor the intentions of his parents while acknowledging the real threats that may still exist. Lucius Malfoy's face had gone from shock to calculating as he watched his wife. Dumbledore's expression had darkened considerably. Mrs. Malfoy, Ogden said slowly, am I to understand that you are offering Black family protection to Harry Potter? With what authority? As a daughter of the House of Black with access to the family magics, and with the support of another daughter of the house currently present, she nodded toward Andromeda Tonks, who had entered quietly during the proceedings and now stood to be recognized. I have both the authority and the ability to establish these protections. The significance of Narcissa acknowledging her disowned sister publicly was not lost on anyone in the chamber. This was a declaration of independence from both her husband and the pure-blood politics he represented. And what would you propose for Mr. Potter's actual guardianship? Ogden asked. The Potters will name several suitable guardians, Narcissa replied smoothly. Amelia Bones was among them. I believe she would provide both the legal protection and personal care that Harry requires. All eyes turned to Amelia, who nodded firmly. I am willing to accept guardianship, as James and Lily intended, with the full resources of my position to ensure Harry's safety. Dumbledore rose again. While I appreciate the creative solution proposed, I must emphasize that blood wards based on Lily Potter's sacrifice offer unique protection that cannot be replicated by other magics. With respect, Albus, Amelia countered, those wards haven't protected Harry from the people inside the house. What good is protection from Death Eaters if the child is being systematically abused by his guardians? Furthermore, your own experts have confirmed that the blood wards have been weakening for years, precisely because the home lacks the one essential component for such magic, love. The debate continued for another hour, with various Wizengamot members questioning both sides. Throughout it all, Harry sat quietly, occasionally answering direct questions but mostly watching in amazement as these powerful adults argued over his future. Finally, Ogden called for a vote. Those in favor of removing Albus Dumbledore as magical guardian of Harry Potter and appointing Amelia Bones in his place, with the additional protections offered by the House of Black, signify by raising your wands. Wands rose across the chamber, not all, but a clear majority. Even Lucius Malfoy, after a calculating glance at his wife, raised his wand, though his expression remained unreadable. The motion carries, Ogden declared. Guardianship of Harry Potter is hereby transferred to Amelia Bones, with all legal rights and responsibilities thereof. The court further orders an investigation into the placement of Harry Potter contrary to his parents' will, with findings to be presented at a future session. The gavel fell with a sound that seemed to reverberate through Harry's very being. Just like that, his life had changed completely. As the session broke up, Dumbledore approached Harry directly, blue eyes sorrowful behind half-moon spectacles. Harry, my boy, I truly am sorry for any suffering you experienced. Please believe that everything I've done has been with your best interests at heart. Before Harry could respond, Amelia stepped between them. Albus, any discussions with my ward will need to happen with my presence from now on. Of course, Dumbledore said with a slight bow. I merely wish to assure Harry that Hogwarts remains his home, regardless of these changes. I'll be returning to Hogwarts?" Harry asked, speaking up for the first time. "Of course," Amelia said. "After the winter holidays. Though there will be some changes to the arrangements for your safety and supervision." As Dumbledore walked away, his usual confidence visibly diminished, Harry turned to find Narcissa Malfoy watching him with those penetrating blue eyes. "Thank you," he said simply. "I still don't really understand why you helped me, but, thank you." Narcissa inclined her head slightly. "You're welcome, Mr. Potter. I suspect our paths will cross again soon." With that cryptic statement, she turned to where Lucius waited, his face a mask of controlled fury. As Harry watched the Malfoys leave, Narcissa walking with perfect composure beside her seething husband, he couldn't help but feel that something momentous had happened today, something that went far beyond his own circumstances. "Come, Harry," Amelia said gently. "Let's go home." Home. It was a word Harry had never truly associated with any place except Hogwarts. As he followed his new guardian from the chamber, McGonagall's hand briefly squeezing his shoulder in passing, he allowed himself to believe that perhaps, for the first time, he might discover what that word really meant. Chapter 2, Extraction. Narcissa Malfoy stepped through the flue into Bones Manor with practiced grace, not a hair out of place despite the magical transportation. The grand entrance hall of Amelia's ancestral home was modestly appointed compared to Malfoy Manor's ostentation, but its simple elegance spoke of old money and quiet confidence. "You're late," Amelia said, not looking up from the parchment spread across an antique desk. She'd abandoned her formal Wizengamot robes for practical dark grey attire that wouldn't restrict movement. Lucius required, managing. Narcissa removed her traveling cloak, revealing a tailored ensemble in deep emerald that was both fashionable and functional. "He's still seething about my public betrayal, as he calls it. Yet he voted with you in the Wizengamot." Lucius always aligns himself with winning sides. Narcissa's smile held no warmth. "He's calculating how to turn this situation to his advantage." Amelia finally looked up, her monocle glinting in the firelight. "And when he discovers there's no advantage to be had? By then, it will be too late to change course without appearing weak." Narcissa approached the desk. "These are the property wards?" "Yes. The safe house in Cornwall is under Fidelius, with myself as secret keeper." Amelia gestured to a three-dimensional magical model showing a cottage perched on coastal cliffs. "The outer perimeter has detection wards keyed to magical signatures, anti-apparition barriers extending half a mile in all directions, and redirected flow access." Narcissa studied the model with approval. "The Black family protections? Ready for implementation once Potter is there. Andromeda will meet us at the extraction point to assist with the blood magic components." Amelia hesitated. "Are you certain Bellatrix's condition won't affect the ritual?" A shadow crossed Narcissa's perfect features. "The family magic recognizes blood, not mental state. Her incarceration doesn't diminish her connection to the Black lineage." She straightened. "Besides, with Andromeda's participation, we'll have more than enough power to establish the protections." Amelia nodded, gathering the parchments into a leather portfolio. "Shacklebolt and Tonks are already in position near Privet Drive. The Muggle authorities have been temporarily redirected through some creative paperwork. We have a 2-hour window. And the boy? Still at Hogwarts. McGonagall will bring him through the flue to the Ministry at precisely 4 o'clock, where I'll meet them before proceeding to Surrey." Narcissa raised an elegant eyebrow. "Dumbledore isn't interfering?" "He's being carefully watched by several Order members who believe they're protecting Harry from political machinations." Amelia's smile was grim. Moody was particularly eager to keep an eye on Albus after learning about the Dursleys. "Perfect." Narcissa checked a delicate silver watch. "We should depart. The timing must be precise." As they prepared to leave, Amelia paused. "Narcissa, there's still time to reconsider your direct involvement. Once we're seen removing Potter's possessions from that house, there's no going back." Lucius will know exactly how deep your involvement runs. Narcissa's blue eyes turned cold. I made my choice in the Wisengamot. Besides, she added with a slight smile, I've waited 14 years to take something Lucius values. His standing with the Dark Lord's remaining supporters seems a fitting place to start. Harry sat nervously in Professor McGonagall's office, his school trunk packed beside him and Hedwig's empty cage on top. His owl had already been sent ahead to wherever he was going. Professor McGonagall had been vague about the details, saying only that Madam Bones would explain everything. Try to relax, Potter, McGonagall said, noticing his tension. Everything is proceeding according to plan. I just don't understand why all the secrecy, Harry replied. The Wisengamot already decided I don't have to go back to the Dursleys. McGonagall's lips thinned. The headmaster has considerable influence, even without legal guardianship. Madam Bones thought it prudent to ensure your transition occurred without complications. The way she said complications made Harry suspect there was far more happening than he understood. Before he could ask further questions, green flames erupted in the fireplace. Right on time, McGonagall said with approval. That will be your escort. Instead of Madam Bones, however, a young woman with spiky purple hair stepped through the flames, stumbling slightly before catching herself. Watch her, Harry, she said cheerfully. I'm Auror Tonks. Ready for a little adventure? Harry blinked in surprise. I guess so. Brilliant. She grinned, then nodded respectfully to McGonagall. Professor, always a pleasure. I'll take good care of him. See that you do, Miss Tonks. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. Potter, I expect to see you back at Hogwarts after the holidays, hopefully in better circumstances than you've previously endured. To Harry's shock, she placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. Your parents would be proud of the strength you've shown, Harry. Never doubt that. The unexpected use of his first name and the mention of his parents left Harry momentarily speechless. He managed a nod before Tonks shrunk his trunk and cage with a flick of her wand. Ministry first, then on to our next stop, she explained, pocketing his miniaturized belongings. Ever traveled by flow before? Once, Harry admitted. I ended up in Nocturne Alley by mistake. Tonks laughed. Don't worry, I'll go with you this time. Just hold tight to my arm and try not to wriggle too much. A dizzying journey later, Harry stumbled out of a fireplace into a polished atrium. Madam Bones stood waiting, accompanied by a tall, bald black man with a single gold earring who exuded quiet authority. Good afternoon, Mr. Potter, Madam Bones said formally. This is Senior Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt. He'll be part of your security detail today. Security detail? Harry repeated, increasingly confused. Am I in danger? Not immediate danger, Shacklebolt assured him in a deep, calming voice. But we're being cautious. There's been a change of plans, Madam Bones explained. Before proceeding to your new residence, we need to retrieve your personal belongings from Privet Drive. Harry frowned. I don't have much they're worth getting. Just some old clothes and my school things from last year, and those are hidden under the loose floorboard in my room. Something flickered in Madam Bones's expression. Nevertheless, legally we must ensure all your possessions are collected. Additionally, she added more gently, this gives you an opportunity for closure. Harry wasn't sure he wanted closure with the Dursleys. He'd been perfectly happy with the idea of never seeing them again. But he recognized the determined set of Madam Bones's jaw and knew arguing would be pointless. When do we go? He asked instead. Now, said a new voice, and Harry turned to find Narcissa Malfoy approaching, dressed far more practically than he'd ever seen her, though still unmistakably elegant. The window of opportunity is limited. Harry's confusion deepened. You're coming too. Indeed. She offered no explanation, merely a slight smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Shall we? Privet Drive looked exactly as Harry remembered, painfully ordinary rows of identical houses, each with meticulously maintained lawns and pristine facades. The December afternoon was already darkening as their unusual group approached number 4. They made a strange procession, Madame Bones in formal robes that somehow passed for an official Muggle suit, Shacklebolt and Tonks in actual Muggle attire that marked them as government officials, Narcissa Malfoy somehow managing to look both Muggle-appropriate and aristocratic in a tailored charcoal ensemble, and Harry, feeling oddly detached as he approached the house he'd never considered home. A third which waited at the corner, tall, with dark hair streaked with silver, bearing a striking resemblance to both Narcissa and, disturbingly, Bellatrix Lestrange, whose face Harry had seen in old prophet clippings about Voldemort's followers. Andromeda, Narcissa acknowledged with a nod that contained volumes of unspoken history. Sister, the woman replied equally formally before turning to Harry with a much warmer expression. Mr. Potter, I'm Andromeda Tonks. I believe you've met my daughter. She gestured to the purple-haired Auror, who grinned and waved. You're related? Harry asked, looking between Tonks and the two sisters. My mum, Narcissa's sister, Tonks explained. Which makes us cousins of sorts, though we've never actually. The explanations can wait, Madame Bones interrupted. We have precisely 43 minutes before the disillusionment charms on the street wear off and the neighbors notice unusual activity. As they approached the Dursleys' front door, Harry felt a strange tightness in his chest. For years, he'd dreamed of leaving this place forever, but now that the moment had arrived, he found himself oddly hesitant. Madame Bones knocked firmly. After a moment, the door swung open to reveal Aunt Petunia, who took one look at the assembled group and tried to slam it shut immediately. Shacklebolt's foot smoothly blocked the attempt. Mrs. Dursley, Madame Bones said crisply, we're here to collect Harry's belongings. This can proceed smoothly or with considerable difficulty, depending on your cooperation. Petunia's face contorted with fury and fear. You have no right, actually, Shacklebolt interrupted, holding up official-looking documents, we have every right. Perhaps you'd prefer to discuss this inside, rather than with your neighbors watching. This argument proved effective. Petunia reluctantly stepped back, allowing them entry while hissing for Vernon, who appeared in the hallway still wearing his work clothes. His face purpled immediately upon seeing Harry and the magical entourage. You, he bellowed at Harry. What is the meaning of this? Bringing these freaks into our home. Before Harry could respond, Narcissa stepped forward, her posture impeccable and her expression coldly assessing as she took in Vernon's bulky frame and florid complexion. Mr. Dursley, she said, her aristocratic tones cutting through his bluster like a knife, you are addressing the heir to two ancient and noble houses. Your tone is inappropriate. Vernon spluttered, taken aback by her commanding presence. Who the devil are you? Someone with the power to make your life exceedingly uncomfortable. Narcissa smiled thinly. Now, we require access to Harry's room and any other locations where his possessions might be found. While this exchange occurred, Harry noticed Andromeda quietly moving through the house, her wand concealed but clearly active as she murmured incantations under her breath. Documenting the living conditions, Tonks whispered, noticing his observation. For the official record. Madame Bones turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, please lead us to your room. Harry nodded, moving toward the stairs. As he passed the cupboard under the stairs, he paused involuntarily. Andromeda, who had just finished examining it, met his eyes with a compassion that made him look away quickly. That too? She asked softly. Harry nodded once, sharply, and continued upstairs, painfully aware of everyone following. He could hear Vernon continuing to bluster and Petunia's higher-pitched protests, but Shacklebolt seemed to have the situation well in hand. His bedroom, if it could be called that, was exactly as he'd left it, small, sparsely furnished, with Dudley's broken toys piled in one corner and the window still reinforced with bars, though some had been bent from his escape with the Weasleys' flying car. This is where you slept? Narcissa asked, her voice neutral but her eyes sharp as they took in the cat flap on the door and the multiple locks on the outside. "Since I got my Hogwarts letter," Harry confirmed, then immediately wished he hadn't when he saw her expression shift. "And before that?" she prompted. Harry hesitated, then gestured downward. "The cupboard. Under the stairs." A muscle ticked in Narcissa's jaw, the first crack in her perfect composure he'd seen. She exchanged a look with Andromeda, who had followed them upstairs. "Continue the documentation," she told her sister quietly. "I need to have a word with these Muggles." As she swept back downstairs, Madame Bones began methodically collecting Harry's few possessions. The hidden floorboard was quickly discovered, his Hogwarts textbooks and treasured photographs rescued from their hiding place. "Is there anything else in the house that belongs to you, Mr. Potter?" she asked. Harry shook his head. "Just some clothes in the wardrobe, but they're all Dudley's hand-me-downs. I don't really want them. Nevertheless, they legally belong to you until replaced," Madame Bones said, directing Tonks to gather them. "Is there anything in the attic? The garage? Any family heirlooms that should rightfully be yours?" "The Dursleys would never give me anything like that," Harry said with certainty. "They always said my parents left me nothing." Madame Bones's expression darkened. "I see." From downstairs came the sound of Vernon's raised voice, abruptly cut off. Harry couldn't hear what was said next, but the sudden silence was somehow more ominous than the shouting had been. When they returned downstairs, Harry found the Dursleys sitting rigidly in their living room, faces pale. Narcissa stood by the fireplace, examining a family photograph with apparent disinterest. Something about her posture reminded Harry uncomfortably of a predator considering whether its prey was worth the effort to chase. "We have everything," Madame Bones announced. "Mr. Potter, is there anything you wish to say to your relatives before we depart?" Harry looked at the Dursleys, Aunt Petunia's pinched face, Uncle Vernon's barely contained fury, and Dudley, who had apparently arrived home during the proceedings and now cowered in a corner, hands clasped protectively over his bottom. For years he'd imagined all the things he'd say if given the chance. How they'd treated him worse than a dog. How they'd lied about his parents. How they'd made his childhood a misery for the crime of simply existing. But standing here now, with his new guardians beside him and the promise of something better ahead, he found those words unnecessary. The Dursleys seemed suddenly small and pathetic, their neat little house a prison of their own making. "No," he said finally. "I don't have anything to say." Vernon's face purpled again. "Now see here, boy. After everything we've done for you, what you've done," Narcissa interrupted smoothly, "is systematically abuse a child left in your care. A child, I might add, whose parents died protecting him from a threat you couldn't begin to comprehend." She stepped closer to Petunia, whose eyes widened in alarm. "Your sister was a remarkable witch, by all accounts. Talented, brave, kind, everything you are not. How bitter you must be, to have destroyed her only child out of jealousy." Petunia flinched as if struck. "I never wanted him. He was dumped on our doorstep with nothing but a letter," a convenient excuse, Andromeda interjected. "But not one that justifies starvation, imprisonment, and physical abuse." Madame Bones cleared her throat. "The Wisendamat will determine appropriate penalties for your treatment of Mr. Potter. For now, be aware that monitoring charms have been placed on this residence. Any attempt to speak about magic to non-magical authorities will result in immediate ministry intervention." She turned to Harry. "We should depart. Our window is closing." As they moved toward the door, Dudley suddenly spoke up, his voice uncharacteristically small. "Are you never coming back, Harry?" Harry paused, surprised by the question. "No. I don't think so." Dudley nodded, looking strangely lost. For a moment, Harry glimpsed something almost like regret in his cousin's pudgy face. Then Vernon's bark of "good riddance" broke the moment. Outside, the winter afternoon had deepened toward evening. The street was eerily empty, part of the ministry's temporary containment measures, Harry guessed. They walked briskly to the end of Privet Drive, where Shacklebolt produced a tarnished watering can. "Portkey," he explained. "Everyone touch it, please." Harry felt the familiar hook behind his navel, and Privet Drive vanished. His last thought before the whirling transportation took him was that he was leaving without looking back, just as he'd always dreamed, but in circumstances he'd never imagined. The portkey deposited them on a windswept cliff overlooking a steel-gray sea. Salt spray filled the air, and gulls wheeled overhead in the darkening sky. A stone cottage stood a short distance away, golden light spilling from its windows. "Welcome to Cove Cottage," Madam Bones said as Harry regained his balance. "Your temporary home while more permanent arrangements are made." "It's..." Harry searched for words, taking in the wild beauty of the landscape. "It's brilliant." Narcissa smiled slightly at his obvious wonder. "The cottage belongs to the Black family, a little-known property used primarily for research rather than holidays. No one outside this group knows of its current occupation." Andromeda was already moving toward the cottage, wand drawn as she reinforced the protective wards. Shacklebolt and Tonks took up positions at strategic points around the perimeter, their professional focus a reminder that this wasn't simply a pleasant retreat. Inside, the cottage proved larger than it appeared from outside, a magical expansion that created a comfortable, if modest, living space. A fire crackled in the stone hearth, and the furnishings, while not opulent, were of obvious quality. "Your room is upstairs, first door on the right," Madam Bones informed him. "Auror Tonks will be staying here as your primary security, with Shacklebolt and others rotating shifts. I'll be here most evenings, though my duties at the ministry require my presence during the day." "And Mrs. Malfoy?" Harry asked, noticing how the sisters had moved to the far side of the room, heads bent in quiet conversation. "I'll be visiting regularly to continue your healing treatments and to assist with certain protective measures," Narcissa answered without turning. "My husband believes I'm taking an extended stay at our villa in France to avoid the political fallout of the Wisengamot session." "Which brings us to an important point," Madam Bones said, her tone becoming more serious. "Harry, I need to explain exactly what's happening and why these precautions are necessary." She gestured for him to sit at a sturdy oak table where a meal had been laid out. Harry realized he was starving and gratefully accepted the offered chair. "The Wisengamot's decision to transfer your guardianship has created significant ripples in the wizarding world," Madam Bones began as food appeared on their plates. "Dumbledore's influence, while diminished, remains substantial. He continues to insist that the blood protection at your aunt's home is essential for your safety." "From Voldemort," Harry said between bites of shepherd's pie. "But he's gone, isn't he?" An uncomfortable silence fell. Narcissa and Andromeda exchanged glances before joining them at the table. "The Dark Lord's physical form was destroyed," Narcissa said carefully, "but many believe his spirit survived. Your encounter with the shade-possessing Professor Quirrell in your first year would seem to confirm this." Harry's appetite suddenly diminished. "How do you know about that?" "Draco writes detailed letters," Narcissa replied with a slight smile. "Though his perspective is somewhat biased, the core facts align with what Dumbledore reported to the Board of Governors. The point," Madam Bones interjected, "is that both Dumbledore and certain other factions believe you know who may return. Your role as the boy who lived makes you central to multiple agendas." "What Amelia is delicately avoiding stating directly," Andromeda said with characteristic bluntness, "is that you're caught between powerful forces. Dumbledore has been positioning you as a weapon or sacrifice in his long game against the Dark Lord's return. Meanwhile, Death Eaters who escaped justice would eliminate you if given the chance." Harry looked between the adults, reality crashing down on him with brutal force. "So I've gone from being a prisoner at the Dursleys to being a prisoner here." "No," Narcissa said sharply. "There is a significant difference between protection and imprisonment, Mr. Potter. Here you will be safe, well treated, and prepared." "Prepared for what?" "For the future," she replied. "Whatever it may hold." The vague answer frustrated Harry, but before he could press further, Tonks reappeared from her perimeter check. "All clear outside," she reported. "And Hedwig's arrived. Clever Owl found her way here even through the Fidelius." Indeed, a familiar snowy form glided through an open window, landing gracefully on Harry's shoulder with an affectionate nip to his ear. For the first time since leaving Hogwarts, Harry felt something inside him relax slightly. "I suggest you get settled in," Madame Bones said, rising from the table. "Tomorrow we'll begin making more permanent arrangements, including a visit to Gringotts to discuss your inheritance." "My inheritance?" Harry repeated in surprise. "But I already have my vault." The four women exchanged significant glances that made Harry suspect he was missing something important. "Your trust vault," Narcissa clarified. "The Potter family was wealthy, Mr. Potter. What you've accessed thus far is merely an allowance established for your school years. The full inheritance becomes available when you reach maturity, or when your magical guardian deems you ready." Another detail Dumbledore neglected to share, Andromeda added with obvious disapproval. Harry's head was spinning with revelations. "What else don't I know?" "A great deal, I suspect," Narcissa said, not unkindly. "But learning everything at once would be overwhelming. For tonight, rest. Tomorrow is soon enough to begin unraveling the tapestry of half-truths you've been told." After dinner, Harry retreated to his assigned bedroom, a comfortable space with a window overlooking the sea, where Hedwig immediately claimed the perch by the casement. His enlarged trunk sat at the foot of a four-poster bed that, while not as grand as the ones at Hogwarts, looked infinitely more inviting than anything he'd slept on at Privet Drive. He was unpacking his meager possessions when a knock came at the door. To his surprise, it was Narcissa Malfoy, holding a tray with several potion vials. "Your evening treatment," she explained, setting the tray on the bedside table. "These will help continue the healing process begun yesterday." Harry eyed the potions warily. "No offense, Mrs. Malfoy, but why are you doing this? Why do you care if I'm healthy?" Narcissa considered him for a long moment, her expression unreadable. "Contrary to what you may believe, Mr. Potter, not all Slytherins delight in the suffering of children. Even those of us from complicated families have lines we don't cross. Your husband tried to kill me and my friends last year," Harry pointed out bluntly. "With Voldemort's diary." If he expected her to flinch at the accusation, he was disappointed. Narcissa's composure remained perfect, though something flickered briefly in her eyes. "My husband and I have different perspectives on many matters," she said carefully. "Lucius makes choices based on power and advantage. I make mine based on other considerations." "Like what?" A faint smile touched her lips. "Like the fact that no child deserves what was done to you at that house. Like the recognition that Dumbledore's greater good has caused immeasurable harm to innocence. Like the understanding that the future of our world may depend on choices made now, in this moment of quiet before the storm returns." She gestured to the potions. "Take these before sleeping. They will work more effectively with rest." As she turned to leave, Harry called after her, "Does Draco know what you're doing?" Narcissa paused at the door. "My son is aware that I've taken an interest in your welfare, yes. His feelings on the matter are evolving." "He hates me," Harry said simply. "He envies you," she corrected. "There's a difference. Draco has been raised to believe that certain things, attention, acclaim, success, are his birthright. Your very existence challenges those beliefs." Harry considered this perspective. "I never asked for any of it." "Which is precisely why you received it," Narcissa replied. "A paradox Draco has yet to understand." After she departed, Harry dutifully drank the potions, grimacing at their bitter taste. As he lay in the most comfortable bed he'd ever had to himself, listening to the waves crash against the cliffs below, he tried to make sense of the day's events. He was free of the Dursleys, truly, finally free. Dumbledore no longer controlled his life. Instead, he had the formidable Amelia Bones as his guardian, the protection of trained Aurors, and the most unlikely ally imaginable in Narcissa Malfoy. It should have felt like a victory. Instead, as sleep began to claim him, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that he'd simply exchanged one form of manipulation for another, more complex one. The question that followed him into dreams was simple: what did Narcissa Malfoy really want from the boy who lived? In his office at Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore paced before the fireplace, his usual serene demeanor replaced by barely contained agitation. Minerva McGonagall and Severus Snape watched silently from their chairs, the former with disapproval, the latter with careful neutrality. "You're certain?" Dumbledore asked for the third time. "Harry is no longer at the safe house the Ministry established. He was relocated within hours of the Wisengamot decision," McGonagall confirmed. "Amelia is nothing if not thorough. And you didn't think to inform me of this plan?" There was an edge to Dumbledore's voice that few ever heard. McGonagall's expression hardened. "I was not made aware of the details, Albus, only that Harry would be secured away from potential interference. Given recent revelations about his treatment at the Dursleys, treatment you apparently knew about and allowed to continue, I considered this a sensible precaution." Dumbledore stopped pacing, his age suddenly visible in the slump of his shoulders. "You cannot understand the complexities of the situation, Minerva." "Then explain them," she challenged. "Explain why the savior of the wizarding world was left to be starved and beaten by magic-hating Muggles when his parents will explicitly forbade it. Explain why the Hogwarts staff was never informed of his living conditions. Explain why, knowing what was happening, you sent him back year after year." Snape's dark eyes flickered between them, his face impassive but his attention acute. "The blood protection," Dumbledore began. "Was failing," McGonagall interrupted. "The diagnostic spells Poppy performed showed that clearly. Whatever protection Lily's sacrifice provided was weakened by the absence of love in that household. You sacrificed that boy's well-being for a shield that was crumbling anyway. There are greater considerations, greater than a child's safety." McGonagall stood abruptly. "I believed in you, Albus. Trusted your judgment. But this is indefensible." Dumbledore turned to Snape. "Severus, surely you understand. The prophecy, I understand that Lily's son was abused while under your protection," Snape said quietly, his voice devoid of its usual sarcasm. "That is, difficult to reconcile with your stated intentions to honor her sacrifice." Dumbledore sank into his chair, suddenly looking every day of his considerable age. "Everything I have done has been to prepare Harry for what is to come. Voldemort will return, indeed, the signs suggest he is already making attempts. When that time comes, Harry must be ready." "Ready to die?" McGonagall asked sharply. Dumbledore's silence was answer enough. "Merlin's beard," she whispered. "That's it, isn't it? You've been grooming him for sacrifice." "The prophecy," Dumbledore began again. "Prophecies are notoriously open to interpretation," Snape interjected, his expression unreadable. "And even if this one isn't, your methods are questionable at best." "I had hoped to spare him knowledge of his fate until he was older," Dumbledore admitted heavily. "To give him some semblance of childhood before the burden fell upon him." "Some childhood," McGonagall said bitterly. "Locked in a cupboard, starved, treated worse than a house elf." "Where is he now, Minerva?" Dumbledore asked, changing tack. "Harry remains in danger, regardless of how you view my actions. If the blood protection is truly gone, then other protections must be found," she finished firmly. "Amelia Bones is more than capable of ensuring his safety. And I suspect she has resources you haven't considered." "Narcissa Malfoy," Dumbledore said, connecting the dots. "An unlikely alliance. One that seems to have outmaneuvered you," McGonagall observed without sympathy. Dumbledore's blue eyes, devoid of their usual twinkle, fixed on Snape. "Severus, you have connections to the Malfoys. What is Narcissa's game? She cannot possibly have developed a sudden concern for Harry Potter's welfare." Snape considered his answer carefully. Narcissa has always been complex. Her loyalties lie with her family first, but her definition of family may be broader than Lucius would prefer. The Black connection to Potter through his grandmother may be a factor. Or she may be positioning herself advantageously for when the Dark Lord returns, Dumbledore suggested. Perhaps, Snape acknowledged. Though in that case, one would expect her to curry favor with you, not oppose you so publicly. Unless, McGonagall said slowly, she doesn't believe Voldemort can win next time. Or doesn't want him to. The three sat in silence, contemplating the implications of that possibility. Finally, Dumbledore rose. I must speak with Amelia. Whatever her intentions, she needs to understand what's at stake. I believe, McGonagall said dryly, that ship has sailed, Albus. The Wizengamot investigation into your actions as Harry's guardian begins next week. Until then, I doubt Amelia will entertain your concerns. Then we must find another avenue, Dumbledore said, determination returning to his voice. Severus, approach Lucius. His reaction to Narcissa's actions may be informative. Snape inclined his head slightly. And what shall I tell him of your position? The truth, Dumbledore said after a moment. That I am concerned for Harry's safety away from the Blood Wards. That I fear Narcissa may not understand the dangers involved. After Snape departed, McGonagall fixed Dumbledore with a piercing look. I notice you didn't instruct him to mention your belief that Harry must eventually die to defeat Voldemort. Some truths are not meant for all ears, Minerva. Including Harry's, she challenged. He has the right to know what fate you've assigned him. Dumbledore shook his head. Not yet. He's still too young to understand. He's young enough that you believed he should suffer abuse for the greater good, but too young to know why. McGonagall stood, gathering her robes about her. Your logic fails me, Albus. Perhaps it's time you considered that your judgment in this matter has been fundamentally flawed from the beginning. After she left, Dumbledore remained motionless in his chair, staring at Fawkes's empty perch. The Phoenix was away on one of its mysterious journeys, perhaps another omen, if one believed in such things. For the first time in many years, Albus Dumbledore faced a bitter truth: he might have made a terrible mistake. The carefully constructed plans of decades were unraveling, and at the center of that unraveling was an unlikely alliance between two women he had severely underestimated. The following morning, Harry woke to sunlight streaming through his window and the distant cry of gulls. For a disorienting moment, he couldn't remember where he was. The room was too spacious to be his cupboard, too comfortable to be Dudley's second bedroom, and too quiet to be his Hogwarts dormitory. Then memory returned, the Wizengamot hearing, the confrontation at Privet Drive, the cliffside cottage. He was free of the Dursleys. Permanently. The thought was still so new, so fragile, that he hesitated to fully embrace it lest it shatter like a dream upon waking. He lay still, watching dust motes dance in the sunbeam, afraid that any movement might break the spell. A knock at his door finally forced him to move. Come in, he called, sitting up and reaching for his glasses. Tonks poked her head in, her hair a cheerful turquoise this morning. Watch her, Harry. Breakfast in 10. Amelia's here with news. I'll be right down, Harry promised, suddenly realizing he was starving. Downstairs, he found Madame Bones already seated at the table, reviewing parchments while sipping tea. She looked up as he entered, offering a brief but genuine smile. Good morning, Mr. Potter. I trust you slept well. Best sleep I've had in ages, Harry admitted, taking a seat. And please, call me Harry. Madame Bones considered this, then nodded. Very well, Harry. And you may call me Amelia, at least in private settings. In public, formality may still be necessary. Tonks bustled about, setting plates of eggs, bacon, and toast on the table with more enthusiasm than grace. Eat up. Big day ahead. Indeed, Amelia agreed, setting aside her paperwork. We have an appointment at Gringotts at 10, followed by a meeting with Narcissa regarding the implementation of the Black family protections. Additionally, there are some educational matters to discuss. Harry paused mid-bite. Educational matters? You've missed several days of school, Amelia pointed out. While I've arranged for your assignments to be forwarded, we should discuss how to handle your academic progress during this transition period. The normality of this concern, homework, of all things, when his entire life had been upended, struck Harry as bizarrely funny. A laugh escaped before he could contain it. Sorry, he said quickly when Amelia raised an eyebrow. It's just, with everything that's happened, school assignments seem so normal. Amelia suggested with unexpected understanding. Nevertheless, education remains important, especially given certain gaps in your knowledge that have become apparent. What gaps? Harry asked, suddenly defensive. I do all right in most classes. I'm not referring to your Hogwarts curriculum, Amelia clarified. Rather, your understanding of the wizarding world itself, its customs, laws, politics, and especially your own place within it. My place? Harry repeated. Amelia nodded. As heir to the Potter family, and potentially others. Which brings us to our Gringotts appointment. After breakfast, Harry changed into the new clothes that had mysteriously appeared in his wardrobe, simple but well-made attire that actually fit, unlike Dudley's hand-me-downs. When he returned downstairs, he found Tonks waiting by the fireplace, her appearance transformed to that of a nondescript middle-aged wizard. Disguise for both of us, she explained, tapping her wand on Harry's head. He felt the strange sensation of a disillusionment charm trickling down his body, followed by a subtle shifting that suggested further appearance changes. Can't have anyone recognizing the boy who lived at Gringotts, can we? Their journey to the Wizarding Bank involved multiple Floo connections through secure ministry locations before finally emerging from a private entrance Harry hadn't known existed. Amelia, who had preceded them, waited in a secluded office where a goblin with particularly impressive ear hair sat behind an ornate desk. Ripjaw will be handling our business today, Amelia explained as Harry and Tonks entered. He specializes in hereditary accounts and has been briefed on our need for discretion. The goblin's shrewd eyes examined Harry. The disguise is unnecessary here, Madam Bones. Gringotts magic recognizes the true identity of all who enter our doors, a security measure that has served us for centuries. With a wave of Tonks's wand, Harry felt the disguising magic dissolve. Ripjaw nodded in satisfaction. Mr. Potter, he acknowledged with minimal courtesy. We've been expecting you to claim your full inheritance for some time. Your former guardian was reluctant to facilitate such a meeting. My inheritance? Harry asked. I thought I already had access to my vault. The goblin's expression might have been a smile or a grimace. With goblins, it was hard to tell. That, Mr. Potter, is merely your trust vault. The Potter family holdings are considerably more extensive. What followed was a dizzying financial education as Ripjaw produced ledgers, property deeds, and investment portfolios detailing wealth Harry had never imagined. The Potter family, it seemed, had significant holdings not only in galleons but in properties across Britain and Europe, business investments in both magical and Muggle enterprises, and ancient artifacts of considerable value. But why didn't anyone tell me? Harry asked, overwhelmed by the information. Your magical guardian, Ripjaw explained with obvious disapproval, instructed that you be given only the basic information necessary to access your school trust. All other matters were to be deferred until you reached majority. Which was not his decision to make, Amelia interjected firmly. The Potter will specify that Harry should receive a full accounting of his inheritance upon turning 11, with graduated access beginning at 13, which he now is. The goblin produced a small wooden box inlaid with the Potter crest, a shield featuring a stag and lily. Your heir ring, Mr. Potter. Once worn, it will confirm your status and grant you access to the family vaults, though certain transactions will still require your guardian's approval until you reach 16. With trembling fingers, Harry opened the box. Inside lay a gold ring set with a deep red stone, the Potter crest engraved upon it. As he slipped it onto his right hand, he felt a warm pulse of magic, and the ring resized itself to fit perfectly. "There is more," Ripjaw continued, producing another ledger. "Through your grandmother, Doria Black, you have a secondary claim to certain Black family assets, though the primary inheritance is currently in dispute." "Dispute?" Harry questioned. Amelia and Ripjaw exchanged glances. "The current legal heir to the Black fortune is Sirius Black," Amelia explained carefully. "Who, despite his imprisonment, was never formally disinherited. It's a complicated situation." "Sirius Black. The man who betrayed my parents." Harry felt a surge of anger. "He gets their family's money while they're dead because of him." Another significant look passed between Amelia and the goblin. "That," Amelia said after a moment, "is a matter for another discussion. For now, let's focus on establishing your access to the Potter holdings." The remainder of the meeting involved signing various documents, reviewing property details, and establishing new security protocols for Harry's accounts. By the time they finished, Harry's head was swimming with information about investments, entailments, and hereditary obligations he'd never known existed. "One final matter," Ripjaw said as they prepared to leave. "The Potter family vault contains several items left specifically for Mr. Potter by his parents, personal effects and letters that were to be given to him upon his first full vault access. Would you like to retrieve them now?" Harry's heart leapt. "Yes, please." The journey deep into Gringotts was familiar yet different, the cart traveling to depths Harry had never visited before, passing through increasingly complex security measures. Finally, they arrived at a massive door bearing the same crest as his ring. "Place your hand on the door, Mr. Potter," Ripjaw instructed. "The family magic will recognize you." When Harry complied, the door shimmered and swung open to reveal a vault far larger than his trust account. Mountains of gold, silver, and bronze coins formed mere islands in a sea of artifacts, furniture, books, and treasures accumulated over generations. "Merlin," Tonks whispered behind him. Ripjaw led them to a simple wooden chest placed prominently near the entrance. "This was positioned here on your parents' instruction, to be given priority over all other vault contents." With hands that shook slightly, Harry opened the chest. Inside lay several items, a leather-bound journal with his mother's name embossed on the cover, a small box containing what appeared to be his father's Quidditch captain badge and head boy pin, photographs he'd never seen before, and several sealed letters, one with his name written in a flowing feminine script he somehow knew was his mother's. May I take these with me?" Harry asked, his voice thick with emotion. "Of course," Amelia said gently. "They're yours, Harry." He carefully placed the items in a bag Tonks conjured, handling them as if they might dissolve at any moment. These weren't just possessions, they were connections to the parents he barely remembered, tangible proof they had existed and loved him enough to leave these things specifically for him. Their return journey to the cottage passed in a blur, Harry's mind too full of revelations to process anything else. Once back in the safety of Cove Cottage, he retreated to his room, the bag of treasures clutched tightly to his chest. Alone, he spread the items on his bed, uncertain where to begin. Finally, he selected his mother's letter, breaking the seal with trembling fingers. "My dearest Harry, if you're reading this, then the protections your father and I have placed have failed, and we are no longer with you. I cannot express how deeply that pains me, to know I won't see you grow up, won't be there for your first day at Hogwarts, won't embarrass you when you bring home your first girlfriend, or boyfriend. We would love you just the same. There's so much I want to tell you, so much wisdom I hope to share over years of watching you grow. Instead, I must condense a lifetime of love into this letter and hope that somehow, it reaches your heart. First, know that you were wanted and loved beyond measure. Your father and I tried for years to have a child before you came along, our miracle, our greatest joy. James became a different man the moment he first held you, still mischievous and bold, but with a new center of gravity. You. Second, whatever you've been told about our deaths, know this: we chose to stand against darkness. Not because we were fearless or foolhardy, but because we believed in building a world where you could grow up without fear. If that choice cost us our lives, we made it willingly, with open eyes and full hearts. Third, and perhaps most important, you are not defined by prophecy or circumstance or the expectations of others. You are Harry James Potter, son of Lily and James, heir to both our strengths and our weaknesses. Your path is yours to choose. I've left my journals for you, not because they contain great wisdom, though your mother does occasionally have brilliant insights, but because I want you to know me as a person, not just as a saint or martyr. I made mistakes. I had regrets. I also had joy, passion, and purpose. I hope reading these pages helps you see the whole woman, not just the mother who died to protect you. There are practical matters addressed in separate documents: finances, properties, heirlooms. But those are just things. This letter contains what matters most: my enduring love for you, my pride in the person you are becoming, and my hopes for the life you will build. Be brave, my darling boy, but remember that bravery includes asking for help when you need it. Be kind, even when it's difficult. And above all, be yourself, wholly, authentically, gloriously yourself. With all my heart, Mum. By the time Harry finished reading, tears streamed freely down his face. He clutched the letter to his chest, feeling simultaneously hollowed out and filled to bursting. These weren't just words on parchment, this was his mother's voice, reaching across years and death to speak directly to him. A soft knock at his door barely registered. When it opened to reveal Narcissa Malfoy, Harry hastily wiped his eyes, embarrassed to be caught crying. "I apologize for the intrusion," she said, hesitating at the threshold. "Amelia mentioned your Gringotts visit. I can return later if you prefer." "No," Harry said, carefully folding his mother's letter. "It's fine." Narcissa entered, her gaze falling on the items spread across the bed. Something flickered in her expression: recognition, perhaps, or memory. "Your mother's journal," she observed softly. Lily was known for her brilliant charm work, even at school. Many of her innovations were years ahead of their time. Harry looked up in surprise. "You knew my mother?" "Not well," Narcissa admitted. "We were in different houses and different years. But her reputation was significant, even among those who disapproved of her birth status." A faint smile touched her lips. She once hexed Lucius when he attempted to intimidate some younger Muggle-born students. His eyebrows took weeks to grow back properly. This unexpected glimpse of his mother, not as a saint or sacrifice, but as a fierce, principled young witch, made Harry smile despite his tears. "I never knew," he said simply. "No one tells me stories like that." "An oversight that should be remedied," Narcissa observed, taking a seat in the chair by the window. "Your parents were remarkable people, regardless of one's political views. Their defiance of the Dark Lord was legendary, even among his followers." Something in her tone made Harry look at her more closely. "Were you? I mean, did you support Voldemort?" Narcissa didn't flinch at the name, though a slight tightening around her eyes betrayed discomfort. "My situation was complicated. I was married to Lucius by then, bound by vows that limited my options. My personal views were considered irrelevant." It wasn't quite an answer, but Harry sensed it was as close to the truth as she was willing to come. "Why are you helping me now?" "Really?" "Several reasons," she acknowledged. "Some practical, some personal. But perhaps the most relevant is that I've seen what blind allegiance to power costs. My sister Bellatrix sacrificed her sanity and humanity at the Dark Lord's altar. My husband risked our family's safety and reputation for a master who valued loyalty only as a tool. And Dumbledore," she paused. "Dumbledore sacrificed your childhood for his greater vision, just as the Dark Lord sacrificed his followers for his. So you're what, taking a third option?" Harry asked skeptically. "Precisely. Narcissa's blue eyes met his directly. The Black family motto is, toujours pur, always pure. My ancestors interpreted that as blood purity. I prefer to think of it as purity of purpose, of intent. The magical world faces threats from all sides, not just dark wizards, but the stagnation and corruption that weakens us from within. She gestured to the items from his parents. Lily and James Potter fought not just against the Dark Lord, but for a better world. Their sacrifice deserves better than to become merely a pawn move in someone else's game, whether Dumbledore's or anyone else's. Before Harry could respond to this surprisingly passionate speech, footsteps on the stairs announced Amelia's arrival. "Ah, Narcissa, you've arrived," she said, entering the room. "We should begin preparations for the protection ritual before sunset." Harry reluctantly gathered his parents' items, storing them carefully in his trunk. "What exactly is this ritual?" "A variation on ancient family magic," Narcissa explained, rising gracefully. "The Black lineage has always specialized in protections, barriers, concealments, sanctuary spells. What we're creating is a network of safeguards linked to your blood connection to the Black family through your grandmother." "Will it hurt?" Harry asked, following them downstairs. "Not precisely," Narcissa replied carefully. "But it will be uncomfortable. Magic of this nature requires intent, focus, and a certain amount of sacrifice." In the cottage's main room, Harry found Andromeda already setting up an intricate arrangement of silver bowls, candles, and what appeared to be family heirlooms bearing the Black crest. Tonks stood nearby, looking uncharacteristically serious as she reinforced the cottage's existing protections. "The ritual requires blood from all participating Black descendants," Andromeda explained, handing Harry a ceremonial silver dagger with the Black crest on its hilt. "Just a few drops, enough to create the connection without endangering anyone." "Blood magic?" Harry asked uncertainly. "Isn't that dark arts?" "Family magic," Narcissa corrected. "The Ministry's classifications of dark and light are relatively recent and politically motivated. This magic predates such distinctions by centuries." "What Narcissa means," Amelia interjected with a pointed look, "is that this particular ritual falls within legal parameters as hereditary protection magic, specifically exempted under the 1612 Family Preservation Statutes." Harry had the distinct impression he was witnessing an ongoing debate between the two women, Narcissa's more flexible view of magical categories versus Amelia's strict legal interpretation. The ritual itself was unlike anything Harry had experienced at Hogwarts. As the sun set over the sea, casting the cottage in golden light, Narcissa and Andromeda began chanting in what sounded like Latin mixed with something older and stranger. The drops of blood, from Harry, both sisters, and Tonks, merged in the central silver bowl, glowing with increasing intensity as the chant continued. Harry felt a strange pulling sensation, as if invisible threads were connecting him to the others through the glowing blood. Images flashed through his mind, a noble house he'd never seen, a family tree tapestry with burned spots, a woman with wild dark hair laughing maniacally, a baby with shifting hair colors crying in a cradle. The magic built to a crescendo as Narcissa placed his Potter heir ring into the glowing mixture, followed by a Black family signet she removed from her own finger. When Andromeda added a third ring, simpler but clearly ancient, the magic flashed blindingly bright, then seemed to absorb into the three rings. "It is done," Narcissa announced, her voice hoarse from the chanting. She retrieved Harry's ring, now subtly changed. The red stone remained, but the band now featured entwined designs suggesting both Potter and Black heritage. As Harry slipped it back onto his finger, he felt the magic settle around him like an invisible cloak, not constraining, but comforting, as if distant family members stood protectively at his shoulders. "The protection extends beyond this cottage," Andromeda explained, looking tired but satisfied. "Any property with Black or Potter connections will recognize you and shield you. Additionally, blood wards similar to those at Privet Drive, but stronger due to willing participation, now create a network of safe locations. Most importantly," Narcissa added, "these protections move with you, rather than being fixed to a single location." They also recognize friends and foes through intent. Those who mean you harm will find their magic weakened in your presence. Harry touched the ring in wonder. This is brilliant, but won't Voldemort just power through it? He's supposed to be the strongest dark wizard ever. The sisters exchanged glances before Narcissa answered carefully. The Dark Lord's power was formidable, yes. But even he respected the ancient family magics, perhaps because his own lineage connected him to similar protections. More importantly, these safeguards are now linked to multiple bloodlines, creating a web rather than a single barrier. Think of it as the difference between a shield and a fortress, Andromeda suggested. Dumbledore's blood protection was a shield, powerful but limited. This is a fortress with multiple defenses. As the adults cleared away the ritual components, Harry tried to process everything that had happened in the past few days. His entire understanding of his place in the wizarding world had been upended, from unwanted burden to heir of a wealthy, respected family, from Dumbledore's ward to Amelia Bones's charge, from unprotected target to the focus of ancient family magic. It was overwhelming, exhilarating, and terrifying all at once. Later that evening, as Harry sat by the cottage window watching moonlight glitter on the sea, Amelia joined him with 2 mugs of hot chocolate. A lot to take in, she observed, handing him a mug. Harry nodded, accepting the drink gratefully. I feel like everything I thought I knew was wrong. Not wrong, Amelia corrected gently. Incomplete. You've been given fragments of truth shaped to serve others' purposes, sometimes with good intentions, sometimes not. Like Dumbledore, Harry said, the betrayal still fresh and painful. He knew the Dursleys were awful. He knew my parents never wanted me there. Why? Amelia considered her answer carefully. Albus Dumbledore has spent decades fighting dark forces, first Grindelwald, then Voldemort. That kind of long-term conflict changes a person's perspective. When you've seen thousands die, the suffering of one child might seem acceptable, if it serves a greater purpose. What purpose could possibly justify that? Harry demanded. That, Amelia said quietly, is something we're still trying to determine. But I suspect it relates to a prophecy made before your birth, one that Dumbledore believes connects you and Voldemort inextricably. Harry nearly dropped his mug. A prophecy? About me? The full contents are secured in the Department of Mysteries, but yes. Dumbledore was present when it was made and has based many of his decisions regarding you on its contents. What does it say? Harry asked urgently. Amelia shook her head. I don't know the exact wording. Few do. But the general thrust seems to be that you have some role to play in Voldemort's ultimate defeat. Harry sat back, stunned by this revelation. So everything, the Dursleys, Dumbledore's strange behavior, even Voldemort trying to kill me as a baby, it's all because of some prophecy. Perhaps, Amelia acknowledged. Though I prefer to believe in choice rather than predestination. Prophecies are notoriously ambiguous and often self-fulfilling. By acting on this one, Dumbledore and Voldemort may have created the very circumstance they sought to control. They sat in silence for a while, watching the moonlight on the water. Finally, Harry asked the question that had been troubling him most. What happens now? I mean, Dumbledore isn't just going to accept all this, is he? And what about when I go back to Hogwarts? No, he won't simply accept it, Amelia agreed. Which is why we've moved so quickly to establish legal guardianship and magical protections. As for Hogwarts, you will return after the holidays, with additional safeguards in place. Professor McGonagall has agreed to serve as your in-school guardian, with direct authority to override the headmaster regarding your welfare. And Narcissa Malfoy? What's her role in all this going forward? Amelia smiled slightly. Officially, she's a consultant on the protective magics due to your black family connection. Unofficially, I believe she's positioning herself carefully for whatever comes next in our world. Narcissa plays a long game, Harry. Remember that. It wasn't entirely reassuring, but Harry appreciated the honesty. One more question. Of course. Sirius Black, Harry said, noting how Amelia tensed slightly at the name. At Gringotts, you and Ripjaw exchanged looks when I mentioned him betraying my parents. What aren't you telling me? Amelia set down her mug, her expression grave. That is a complicated matter requiring a longer discussion than we have time for tonight. But I promise you this, I am investigating Sirius Black's case personally, and when I have concrete information rather than suspicions, you will be the first to know. It wasn't the answer Harry wanted, but he recognized the same determination in Amelia's voice that she'd shown in the Wizengamot. Whatever the truth about Sirius Black, she intended to find it. As Harry finally retired to bed that night, his mind swirled with the day's revelations, his inheritance, his mother's letter, the protection ritual, the prophecy. Yet amid the confusion, one certainty emerged: for the first time since entering the wizarding world, people were telling him the truth, however difficult it might be to hear. That alone made him feel more secure than any ritual magic possibly could. At Malfoy Manor, Lucius paced the drawing room like a caged predator, his usual aristocratic composure fractured by rage. The fire roared unnaturally high in the grate, responding to his agitated magic. How dare she, he snarled to the empty room. Undermining me publicly, allying with blood traitors, offering Black family protection to Potter of all people. A house elf appeared with a crack, bearing a silver tray with fire whiskey. It set the tray down with trembling hands and vanished before Lucius could vent his fury on the creature. Pouring himself a generous measure, Lucius downed it in one swallow, then hurled the crystal glass into the fireplace. The resulting flare briefly illuminated a figure in the doorway, Draco, pale and uncertain, watching his father's uncharacteristic display of emotion. "Father," he ventured cautiously. Lucius spun around, anger momentarily redirected. "Draco. Why aren't you at school?" "Special permission from Professor Snape," Draco explained, entering the room carefully. "After the Wizengamot session. I wanted to understand what's happening with Mother." Lucius's expression darkened. "Your mother has taken leave of her senses. Temporary insanity is the only explanation for her current behavior." "But why would she help Potter?" Draco asked, genuinely confused. "She knows how I feel about him." "This isn't about your schoolboy rivalry," Lucius snapped, pouring another drink. "This is politics, dangerous, potentially ruinous politics. Narcissa has aligned herself against the Dark Lord's interests, publicly challenging Dumbledore while simultaneously rejecting our traditional alliances." "I don't understand," Draco admitted. Lucius studied his son, considering how much to reveal. Draco was 13, still a child in many ways, but heir to the Malfoy legacy and old enough to begin understanding the complexities of their position. "Your mother," he said finally, "has gambled our family's standing on a radical repositioning. By championing Potter while simultaneously challenging Dumbledore, she's attempting to establish a third faction, one aligned neither with the Dark Lord's former supporters nor with the Order of the Phoenix." "Is that bad?" Draco asked hesitantly. Lucius laughed bitterly. "Bad? It's either brilliant or suicidal, depending on factors beyond her control, beyond anyone's control. If the Dark Lord truly returns, as many believe he will, her actions will be seen as betrayal. If he doesn't, or if Potter somehow prevails again." He trailed off, considering possibilities he'd previously dismissed. "What about you?" Draco asked. "You voted with Mother in the Wizengamot." "A calculated necessity," Lucius acknowledged. "To publicly oppose her would create the appearance of family division, weakening both our positions. Better to maintain the facade of unity while resolving our differences privately." Draco absorbed this explanation, his young face troubled. "Father, at school, how should I act toward Potter now?" It was a surprisingly astute question, revealing a political awareness Lucius hadn't realized his son possessed. He set down his glass, considering his answer carefully. "For now, observe but don't engage," he decided. Neither friendship nor open hostility. Potter's status has changed, he's no longer Dumbledore's pawn but a central player with powerful backers. Until we determine your mother's endgame, neutrality is our safest position. And if Potter approaches me? After all, Mother's helping him. Then you listen, Lucius said firmly. Information is power, Draco. Gather it without revealing our uncertainty. Remember, a Malfoy must always appear to be in control of the situation, even when the ground shifts beneath his feet. After Draco retired for the night, Lucius continued his contemplation before the fire. Narcissa's move had been bold, calculated, and, most disturbingly, executed without his knowledge until it was too late to intervene. The precision of the plan suggested long preparation, which raised troubling questions about when his wife had begun plotting her independent course. The faint burning in his left arm, increasing gradually over recent months, complicated matters further. If the Dark Lord was indeed finding ways to return, Lucius's position was precarious. His claims of being imperious had preserved the family's status and wealth after the First War, but a second chance was unlikely. Perhaps Narcissa's strategy offered an alternative he hadn't considered, a way to preserve the Malfoy legacy regardless of which power ultimately prevailed. Clever, Narcissa, he murmured, rotating his empty glass thoughtfully. Dangerous, reckless, potentially catastrophic, but clever. The question now was whether to undermine her efforts or subtly support them while maintaining plausible deniability. Either path carried significant risks. As the fire burned lower, Lucius made his decision. He would wait, watch, and prepare for multiple possible outcomes. And when the critical moment arrived, when either Dumbledore, the Dark Lord, or some new power emerged victorious, the Malfoys would be positioned to claim they had supported the winning side all along. After all, survival was the purest Slytherin ambition, and in that, at least, he and Narcissa remained perfectly aligned. The following morning at Hogwarts, students gathered in the Great Hall for breakfast amid swirling rumors about Harry Potter's absence and the dramatic Wizengamot session reported in the Daily Prophet. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy picked at his food, ignoring Crabbe and Goyle's usual buffoonery while processing his father's instructions. "Is it true your mother's adopted Potter?" Pansy Parkinson asked, sliding onto the bench beside him. "Father says she spoke for him at the Wizengamot." "Don't be ridiculous," Draco snapped. "She's involved with his protection due to his black family connections. It's a political maneuver, nothing more." The explanation, rehearsed with his father, rolled smoothly off his tongue. Whether anyone believed it was another matter entirely. "That's not what the prophet's saying," Theodore Nott commented from across the table. "They're calling it, the unexpected alliance and speculating about major shifts in wizarding politics." "The prophet," Draco said disdainfully, "would print that Dumbledore is secretly a mermaid if it sold papers." This earned chuckles from his housemates, temporarily diffusing the tension. But Draco remained uncomfortably aware of the calculating looks from older Slytherins whose parents had known connections to the Dark Lord's former circle. Across the hall, similar conversations occurred at the Gryffindor table, where Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger sat slightly apart from their housemates, their concern for Harry evident. "I still don't understand why he couldn't at least send an owl," Ron complained, pushing his breakfast around his plate without his usual enthusiasm. "I mean, we're supposed to be his best friends." Professor McGonagall explained the security concerns, Hermione reminded him. "Any communication could be tracked. Besides, the important thing is that Harry's finally away from those awful relatives." "Yeah, but staying with Malfoy's mum? How's that any better?" "He's not staying with Mrs. Malfoy," Hermione corrected. "He's under Madame Bones's guardianship. Mrs. Malfoy is only involved with some kind of magical protection because Harry's related to the Black family through his grandmother." Ron shook his head in disbelief. "Still sounds mental to me. The Malfoys have always been dark wizards. What if it's some kind of trap?" Hermione bit her lip, clearly sharing some of his concern despite her rational explanation. Professor McGonagall wouldn't allow it if she thought Harry was in danger. And the Wisengamot approved everything officially. Because politicians are always trustworthy, Ron muttered. He glanced toward the staff table, where Dumbledore's absence was conspicuous. Even Dumbledore couldn't stop it. That's what worries me most. Before Hermione could respond, Professor McGonagall approached their table, her expression stern but with an underlying hint of concern. Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, she said quietly. Please come to my office after breakfast. There are matters we should discuss regarding Mr. Potter's situation. As she walked away, Ron and Hermione exchanged hopeful glances. Perhaps they would finally get some real answers about their friend's mysterious absence. In her office 30 minutes later, McGonagall regarded the two students over her spectacles, weighing her words carefully. What I'm about to share must remain confidential, she began. Not because Mr. Potter wishes to exclude you, but because his safety depends on limited information distribution. Both students nodded solemnly. Mr. Potter is currently residing in a secure location under Madame Bones's guardianship. The transition has been challenging, but he is physically safe and receiving proper care, including medical treatment for long-standing issues related to his previous living situation. Medical treatment? Hermione repeated anxiously. Was Harry hurt? McGonagall's expression tightened. Mr. Potter has endured his relative's mistreatment for many years. The extent of that mistreatment only recently came to light and is being addressed. Ron's ears reddened with anger. We knew those Muggles were awful, but, did they hurt him? Really hurt him? I cannot share specifics without Mr. Potter's permission, McGonagall replied. However, I will say that the situation warranted immediate intervention and criminal charges are being considered against the Dursleys. Hermione's eyes widened in shock. Criminal charges? For what they did to Harry? Precisely. McGonagall softened slightly at their obvious distress. I understand your concern for your friend. It speaks well of you both. However, I must ask you to respect his privacy in this matter. When Mr. Potter returns after the holidays, he may choose to share details with you, or he may not. Either way, your support rather than your questions will be most valuable. Can we write to him at least? Ron asked hopefully. Not directly, McGonagall said. But you may give letters to me, and I will ensure they reach him through secure channels. Similarly, he may respond through the same route. After providing additional guidelines for their correspondence, McGonagall dismissed them with a rare show of emotion, a gentle squeeze of Hermione's shoulder and a brief, awkward pat on Ron's arm. He will be all right, she assured them. For perhaps the first time, Mr. Potter has adults truly advocating for his best interests. As they left her office, Ron and Hermione tried to process what they'd learned, and what had been carefully left unsaid. She didn't mention Malfoy's mother at all, Ron noted as they walked toward Gryffindor Tower. Or why Dumbledore let all this happen. I don't think Dumbledore let anything happen, Hermione said thoughtfully. The way Professor McGonagall spoke, it sounded more like events proceeded despite his wishes. But why would Dumbledore want Harry to stay with abusive relatives? Ron asked, genuinely bewildered. That doesn't make any sense. Hermione's expression grew troubled. I don't know. But I intend to find out. Back in her office, Minerva McGonagall sat heavily in her chair, the weight of recent revelations pressing down on her. She'd trusted Albus for decades, believed in his wisdom and fundamental goodness. Now she found herself questioning everything, his judgment, his methods, even his ultimate goals. What were you thinking, Albus? She whispered to the empty room. What possible purpose could justify what was done to that boy? The absence of answers troubled her almost as much as the questions themselves. But one thing had become crystal clear amid the confusion: her priority now was protecting Harry Potter, even if that meant standing against Albus Dumbledore himself. As December deepened toward the winter holidays, Harry settled into a routine at Cove Cottage that was unlike anything he'd previously experienced. Each morning brought lessons, Not just the Hogwarts curriculum sent by Professor McGonagall, but subjects he'd never encountered before. Amelia taught wizarding law and governance, explaining the complex structures of magical society with clarity that made Harry realize how little he actually knew about the world he'd entered. Andromeda, who visited 3 times weekly, instructed him in wizarding customs and etiquette, filling gaps in knowledge that most magical children acquired naturally from their families. Most surprisingly, Narcissa's lessons proved the most fascinating. Rather than the dark arts Harry had half expected, she taught magical theory that contextualized everything he'd learned at Hogwarts, explaining why spells worked as they did, how intent shaped magical outcomes, and the interconnections between seemingly disparate magical disciplines. Magic isn't separated into neat categories, she explained during one session, demonstrating how a simple Lumos charm could be modified through intent to heal minor injuries. The Ministry classifications of light and dark, while politically useful, are magically arbitrary. What matters is intent, control, and consequence. But some spells are inherently dark, aren't they? Harry asked, thinking of the unforgivables. Like the killing curse that Voldemort used on my parents? Narcissa considered her answer carefully. Certain magics require harmful intent to function, the unforgivables being prime examples. But even these exist on a spectrum. The Imperious Curse, for instance, shares magical foundations with healing spells used for patients unable to comply with treatment due to mental confusion. These nuanced discussions challenged Harry's previously black-and-white understanding of magic. He began to recognize that his Hogwarts education, while solid, was deliberately simplified and politically sanitized. The physical aspects of his new routine were equally transformative. Daily potions continued to address years of malnutrition and untreated injuries. Proper meals, regular sleep in a comfortable bed, and an absence of constant stress allowed his body to begin healing properly. Tonks, during her security shifts, taught him basic self-defense, both magical and physical techniques that Aurors used when wands weren't practical. Sometimes the best spell is a quick dodge, she explained cheerfully while demonstrating how to roll away from incoming curses. Between lessons, Harry had time to explore the cottage and its surroundings, always within the protected boundaries. He flew his firebolt along the cliffs, reveling in the freedom of open sky after years of confinement. He read his mother's journals, discovering the brilliant, fierce, sometimes insecure young woman behind the saintly image others had presented. He wrote letters to Ron and Hermione, carefully edited by Amelia before being sent through McGonagall's secure channel. And gradually, almost imperceptibly, he began to change, not just physically as proper nutrition filled out his frame, but internally. The constant vigilance required at the Dursleys slowly unwound. The reflexive flinch when adults raised their hands near him diminished. The instinct to hide his intelligence, cultivated through years of punishment for outperforming Dudley, began to fade. "You're standing straighter," Narcissa observed one afternoon as she arrived for his lesson. "Good. Posture reflects confidence, and confidence is essential for controlled magic." Harry hadn't noticed the change himself, but realized she was right. "I feel different," he admitted. "Less. I don't know, compressed." "An apt description," she agreed. "You were living in a state of constant defensive magic, your core responding to perceived threats by keeping itself tightly controlled. As that tension releases, your natural abilities will expand." This prediction proved accurate as Harry found his spellwork becoming more precise and powerful. Charms that had previously required concentration now came naturally. Transfigurations held longer and showed finer detail. Even his potions work improved without Snape's looming presence and the Slytherin's sabotage. One evening, 2 weeks into his stay, Amelia called him to the cottage's small study. Her expression was unusually grave as she gestured for him to sit. "Harry," she began formally, "there's a matter we need to discuss, one I've been investigating carefully before bringing to your attention." Sensing the seriousness of the conversation, Harry sat straighter. "What is it?" "Sirius Black." Amelia placed a folder on the desk between them. I believe you deserve to know the truth about his case, complicated though it is. Harry's stomach tightened. The man who betrayed my parents. That, Amelia said carefully, is what most of the wizarding world believes. However, my investigation has uncovered discrepancies that call the official narrative into question. For the next hour, Amelia methodically presented evidence that shook Harry's understanding of his parents' betrayal, the absence of a trial for Sirius Black, the lack of interrogation under Veritaserum, conflicting witness statements about the confrontation with Peter Pettigrew, and most significantly, documentation suggesting Pettigrew, not Black, had been the Potter's secret keeper. But if Black wasn't the secret keeper, why would everyone think he was? Harry asked, struggling to process these revelations. Because that was the plan, Amelia explained. According to what I've pieced together, your parents and Black created a deliberate misdirection. Everyone would assume Black, as James's best friend, was the secret keeper, while Pettigrew, considered less obvious and therefore safer, actually held the secret. Then Pettigrew betrayed them, Harry said slowly. And Black went after him, not the other way around. Amelia nodded. That's my working theory, supported by what little evidence remains. The question is why Black didn't simply explain this at his trial, except he never received one. He was sent directly to Azkaban during the chaos following Voldemort's defeat. So an innocent man has been in Azkaban for 12 years, Harry whispered, the injustice of it hitting him fully. My father's best friend. Your godfather, Amelia added quietly. And the named guardian in your parents' will. Harry sat back, stunned by the implications. That's why Dumbledore sealed the will, isn't it? Because it named Sirius as my guardian. Partly, Amelia agreed. Though I suspect his motivations were more complex. The blood protection narrative required your placement with Petunia Dursley. Black's guardianship would have prevented that arrangement. What happens now? Harry asked. Can you free him? Prove he's innocent. I'm building a case for a formal review, Amelia explained. It's delicate, many powerful people were involved in Black's imprisonment, including current ministry officials. Moving too quickly could alert those with reason to prevent the truth from emerging. Like who? Amelia hesitated. Potentially, the real traitor. If Pettigrew is indeed alive, as some evidence suggests, he has every reason to maintain the narrative of Black's guilt. The possibility that his parents' actual betrayer might still be alive sent a chill through Harry. Could he be dangerous to us? To this plan? Potentially, Amelia acknowledged. Which is why we're proceeding carefully. The protective measures around you account for threats from multiple sources, including those we may not have identified yet. Harry absorbed this information, connecting it to other revelations of recent weeks. That's why you and Mrs. Malfoy moved so quickly after seeing my scars, isn't it? It wasn't just about the Dursleys' abuse, it was about getting me away from Dumbledore's control before I could be sent back there. Amelia's slight smile acknowledged the accuracy of his assessment. You're becoming quite perceptive, Harry. Yes, the timing was deliberate. Narcissa and I had different motivations but a shared recognition that your situation required immediate intervention. And now you're both committed to freeing my godfather as well, Harry observed. Actually, Amelia said carefully, Narcissa's position on Black is complicated. He's her cousin, but their families took opposite sides during the war. Her involvement in his case is limited to providing family records that support his potential innocence. The complexities of wizarding politics and family relationships continued to surprise Harry. Nothing was as straightforward as it had initially seemed, not Dumbledore's benevolence, not the Dursleys' guardianship, not Sirius Black's guilt, and certainly not Narcissa Malfoy's motivations. Later that night, unable to sleep with his mind full of these revelations, Harry stood at his bedroom window, watching moonlight on the restless sea. The cottage had become a sanctuary of sorts, but he knew it was temporary, a pause between the life he'd had and whatever came next. In less than 2 weeks, he would return to Hogwarts, where Dumbledore's influence remained powerful despite recent setbacks. The headmaster wouldn't have abandoned whatever plans he'd been constructing for Harry's role in the coming conflict. And if Voldemort was truly finding ways to return, as everyone seemed to believe, the relative peace of recent days would inevitably shatter. Yet for the first time, Harry didn't feel entirely alone in facing these challenges. He had Amelia's steady guidance, the protection of ancient family magic, and allies in unexpected places, including the mother of his school nemesis. As complex and confusing as this new reality might be, one thing was certain: he was better prepared to face it than he had been at Privet Drive, locked in a bedroom with bars on the windows and an unhealed body bearing the marks of systematic abuse. He touched the ring on his finger, feeling the subtle pulse of protective magic that connected him to a family legacy he was only beginning to understand. Whatever came next, he would face it standing, not crouched in a cupboard, not cowering from raised hands, but standing as the son of Lily and James Potter, heir to ancient magical lines, and no one's weapon or sacrifice but his own. Chapter 3, Revelations and Alliances. Christmas morning at Cove Cottage arrived with a crystalline stillness, frost etching delicate patterns across the windows while waves crashed rhythmically against the cliffs below. Harry woke early, momentarily disoriented by the pile of wrapped packages at the foot of his bed, a sight so unfamiliar that his first instinct was to think there had been some mistake. "Happy Christmas, Harry," Tonks called, poking her head through his doorway, her hair a festive red and green. "Breakfast in 15, Amelia's making her famous cinnamon pancakes. But you can open one present now if you like." Still processing the reality of actual Christmas gifts meant for him, Harry nodded dumbly. After Tonks bounded away, he approached the packages cautiously, as though they might disappear if he moved too quickly. The largest bore a tag in Hermione's neat handwriting, while another lumpier package was unmistakably from Mrs. Weasley. But what caught his eye was a small, elegant box wrapped in silver paper with no visible tag. Curious, he unwrapped it carefully to reveal a polished wooden case bearing the Potter crest. Inside, nestled on dark velvet, lay a man's signet ring similar to the heir ring he already wore, though heavier and more ornate. A note in unfamiliar, elegant handwriting accompanied it: "Your father wore this daily after his parents passed. It's been in the Potter vault since his death. While tradition holds that the head of house ring transfers only upon reaching majority, these are exceptional times that call for reconnection with your heritage. The ring carries protective enchantments beyond those we've already established." Narcissa Malfoy Harry slipped the ring onto his left hand, feeling an immediate warm pulse of magic that seemed to resonate with the heir ring on his right. Unlike the heir ring, which had resized automatically, this one maintained its adult proportions, slightly too large for his finger, as though waiting for him to grow into the responsibility it represented. Downstairs, the cottage had been transformed. Evergreen boughs and enchanted ornaments adorned the main room, while a small but beautifully decorated tree stood by the window. The air smelled of cinnamon, pine, and something deliciously buttery baking in the oven. "There he is," Amelia announced from the kitchen doorway, wearing a surprising green apron over her usually formal attire. "Happy Christmas, Harry." "Happy Christmas," he replied, still somewhat overwhelmed. "This is all brilliant. Thank you." Before Amelia could respond, the flue activated with a whoosh of green flames. Andromeda Tonks stepped through, followed by a man Harry hadn't met before, tall and sandy-haired with kind eyes and an easy smile. "Ted Tonks," the man introduced himself, extending a hand. "Andromeda's significantly better half and Nymphadora's long-suffering father. Pleasure to finally meet you, Harry." "Don't call me Nymphadora, Dad," Tonks groaned from where she was arranging presents under the tree, her hair briefly flashing a mortified orange. Ted winked at Harry. "Some battles aren't worth fighting, but that doesn't mean I'll surrender." As they moved toward the dining table laden with breakfast, the flue activated again. This time, a young girl with strawberry blonde hair emerged, followed closely by Narcissa, whose usual perfect composure seemed slightly strained. "Susan!" Amelia exclaimed, embracing her niece warmly. "How was your stay at Hannah's?" "Lovely," Auntie, the girl replied, then turned curious eyes toward Harry. Hello, Potter. Susan, Harry nodded, recognizing her from Hufflepuff. They'd never spoken much at Hogwarts, but she'd always seemed friendly enough. Mr. Potter, Narcissa greeted him formally, though a slight smile softened her aristocratic features. I see you received my gift. Harry nodded, touching the ring automatically. It's brilliant. Thank you. Her eyes lingered briefly on the ring, something like satisfaction crossing her face before she turned to acknowledge the others, particularly Andromeda and Ted, with whom the atmosphere held a palpable tension despite outward civility. Breakfast was unlike any meal Harry had experienced, filled with easy conversation, genuine laughter, and a sense of warmth that had nothing to do with the crackling fire. Susan, initially reserved, gradually opened up, especially when the conversation turned to Hogwarts. The Hufflepuff common room is positively buzzing with theories about your absence, she informed Harry, buttering a scone. Everything from secret training with foreign wizards to being kidnapped by mere people. Harry choked slightly on his pumpkin juice. Mere people? Apparently you have an underwater kingdom as your birthright, Susan said with a perfectly straight face before breaking into a grin. Hufflepuffs can be quite imaginative when facts are scarce. And what did you tell them? Amelia asked her niece. Only that Harry was safe and that rumors help no one, Susan replied primly, earning an approving nod from her aunt. Though I may have failed to correct Justin when he suggested Harry was learning to communicate with dragons in Romania. This drew laughs around the table, even from Narcissa, whose reserved demeanor had relaxed somewhat. Harry found himself watching the unlikely assembly with a sense of wonder, the head of magical law enforcement, a disowned daughter of the House of Black, her Muggle-born husband, their metamorphmagus daughter, the wife of a suspected Death Eater, and a Hufflepuff student, all sharing Christmas breakfast in apparent harmony. After the meal came presents, more than Harry had ever received, though still modest by Dudley's standards. From Hermione, a set of books on advanced defensive magic with a note saying, "For whatever lies ahead." From the Weasleys, the expected sweater, emerald green this year, and homemade fudge. Amelia gave him a finely crafted wand holster with built-in protection against summoning charms, while the Tonks family's gift was a communication mirror paired with one Andromeda kept, for emergencies or just to talk. Susan, seemingly embarrassed, presented him with a small package containing Hufflepuff yellow wristbands enchanted with a minor shield charm. For Quidditch, she explained hurriedly. They won't stop a bludger completely, but they might reduce the impact. Brilliant, Harry said genuinely. Thanks, Susan. The morning continued in a leisurely fashion, with everyone settling into comfortable conversations around the fire. Harry found himself drawn into a game of exploding snap with Tonks and Susan, while the adults discussed matters in lower voices nearby. It was, Harry realized with a sudden ache in his chest, what Christmas should be, what it might have been all along in a world where his parents had lived, or where someone who truly cared for him had raised him after their deaths. Not extravagant or perfect, but warm, inclusive, and safe. As the day progressed, however, he noticed subtle shifts in the adults' demeanor. Amelia checked her watch more frequently. Andromeda and Narcissa moved to a corner for an intense whispered conversation. Even Ted's affable expression occasionally slipped into something more serious when he thought no one was watching. By mid-afternoon, Harry could no longer ignore the undercurrent of tension. When Amelia suggested Susan and Tonks might enjoy flying along the protected cliffside path, effectively removing them from the cottage, his suspicions were confirmed. "What's going on?" he asked bluntly once the others had departed, leaving him with Amelia, Narcissa, Andromeda, and Ted. The adults exchanged glances before Amelia nodded decisively. "We've received intelligence that Dumbledore plans to challenge your guardianship when the Wisengamot reconvenes after the holiday. Additionally, there are other developments you need to be aware of." "The full picture," Andromeda added, "not just the fragments you've been given so far." Harry straightened, recognizing the significance of the moment. "I'm ready." Then we should begin with this, Narcissa said, producing a stone basin etched with complex runes. A pensieve, a device for viewing memories. There are things you need to see rather than simply be told about. For the next several hours, Harry experienced a carefully curated sequence of memories, some from Amelia, others from Andromeda, and most surprisingly, several from Narcissa herself. He watched his parents as teenagers at Hogwarts through Andromeda's recollections, saw the early days of the war from Amelia's perspective as a young Auror, witnessed Death Eater gatherings where a younger Lucius Malfoy stood proudly while Narcissa remained expressionless in the background. Most disturbing were the memories of Wizengamot sessions immediately following Voldemort's defeat, where Dumbledore orchestrated political maneuvers with a calculating efficiency that belied his grandfatherly public image. Harry watched in growing horror as the headmaster secured his own appointment as Harry's magical guardian while simultaneously arranging for Sirius Black to be transported to Azkaban without trial. He knew, Harry whispered as they emerged from a particularly damning memory. He had to know Sirius was innocent. Suspected, at minimum, Amelia confirmed grimly. Yet he allowed an innocent man to suffer imprisonment while placing you with abusive relatives against your parents' explicit wishes. The question is why? The prophecy, Harry said automatically. He needed me raised, a certain way. Yes, but to what end? Ted, who had remained largely silent, finally spoke up. That's the real question, isn't it? What purpose does it serve for the supposed leader of the light to deliberately damage a child prophesied to defeat darkness? The room fell silent as they all contemplated this disturbing paradox. Finally, Narcissa spoke, her voice unnervingly gentle. There is a theory, she said carefully, that Dumbledore believed would explain his actions, though few would find it palatable. It concerns the nature of the Dark Lord's survival and, your connection to him. Harry's hand moved automatically to his scar. The night he gave me this. Narcissa nodded, exchanging a significant glance with her sister. The Black Family Library contains obscure texts on various methods of achieving a form of immortality. One such method involves splitting one's soul through an act of supreme evil, murder, and storing the fragment in an object. A Horcrux. You think Voldemort made one of these Horcruxes? Harry asked, struggling with the unfamiliar term. At least one, Andromeda confirmed. It would explain his survival when his body was destroyed. But there's more. She hesitated, clearly reluctant to continue. Tell me, Harry insisted. All of it. Sometimes, Narcissa said delicately, when such magic is performed in highly charged circumstances, like the night your parents died, unpredictable outcomes can occur. Including the possibility of an unintended soul fragment finding an unplanned vessel. Harry stared at her for a long moment before understanding dawned with horrible clarity. Me. You think I'm a Horcrux? That I have a piece of Voldemort's soul inside me? The adult's expressions confirmed his worst fears. Amelia leaned forward, her voice steady despite the gravity of the revelation. It's a theory that would explain Dumbledore's behavior, she said carefully. If he believes you carry a fragment of Voldemort's soul, his actions make a twisted kind of sense. The blood protection at your aunt's home wouldn't just shield you from external threats, it would contain the soul fragment while making me miserable enough not to fight dying when the time came, Harry finished numbly. He's been preparing me for sacrifice. We don't know that for certain, Ted interjected, his kind face troubled. But we needed you to understand the possibility so you can make informed choices moving forward. Harry absorbed this horrifying theory with remarkable composure, though his hands shook slightly as he removed his glasses to pinch the bridge of his nose. When he looked up, his green eyes were hard with determination. If it's true, if I do have a piece of his soul in me, can it be removed without killing me? The question hung in the air, heavy with implication. Narcissa was the first to respond. The traditional method of destroying a Horcrux involves damage beyond magical repair, which would obviously be unacceptable in your case. Her clinical tone barely masked underlying emotion. However, there may be alternatives. Ancient family magic sometimes offers solutions modern wizardry has forgotten. The Black Library contains references to soul magic that might help, Andromeda added. And there are goblins known for curse-breaking expertise beyond what wizards typically practice. We're pursuing every avenue, Amelia assured him, reaching out to clasp his shoulder firmly. But Harry, I want to be very clear, even if this theory is correct, we will not accept your sacrifice as the solution. Unlike Dumbledore, we believe the life of a child, your life, is not an acceptable price for victory. Something tight in Harry's chest eased slightly at this unequivocal statement. All his life, adults had either failed to protect him or actively endangered him. The fierce protectiveness in Amelia's voice represented something entirely new in his experience. There's more you should know, Ted said after a moment. About your godfather's case. The conversation shifted to updates on Sirius Black's situation, evidence Amelia had been gathering, legal strategies for securing a trial, and most significantly, possible locations where the fugitive might be hiding. He's been sighted near Hogwarts repeatedly, Amelia explained. Which suggests he's trying to reach you, possibly to protect you from Pettigrew. Pettigrew? Harry repeated. You think he's at Hogwarts too? We have reason to believe he may be, Andromeda said carefully. In disguise, possibly as someone's pet. The implications clicked together in Harry's mind with frightening speed. Ron's rat, he breathed. Scabbers has been in our dormitory for 3 years. And he's missing a toe, Pettigrew cut off his finger before transforming. We can't move against him without risking his escape, Amelia cautioned. When you return to Hogwarts, you'll need to be extremely careful. If Pettigrew realizes we suspect his identity, he might try to reach Voldemort, Harry finished. Or kill me himself. The reality of these multiple threats, Dumbledore's manipulation, a potential Horcrux within him, Pettigrew's proximity, and Voldemort's possible return, should have been overwhelming. Yet strangely, Harry felt more clear-headed than ever before. Knowledge, even terrible knowledge, was preferable to being kept in ignorance. What's our plan? He asked, surprising himself with the inclusive phrasing. For when I return to Hogwarts. Another exchanged glance among the adults conveyed silent approval of his response. Amelia unrolled a parchment bearing the Hogwarts floor plan. We've established several secure protocols, she began. First, Professor McGonagall has been named your in-school guardian with authority to override the headmaster regarding your welfare. Second, you'll have an emergency port key disguised as a normal item of jewelry. The communication mirror provides a direct link to us, Andromeda added. And I've arranged with Poppy Pomfrey for regular health monitoring to ensure the healing regimen continues. Additionally, Narcissa said, certain, sympathetic. Slytherins have been instructed to report any unusual activities to me. Including my son, though his participation is somewhat reluctant. Harry blinked in surprise at this last revelation. Malfoy's spying for you? On Dumbledore? Not precisely spying, Narcissa corrected smoothly. Let's call it, observing with heightened awareness. Draco has access to information through channels that others don't, including children of those who once served the Dark Lord. The remainder of the afternoon was spent outlining contingency plans, emergency protocols, and continuing education arrangements. By the time Susan and Tonks returned, rosy-cheeked from flying in the winter air, Harry felt simultaneously burdened by new knowledge and strangely liberated by it. You look different, Susan observed as they prepared for the evening meal. More. I don't know, present. Harry considered this assessment. I feel different. Like I've been seeing everything through a foggy window, and someone's finally wiped it clean. Susan studied him with unexpected perception. Knowledge is power, she said simply. Especially when others have tried to keep it from you. Speaking from experience? Harry asked, suddenly curious about this girl he barely noticed at Hogwarts. My parents were killed by Death Eaters, she replied matter-of-factly. For years, Auntie tried to protect me by keeping details vague. It wasn't until I demanded the truth that I could really start processing what happened. Harry nodded, understanding completely. I'm sorry about your parents. I'm sorry about yours, she returned. We have that in common, don't we? Along with stubborn guardians who think they know what's best for us. The observation created an unexpected connection between them, a mutual recognition that transcended house divisions and previous limited interaction. Harry found himself wondering what other potential friends he'd overlooked while focused exclusively on his Gryffindor circle. The days following Christmas brought intensive preparation for Harry's return to Hogwarts. Each morning began with a medical assessment from a discreet healer, a squib cousin of Ted's with medical training in both worlds who documented Harry's improving condition for the ongoing legal case against both the Dursleys and Dumbledore. Your bone density has increased significantly, Healer Tonks reported during one session, reviewing diagnostic parchments with professional satisfaction. And the nerve damage in your hands is responding well to the targeted potions. You should have full dexterity restored by February. Harry flexed his fingers thoughtfully. He'd never realized that the occasional numbness and clumsiness he experienced, attributed to general awkwardness, were actually symptoms of damage from untreated childhood injuries and malnutrition. Will I grow taller? He asked hesitantly, embarrassed by the question but genuinely curious. He'd always been the smallest boy in his year, a fact that had contributed to being an easy target for bullying. Absolutely, the healer confirmed. You've already gained an inch since treatment began. Your growth was stunted by malnutrition, but your magical core has been compensating remarkably. With continued proper nutrition and the supplemental potions, you'll likely experience a significant growth spurt over the next year. These physical improvements paralleled the educational intensive Amelia had arranged. Each day brought specialized tutoring in subjects Harry would need as both the Potter heir and a central figure in the coming conflict. Andromeda continued his instruction in wizarding traditions and etiquette, explaining the complex social codes that govern interaction between ancient families. These formalities may seem archaic, she explained as Harry practiced the precise bow appropriate when addressing a member of the Wizengamot, but they communicate volumes to those who understand them. The angle of your bow, the exact phrasing of your greeting, these signal your knowledge of your own status and your respect for theirs. From Amelia, he received crash courses in wizarding law and political structures, with particular emphasis on the rights of heirs to ancient houses. The Potter family holds seats on both the Wizengamot and the Hogwarts Board of Governors, she explained. While you can't claim the Wizengamot seat until you're 17, you can designate a proxy of your choosing to vote your family interests. Can I change proxies if I disagree with how they're voting? Harry asked. Amelia smiled approvingly at the question. Indeed. And that possibility alone will ensure your proxy consults you before critical votes. Most fascinating were his sessions with Narcissa, who had expanded beyond magical theory into practical applications of more advanced magic than Hogwarts typically taught third years. Unlike his regular professors, she approached teaching from a perspective of magical interconnectedness. The division between charms and transfiguration is largely artificial, she explained, demonstrating how a simple transformation could be combined with animation charms to create semi-autonomous constructs. In practical combat or defensive situations, the most effective approach combines multiple magical disciplines simultaneously. Harry's natural aptitude for defense against the dark arts flourished under this integrated approach. By the end of December, he could cast shields strong enough to deflect moderate hexes, maintain a disillusionment charm while moving, and perform several wandless summoning variations, a skill Narcissa insisted could save his life if he were ever disarmed. Your mother was particularly gifted with wandless magic, she told him during one session, her usual reserve softening when discussing Lily Potter. She once summoned her wand from across the Great Hall during a particularly nasty confrontation with some Slytherins who thought they'd cleverly disarmed her. These casual mentions of his parents, not as martyred heroes but as real people with specific talents, flaws, and experiences, became treasures Harry collected and revisited in quiet moments. Between Andromeda's memories of James's Quidditch prowess, Ted's stories of working with Lily on Muggle magical integration projects, and even Narcissa's reluctant admissions of their formidable magical abilities, a more complete picture of his parents gradually emerged. Not all preparations were academic. Ted and Tonks took him into Muggle London for a complete wardrobe appropriate for his new status, clothes that actually fit, formal wear for official functions, and durable, practical attire for everyday use. The simple dignity of properly fitting clothes had an unexpectedly profound effect on Harry's self-perception. "Stand up straight," Ted instructed as a tailor measured Harry for robes. "You're the heir to an ancient house, not a boy trying to disappear." It was, Harry realized, exactly what he'd been doing for years, trying to minimize his presence, to avoid notice and therefore avoid trouble. That instinct for self-preservation, necessary at the Dursleys, had become a habit that limited him in the magical world. "Your physical presence communicates as much as your words," Andromeda reinforced during etiquette lessons. "Confidence cannot be feigned effectively, but it can be practiced until it becomes genuine." On New Year's Eve, their unlikely extended family gathered once more at Cove Cottage. Susan, who had spent the intervening days with her friend Hannah Abbott, returned with news from the wider wizarding world. "The Prophet's running daily speculation about your new living arrangements," she informed Harry as they helped prepare for the evening meal. "Rita Skeeter's latest theory involves you being secretly trained by vampire hunters in Romania." Harry snorted. "Still better than the Mere People Kingdom, I suppose." "Marginally," Susan agreed with a grin. "Though Dad, that's Hannah's father, says the more serious political columnists are focusing on the implications of your removal from Dumbledore's influence. Apparently, it's causing quite the revaluation of political alliances." This aligned with what Amelia had been telling him about the shifting landscape at the Ministry, where factions previously loyal to Dumbledore were reassessing their positions in light of revelations about Harry's treatment. "Amelia says it's creating space for policy reforms that were previously blocked," Harry noted, recalling that morning's political lesson. Susan looked impressed. "You really have been studying." "I figured all this time at the cottage would be spent flying and relaxing." "There's been some of that too," Harry admitted. "But mostly it's been catching up on everything I should have known growing up in a wizarding family." "It's not fair that you had to miss out on all that," Susan said quietly. "I still can't believe Dumbledore left you with those awful Muggles all those years." The simple validation in her statement meant more than Harry could express. Despite the Daily Prophet coverage and the Wisingamot hearing, part of him still feared people wouldn't believe the truth about the Dursleys, that somehow, like at primary school, he would be painted as the troublemaker, the liar, the ungrateful burden. "Thanks," he managed, focusing intently on the vegetables he was chopping. "For believing me." Susan bumped her shoulder against his gently. "Always will, Potter. That's what Hufflepuffs do, you know, we see people for who they really are, not what others say about them." The evening progressed with a lightness that belied the serious preparations of recent days. Ted charmed magical fireworks to explode harmlessly inside the cottage at midnight, while Andromeda prepared traditional New Year prosperity potions for everyone to sip as the clock struck 12. Even Narcissa unbent enough to join in a wizarding version of charades that had them all laughing as Tonks's metamorphmagus abilities created increasingly ridiculous visual clues. As midnight approached, Amelia called for attention, raising her glass in a toast. "To new beginnings," she said, meeting Harry's eyes with warm sincerity. "And to family, not just those we're born to, but those we choose and who choose us in return." "To family," everyone echoed, and Harry felt something catch in his throat as he realized that's what this unlikely assemblage had become, a family of choice, brought together initially by concern for his welfare but now connected by something deeper. In that moment, watching the adults who had dedicated themselves to his protection and the new friends who stood with him despite potential danger, Harry felt a surge of determined resolve. Whatever Dumbledore had planned, whatever Voldemort might attempt, whatever revelations still awaited, he would face them not alone, but surrounded by people who valued him as Harry, not as the boy who lived or a prophesied savior or a potential sacrifice. For the first time in his life, Harry had something truly worth fighting for, not abstract concepts of good versus evil, but the concrete reality of people who had proven their commitment to him. It changed everything. Severus Snape observed the Hogwarts Express's arrival with his customary scowl, though his attention was focused more intently than usual on the students disembarking onto Hogsmeade Station. Specifically, he watched for one particular messy-haired third year whose return had been the subject of endless faculty meetings over the holiday break. Potter's absence had created unprecedented tension among the staff. McGonagall and Dumbledore's relationship had deteriorated to strictly professional interactions, while Flitwick and Sprout had aligned firmly with Minerva after reviewing the medical evidence regarding Potter's abuse. Only Vector and Sinistra remained neutral, with Trelawney predictably claiming she had seen the boy's removal in the stars months ago. As for Severus himself, his position was more complicated than his colleagues could possibly understand. There, a flash of familiar untidy black hair, but moving with unfamiliar purposefulness. Potter descended from the train accompanied not by his usual Weasley and Granger shadows, but by Susan Bones, whose proximity suggested a new alliance. More surprising was the physical transformation evident even at this distance. The boy stood straighter, his movements more controlled, his entire demeanor subtly altered from the perpetually disheveled waif of previous terms. Adequate nutrition and proper medical care, Severus surmised, along with what appeared to be professionally tailored robes rather than the ill-fitting hand-me-downs he'd previously worn. The changes were not dramatic enough for most to notice, but to Severus's observant eye, they told a significant story of intervention and recovery. As the students moved toward the carriages, Severus noted another unexpected development. Draco Malfoy, rather than immediately taunting Potter as was his custom, merely watched with calculated assessment from several paces away, flanked as usual by Crabbe and Goyle but making no move to engage. Narcissa's influence, undoubtedly. Severus had received a carefully worded letter from his old friend just after Christmas, outlining her expectations regarding her son's behavior toward Potter without explicitly directing Severus's own actions. The subtle message was clear nonetheless: the game had changed, and previous animosities were to be set aside, at least temporarily. Back at the castle, Severus positioned himself where he could observe the entrance hall as students arrived for the welcome-back feast. Potter entered with the Bones girls still at his side, immediately joined by Granger and Weasley in what appeared to be a tense reunion. Weasley's expression cycled between confusion, hurt, and anger, while Granger exhibited her usual analytical intensity as she assessed the changes in her friend. More interesting was the brief moment when Potter's eyes swept the hall with newfound awareness, noting exits, staff positions, and, most tellingly, meeting Severus's gaze directly without the usual flinch of antipathy. Instead, there was something like evaluation in the boy's expression, as though categorizing Severus's potential position in the new landscape. The feast proceeded with superficial normality, though undercurrents of tension were evident to those who knew where to look. Dumbledore's customary twinkle seemed forced, his welcome speech shorter than usual. McGonagall watched Potter with fierce protectiveness, while Flitwick engaged the boy in animated conversation that appeared focused on advanced charms theory, judging by the diminutive professor's characteristic hand movements. Most revealing was Potter's own behavior, his interaction with his housemates showing new boundaries, his posture reflecting the formal etiquette training he'd clearly received, his entire demeanor suggesting someone who had acquired significant knowledge and was carefully determining how to apply it. This was not the same impulsive, emotionally reactive child who had left Hogwarts before Christmas. Whatever Bones and Narcissa had done during the interim had fundamentally altered Potter's approach to his position. After the feast, Severus made his way to the headmaster's office as requested, finding Dumbledore alone, his usual assortment of silver instruments noticeably reduced. "Ah, Severus," the old wizard greeted him without his customary warmth. "Your impressions of Mr. Potter's return?" "Direct, then." "Interesting." "The boy has been thoroughly coached," Severus replied neutrally. "His posture, attire, and demeanor all suggest intensive training beyond mere recovery from his previous situation." "Narcissa's influence, would you say?" Dumbledore pressed. Partially, Severus acknowledged. The formal etiquette bears her hallmark. However, there's an underlying confidence that suggests Bones has been equally involved in his preparation. Dumbledore sighed heavily, suddenly looking every one of his many years. I had hoped, but no matter. What of Draco? Has Lucius indicated his position regarding his wife's unexpected alliance? Lucius is playing both sides with characteristic caution, Severus reported. Publicly supporting Narcissa's actions while privately maintaining his connections to his former associates. The boy has been instructed to observe Potter but avoid direct confrontation. A wise approach, given the circumstances, Dumbledore mused. And you, Severus? Where do you stand as these new battle lines are drawn? The question was posed casually, but Severus recognized its significance. His dual role as spy had always depended on Dumbledore's absolute trust, which recent events had potentially compromised. I stand where I have always stood, he replied carefully. With those who seek to protect Lily's son, truly protect him, not merely preserve him for some future purpose. The subtle rebuke landed precisely as intended. Dumbledore's eyes lost their remaining twinkle, replaced by shrewd calculation. The prophecy may be fulfilled in ways none of us have anticipated, Severus interrupted. Particularly if the boy continues receiving instruction from sources beyond your influence. Dumbledore steepled his fingers thoughtfully. You believe Narcissa is teaching him more than etiquette. It wasn't a question, but Severus answered nonetheless. Narcissa Black was exceptionally talented in theoretical magic and ritual applications, areas deliberately excluded from the Hogwarts curriculum for political rather than educational reasons. If she's chosen to share that knowledge with Potter, then Harry may develop capabilities I haven't accounted for in my plans, Dumbledore finished, troubled. Plans that may now require significant revision. Indeed. Severus rose to leave, having provided exactly the information and impression he had intended. If that's all, Headmaster. I have Slytherins to attend to. One moment, Severus, Dumbledore called as he reached the door. Should you have the opportunity to speak with Narcissa in the coming weeks, I would be most interested in her true motivations regarding Harry. Severus inclined his head slightly. I shall bear that in mind. As he descended the spiral staircase, Severus permitted himself a moment of grim satisfaction. For years, he had been caught between masters, Dumbledore with his manipulative chess game, the Dark Lord with his sadistic domination. Now, unexpectedly, a third path had emerged through Narcissa's bold gambit. Whether that path would lead to salvation or destruction remained to be seen. But for the first time since Lily's death, Severus allowed himself to contemplate a future where his vow to protect her son might be fulfilled without sacrificing the boy on Dumbledore's altar of greater good. It was, at minimum, a possibility worth preserving. Harry's return to Hogwarts brought immediate challenges, beginning with his reunion with Ron and Hermione. Their initial meeting in the entrance hall had been awkward, Ron alternating between hurt accusations about Harry's limited communication over the holidays and eager questions about his mysterious absence, while Hermione observed with unervingly perceptive attention to the changes in his appearance and demeanor. You're different, she said bluntly as they settled in the Gryffindor common room after the feast, finding a relatively private corner away from curious housemates. Harry nodded, seeing no point in denial. A lot's happened. Yeah, like you becoming best mates with Susan Bones, Ron interjected, his tone hovering between accusation and confusion. And apparently having something to do with Malfoy's mum. It's complicated, Harry began, then stopped himself. That was exactly the kind of evasion adults had always used with him. His friends deserved better. Actually, it is complicated, but you deserve the full explanation. Not here, though. Too many ears. Hermione's expression softened with approval at this caution. The classroom on the 4th floor. The one with the broken lock. We could meet there during lunch tomorrow. Harry agreed, relieved by her practical suggestion. I promise I'll explain everything then. For now, just know that I'm officially under Madame Bones's guardianship, the Dursleys are facing criminal charges, and Dumbledore. He hesitated, then committed to honesty. Dumbledore isn't the person we thought he was. This bombshell landed with predictable effect. Ron looked scandalized at the mere suggestion of Dumbledore's fallibility, while Hermione's expression shifted through shock, denial, and finally thoughtful reconsideration. That would explain Professor McGonagall's behavior, she mused. She's barely spoken to the headmaster all evening. Mental, Ron muttered. Completely mental. Next you'll be saying Snape's secretly working to protect you. Harry's noncommittal shrug only increased Ron's bafflement. Before the conversation could continue, McGonagall appeared beside them. Mr. Potter, a word in my office, if you please, she requested, though her tone made it clear this wasn't optional. In her office, Harry found not just McGonagall but also Professors Flitwick and Sprout waiting, all wearing expressions of grave determination. Your return has prompted certain adjustments to ensure your well-being at Hogwarts, McGonagall explained once they were seated. As your in-school guardian, I've asked Professors Flitwick and Sprout to assist with additional security measures. We've established a rotating schedule to ensure one of us is always available should you require assistance, Flitwick elaborated, his normally cheerful demeanor replaced by professional seriousness. Each of us has been keyed into the emergency port key Madam Bones provided. Additionally, Sprout added, we've arranged for private tutoring sessions to continue the specialized education you began during the holiday. Officially, these will be remedial lessons to help you catch up after your absence. Harry absorbed this information with growing appreciation for the extent of planning behind his return. What about Professor Dumbledore? Doesn't he have authority to override these arrangements? The headmaster, McGonagall said with careful precision, retains authority over Hogwarts as an institution. However, your personal welfare now falls under my jurisdiction as your designated in-school guardian, a legal status confirmed by both the Wisengamot and the Board of Governors. Which means? Harry pressed, wanting absolute clarity. Which means, Flitwick answered, that any instructions from the headmaster regarding your activities, restrictions, or permissions must be approved by Professor McGonagall before implementation. A significant change from previous procedure. The implications were enormous. For the first time since entering Hogwarts, Harry had adults actively ensuring his protection rather than placing him in dangerous situations or looking the other way when threats emerged. There's another matter, McGonagall continued after a moment. Concerning Ronald Weasley's pet rat. Harry straightened. Scabbers? You know about, Madam Bones has shared her suspicions regarding Peter Pettigrew, McGonagall confirmed. We've been discreetly monitoring the animal since your departure, but it appears to have vanished from Gryffindor Tower shortly after Christmas. Vanished? Harry repeated, alarmed. You mean he's loose in the castle? Or he's escaped completely? Unknown, Flitwick admitted. The castle's detection wards cannot distinguish between an actual rat and an animagus in rat form. However, we've implemented additional security measures around your dormitory and common areas. The conversation continued with detailed explanations of the protective protocols now surrounding Harry, everything from modified ward schemes on Gryffindor Tower to emergency response plans should Sirius Black or Peter Pettigrew be detected within the castle. One final matter, McGonagall said as their meeting concluded. Professor Lupin has expressed particular concern for your welfare, given his friendship with your parents. However, he has not been informed of the full circumstances surrounding your guardianship change or the suspicions regarding Pettigrew. Why not? Harry asked, surprised. If he was friends with my parents, wouldn't he want to know Sirius might be innocent? The three professors exchanged glances before Sprout answered gently. Remus Lupin, Sirius Black, Peter Pettigrew, and your father were inseparable at school, Mr. Potter. The betrayal and subsequent events nearly destroyed Professor Lupin. Without concrete proof of Pettigrew's survival or Black's innocence, revealing our suspicions might be unnecessarily cruel. Additionally, Flitwick added with characteristic directness, we cannot be certain of his reaction. Grief and betrayal can cloud judgment in even the most rational minds. Harry nodded, understanding their caution even as he made a mental note to observe Lupin more carefully going forward. If the professor had truly been close to his parents, he represented yet another potential connection to their lives that Harry hadn't fully appreciated. Returning to Gryffindor Tower after curfew with a note from McGonagall, Harry found the common room nearly empty save for Hermione, who waited by the fire with a thick book open on her lap. "Everything all right?" she asked, closing her book as he approached. "Fine," Harry assured her. "Just additional security arrangements." He glanced around to ensure they weren't overheard before adding quietly, "Apparently Scabbers has disappeared." Hermione's brow furrowed. "Ron's been looking for him since we returned from holiday. He's quite upset about it, actually." "There's something about Scabbers you both need to know," Harry said, lowering his voice further. "Part of what I'll explain tomorrow. For now, just, if you see him, don't try to catch him yourself. Tell McGonagall immediately." "Harry, you're scaring me," Hermione whispered, her eyes wide. "What on earth is going on?" "Tomorrow," he promised. "The full story, I swear." That night, lying in his familiar four-poster bed with his doormate snores creating a backdrop of normalcy, Harry contemplated the strange duality of his current situation. On one hand, he had more protection and support than ever before, on the other, he faced more complex threats than he'd previously understood existed. Somewhere in the castle, Pettigrew might be hiding in rat form, potentially planning to harm Harry or escape to resurrect Voldemort. Somewhere beyond Hogwarts walls, Sirius Black, possibly innocent, was seeking a way to reach and protect his godson. And here, within the supposed safety of the school, Dumbledore watched and waited, his true intentions regarding Harry's role in the prophecy still shrouded in disturbing ambiguity. Yet for the first time, Harry didn't face these threats alone or unprepared. He had Amelia's legal protection, Narcissa's strategic guidance, his teacher's vigilance, and the beginnings of a network of allies that transcended house boundaries. Most importantly, he had knowledge, incomplete, perhaps, but far more than Dumbledore had ever intended him to possess at this stage. Rolling over, Harry's hand brushed against the communication mirror under his pillow, a tangible connection to the unexpected family that had formed around him at Cove Cottage. With that reassuring touch, he allowed himself to drift toward sleep, his last conscious thought a recognition that tomorrow's conversation with Ron and Hermione would be a crucial test of those friendships. Some relationships might not survive the revelations to come, but those that did would form the core of alliances he would need in the battles ahead. The abandoned fourth-floor classroom proved ideal for their purpose, dusty and forgotten enough that no one would interrupt, yet close enough to populated areas that they wouldn't be suspiciously isolated. Harry arrived first, casting the privacy charms Narcissa had taught him before transfiguring the broken desks into serviceable chairs, a demonstration of his improved magical control that wasn't lost on Hermione when she arrived moments later. "That's at least fifth-year transfiguration," she noted, examining the chairs with academic appreciation. "And those privacy wards aren't in any textbook I've studied." "Part of my holiday education," Harry explained, gesturing for her to sit. "Where's Ron?" "Arguing with Seamus about Quidditch rankings," Hermione sighed. "He said he'd be along in a minute." The delay gave Harry time to consider his approach. Hermione, for all her rule-following tendencies, had shown remarkable flexibility when presented with logical arguments and evidence. Ron, however, processed information emotionally first, and the revelations about Dumbledore, Scabbers, and Sirius Black would challenge his worldview on multiple fronts. When Ron finally arrived, slightly out of breath and muttering about pig-headed Irishmen who wouldn't know a decent keeper if they fell over one, Harry took a deep breath and began the most difficult conversation he'd ever had with his friends. For the next hour, he laid out everything: the Dursleys' abuse, Dumbledore's knowledge and inaction, the sealed will, Amelia and Narcissa's unlikely alliance, the Black family protections, the suspicions about Scabbers being Pettigrew, and the growing evidence of Sirius's innocence. He held back only the Horcrux theory, feeling that speculation about his own status as a soul container was a step too far without more concrete evidence. Ron's reactions cycled through predictable stages: shock at the Dursleys' treatment of Harry, disbelief regarding Dumbledore's role, outrage about Scabbers' potential identity, and finally, a stunned silence as he processed the complete picture. Hermione, true to form, had listened with intense concentration, occasionally asking clarifying questions but mostly absorbing information for later analysis. When Harry finally finished, she was the first to speak. "The logical consistency is compelling," she said slowly. "Each piece supports the others in ways that would be difficult to fabricate. The question is why would Dumbledore deliberately leave you in an abusive environment when other options existed?" "The blood protection," Harry began, then stopped as Hermione shook her head. "That's the stated reason, but it doesn't hold up to scrutiny," she argued. "Blood wards require not just biological connection but emotional bonds to function properly. Basic magical theory establishes that protection based on your mother's sacrifice would actually be weakened by an environment of abuse." Her insight matched what Narcissa had explained, reinforcing Harry's trust in his new mentor's magical knowledge. "There has to be something more," Hermione continued, her analytical mind racing ahead. "Something about your specific role in Voldemort's defeat that Dumbledore believes requires you to be, what? Humble? Desperate for approval? Willing to sacrifice yourself?" Her unintentional proximity to the truth made Harry flinch slightly, a reaction she immediately noticed. "There is more," she realized. "Something you haven't told us yet." Before Harry could respond, Ron finally broke his silence. "Scabbers," he said flatly. "Are you absolutely certain that he could be Pettigrew?" Harry supplied gently. "The evidence is circumstantial but compelling. He survived far longer than normal rats, he's missing a toe where Pettigrew cut off his finger, and he came to your family right after Voldemort's defeat." Ron looked physically ill. "He slept in my bed. For years. If he's really a man, a murderer, pretending to be a rat." He trailed off, clearly struggling with the implications. "We don't know for certain," Harry offered, though the doubt in his voice was minimal. "That's why McGonagall and the others have been trying to capture him for testing." "But he's disappeared," Hermione noted sharply. "Which suggests he may have realized he's under suspicion. The timing aligns with your departure from Hogwarts and the subsequent investigation." The three friends sat in silence for a moment, each processing the implications from their own perspective. Finally, Hermione straightened with characteristic determination. "Right. What's the plan going forward? You clearly have support from significant adults now, but what role do we play in all this?" The directness of her question caught Harry off guard. He'd been so focused on sharing information that he hadn't fully considered what he wanted from his friends in response. "I need people I can trust," he said finally. "Not just to watch my back, but to question my thinking, to point out when I'm missing something important. Amelia and Narcissa have their own perspectives and agendas, even if they genuinely want to protect me. You two have always been honest with me, even when it wasn't comfortable." Ron nodded slowly, seeming to find his footing in this familiar territory of loyalty and friendship. "We've got your back, mate. Always have, always will. Even if some of this," he waved his hand vaguely, encompassing the entirety of Harry's revelations, "is going to take some getting used to. Especially Malfoy's mother being involved," Hermione added with a slight grimace. "Though I have to admit, her actions suggest motivations beyond what we've previously assumed about the Malfoy family." "She's complicated," Harry acknowledged. "But she's been straightforward about her goals, at least as they relate to me. She wants a third option beyond Dumbledore and Voldemort, a future where magical Britain isn't forced to choose between a manipulative, light, leader and a murderous dark one." "And she sees you as that option?" Hermione asked shrewdly. Harry shrugged. "Maybe eventually. For now, I think she just wants to ensure I survive long enough to have choices of my own." This pragmatic assessment seemed to reassure his friends more than any passionate defense of Narcissa's character could have. They understood strategic thinking, even from unexpected sources. So what do we do about Scabbers, Pettigrew? Ron asked, grimacing at the name. And Sirius Black, if he really is innocent? For Pettigrew, we stay alert but let the adults handle the actual capture, Harry decided. He's already proven himself willing to frame others and fake his own death. We can't underestimate him. And Black? Hermione pressed. That's trickier, Harry admitted. Amelia's building a legal case for a proper trial, but it takes time to gather evidence for events that happened 12 years ago. In the meantime, if he's really trying to reach me to help, not harm. You want to find a way to communicate with him safely, Hermione finished, her expression torn between disapproval and reluctant understanding. Only with proper precautions, Harry assured her quickly. Nothing reckless. Ron snorted. Says the bloke who flew a car to Hogwarts and faced a basilisk with nothing but a hat and a sword. The reference to their previous adventures broke the tension, reminding all three that they had faced dangerous situations together before and emerged stronger for it. As their free period neared its end, they established a basic communication system, code phrases for emergencies, regular check-ins, and designated meeting places where they could speak privately. One more thing, Harry said as they prepared to leave. Susan Bones knows most of this already. She's been helpful. I'd like her included in our planning sessions when possible. Ron's expression suggested this extension of their tight-knit trio wasn't entirely welcome, while Hermione looked thoughtful. Susan's quite capable, she acknowledged. And having a connection in Hufflepuff would give us broader awareness of what's happening in the castle. She's Madame Bones's niece, Harry added. Which means she has access to information we might not get otherwise. This practical consideration seemed to sway Ron, who nodded grudgingly. Fine. But she better be trustworthy. She is, Harry assured him, relieved that this potential point of contention had been resolved relatively smoothly. He'd grown to value Susan's straightforward perspective during their time at Cove Cottage and didn't want to choose between old friends and new allies. As they rejoined the general student population for afternoon classes, Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The feared confrontation with his friends had instead reinforced their bonds, expanding rather than contracting their circle of trust. It was a promising beginning to what would undoubtedly be a challenging term. Albus Dumbledore stood at his office window, watching students cross the grounds between classes. His eyes tracked one particular dark-haired third-year walking with unusual purpose between Hermione Granger and Susan Bones, Ronald Weasley trailing slightly behind. The group paused briefly at the entrance to the greenhouses, where Harry exchanged what appeared to be a friendly greeting with Neville Longbottom before the two girls continued toward the castle while Potter and his male companions entered for herbology. Such ordinary scenes, students attending classes, forming friendships, navigating the social complexities of adolescence. Yet within those mundane interactions, Dumbledore could see the subtle reshaping of alliances that might ultimately determine the fate of their world. Harry was building connections beyond the isolation Dumbledore had carefully cultivated for him. The boy had always been intended to form close friendships with a select few, enough to give him something to fight for, but not so extensive that he would be unwilling to make the ultimate sacrifice when necessary. Now, under Amelia and Narcissa's guidance, he was expanding his circle, creating a network of support that would make him stronger in many ways, and potentially less willing to follow the path Dumbledore had planned. You called for me, Headmaster. Severus's voice interrupted his contemplation. Ah, Severus. Yes. Dumbledore turned from the window. I've received concerning reports from several sources. It appears our suspicions about Peter Pettigrew may have merit. Severus's expression remained neutral, though his eyes sharpened. The rat has been found. Not precisely. However, certain magical detections suggest an animagus was indeed present in Gryffindor Tower until recently. The signature has now vanished from the castle entirely. Suggesting Pettigrew has fled, Severus concluded. The question is where, and to whom? Indeed. Dumbledore resumed his seat behind the desk, looking grave. Your former associates, Have they shown any signs of increased activity? Severus understood the real question, whether Death Eaters still loyal to Voldemort had begun gathering in response to some signal. Nothing beyond the usual posturing. Lucius remains publicly aligned with his wife's surprising new position while maintaining his traditional connections. Others watch and wait. And the mark? Dumbledore asked quietly. After a brief hesitation, Severus pulled back his left sleeve, revealing the dark mark, faded to a dull outline but undeniably more visible than it had been a year earlier. It continues to strengthen gradually. Not dramatically, but persistently. Dumbledore studied the mark with troubled eyes. He is finding ways to regain strength, then. The question becomes whether Pettigrew has gone to assist that process. It would align with his established pattern, Severus noted. Pettigrew consistently allied himself with whoever offered the greatest protection. If he believes the Dark Lord's return is inevitable, then he would seek to curry favor by providing assistance, Dumbledore finished. Which accelerates our timeline considerably. Severus raised an eyebrow. Our timeline for what, precisely? The boy is no longer under your exclusive influence. Whatever plans you had for Potter's role in the Dark Lord's defeat may require significant revision. Or greater urgency, Dumbledore countered. Harry must understand the full scope of his connection to Voldemort before events overtake us. I had hoped to wait until he was older, better prepared emotionally for the burden of knowledge, but circumstances may no longer permit such consideration. The implication hung in the air between them, the theory that Harry himself contained a fragment of Voldemort's soul, a theory Severus had long suspected but Dumbledore had never explicitly confirmed. You intend to tell him, Severus realized. After all these years of secrecy and misdirection. I may have no choice, Dumbledore admitted heavily. If Amelia and Narcissa continue their investigation into Voldemort's methods of survival, they will inevitably reach the same conclusion we have. Better the knowledge come from me, with proper context and compassion. Severus barely contained a derisive snort at the mention of compassion from the man who had knowingly left Lily's son with abusive relatives. Instead, he focused on the strategic implications. And if they've already discovered the connection? If Potter already knows what he carries? Dumbledore looked genuinely troubled by this possibility. Then the situation becomes vastly more unpredictable. Harry's choices, guided by those who may not fully understand the complexities involved, could lead in directions I cannot anticipate. Perhaps, Severus suggested carefully, that uncertainty is precisely what's needed. Your carefully constructed path has led to the current impasse. Different approaches might yield more favorable outcomes. Dumbledore studied him with suddenly sharp eyes. You surprise me, Severus. I would have expected you, of all people, to resist any deviation from our established plan to defeat Voldemort once and for all. My priority, Severus replied with deliberate precision, has always been fulfilling my vow to protect Lily's son. The method of the Dark Lord's defeat is secondary to that obligation. The statement wasn't entirely honest. Severus wanted Voldemort destroyed with a vengeance few could comprehend, but it established his position clearly. If forced to choose between Dumbledore's plan for Harry's necessary sacrifice and alternative approaches that might preserve the boy's life, his loyalty to Lily's memory would dictate his choice. I see. Dumbledore's tone suggested he understood the underlying message perfectly. In that case, I would ask you to continue monitoring both situations, Lucius and Narcissa's evolving strategy, and any signs of Voldemort's accelerated return. Knowledge remains our most valuable commodity in these uncertain times. Recognizing dismissal, Severus rose to leave. At the door, he paused. One other matter, Headmaster. Lupin's reaction to Potter's changed circumstances. Have you spoken with him directly? Remus has been distressed by recent developments, Dumbledore acknowledged. His personal connection to James and Lily makes the revelations about Harry's treatment particularly painful. I've encouraged him to focus on his teaching responsibilities rather than involving himself in the political complexities. Meaning Dumbledore had deliberately kept Lupin isolated from the full truth, Severus translated mentally. Another pawn positioned precisely where the headmaster wanted him. "I see," was all he said aloud before departing, his mind already analyzing this additional complication. Lupin represented both opportunity and risk in the current landscape. His loyalty to James Potter might translate to protection for the son, especially if he learned the truth about Black's potential innocence. However, that same emotional connection might make him unpredictable, prone to rash action rather than strategic patience. As he descended toward the dungeons, Severus reached a decision. It was time for a careful conversation with Narcissa, one that would clarify his own position in the evolving chessboard while providing her with information that might prove useful in protecting Potter from both Dumbledore's manipulations and the Dark Lord's inevitable return. The boy would need every possible advantage in the coming conflict, and Severus intended to ensure he had them, not for James Potter's memory, which still rankled, but for the green eyes that haunted his dreams and the promise he had made over Lily's grave. Some vows transcended politics, allegiances, and even long-held grudges. January progressed with outward normalcy that belied the complex undercurrents flowing through Hogwarts. Classes resumed their usual rhythm, Quidditch practices intensified as the season advanced, and students settled back into familiar routines. Yet subtle changes permeated this apparent normality, particularly for Harry and his expanding circle. The most obvious shift was in Harry's academic performance. Years of deliberately underperforming to avoid outshining Dudley had created habits that limited his achievement at Hogwarts. Now, freed from that psychological constraint and bolstered by his holiday tutoring, he participated more actively in classes, completed assignments with newfound thoroughness, and demonstrated magical control that occasionally startled his professors. "Your freezing charm shows remarkable precision, Mr. Potter," Flitwick commented during one lesson, examining the water goblet Harry had frozen so perfectly that even the ripples remained suspended in crystalline detail. "Quite the improvement since last term." In Transfiguration, McGonagall's approving nods became more frequent as Harry applied the integrated magical theory Narcissa had taught him, focusing not just on the desired outcome but on understanding the fundamental principles of matter transformation. Even potions, long his most difficult subject due to Snape's hostility, showed improvement. Though the professor remained critical, his attacks lacked their former viciousness, and Harry's enhanced focus allowed him to produce consistently acceptable results despite the intimidating presence at his cauldron. "Not entirely disastrous," Snape commented during one session, examining Harry's shrinking solution with narrowed eyes. "Perhaps you are finally developing the basic competence expected of a third year." From Snape, this constituted high praise indeed. Beyond academics, Harry's social circle evolved in unexpected ways. While Ron and Hermione remained his closest friends, Susan Bones became a regular presence, often joining them for study sessions or walks around the lake. Her practical Hufflepuff perspective balanced Hermione's intellectual approach and Ron's emotional reactions, creating a more rounded dynamic within the group. More surprising were the tentative connections forming with students from other houses. Neville Longbottom, encouraged by Harry's newfound academic confidence, began seeking his help with defense against the dark arts, offering herbology insights in exchange. Luna Lovegood, a peculiar Ravenclaw second year, occasionally joined their library sessions, contributing oddly perceptive observations despite her reputation for eccentricity. Even among the Slytherins, subtle shifts occurred. Draco Malfoy, while not friendly, had ceased his active harassment, adopting instead a watchful neutrality that occasionally bordered on reluctant respect. During a particularly challenging defense class focused on shield charms, Harry noticed Malfoy studying his technique with academic interest rather than resentment. "Your form has improved, Potter," the blonde boy commented afterward, the words offered as objective observation rather than compliment or challenge. "Mother's influence, I assume." "Partly," Harry acknowledged, equally neutral. "She's a good teacher." Draco nodded, a complex mixture of emotions crossing his face before his aristocratic mask reasserted itself. "She always was. Father says her theoretical understanding of magical interconnection is unparalleled in Britain." The brief exchange, while hardly friendly, represented a significant evolution from their previous antagonism. Similar subtle repositioning occurred throughout Slytherin House, with the more politically astute students, particularly those from ancient houses, moderating their hostility in recognition of Harry's changed status. These social developments didn't go unnoticed by the faculty. During one of their regular security briefings, McGonagall commented on the pattern. "You're building alliances across house boundaries," she observed. "A wise approach, though one that has raised eyebrows among those who prefer traditional divisions." "Susan says her aunt believes the house system creates artificial barriers that weaken us collectively," Harry replied, repeating Amelia's assessment from one of their political lessons. "That magical Britain's insistence on categorizing people into rigid groups makes us vulnerable to manipulation." McGonagall's lips twitched in what might have been suppressed amusement. Amelia always did have radical ideas about educational reform. Though in this case, I find myself reluctantly agreeing with her assessment. The regular sessions with McGonagall, Flitwick, and occasionally Sprout provided structure to Harry's enhanced security arrangements. Each week, they reviewed potential concerns, adjusted protective measures, and continued the specialized education begun at Cove Cottage. Additionally, Harry maintained regular communication with Amelia through secure channels, sending weekly updates and receiving guidance on navigating the political dimensions of his situation. Most valuable were his sessions with Professor Lupin, who had approached Harry shortly after his return with an offer of private tutoring beyond the standard Patronus lessons they'd already arranged. "Your father was one of my dearest friends," Lupin had explained during their first session, his usual reserve softening when discussing James Potter. "I've been remiss in not sharing more about him with you before now. Recent events have reminded me of my responsibilities to his memory." Though Lupin never directly mentioned the guardianship change or the revelations about the Dursleys, his increased attentiveness suggested he'd been informed of at least some aspects of the situation. The private lessons focused primarily on advanced defensive magic, but often included stories about James's school days that provided Harry with yet another perspective on his father's character. "Your dad wasn't perfect," Lupin admitted during one such conversation. "He could be arrogant, impulsive, even occasionally cruel when provoked. But he grew into a man of tremendous loyalty, courage, and principle, someone who fought for what was right even when it meant personal sacrifice." These honest assessments meant more to Harry than idealized portraits ever could. Between Lupin's memories, his mother's journals, and the varied perspectives from Andromeda, Ted, and even Narcissa, a complex, human image of his parents gradually emerged, replacing the flawless martyrs of his imagination with real people who had made choices, mistakes, and ultimately sacrifices born of love rather than abstract heroism. January gave way to February, bringing bitter cold and increasing academic pressure as professors began emphasizing the importance of end-of-year examinations. Through it all, Harry maintained the balance his new guardians had established: academics, specialized training, strategic alliance building, and occasional moments of normal teenage life through Quidditch and friendships. The anticipated confrontation with Dumbledore never materialized directly. The headmaster maintained a careful distance, his interactions with Harry limited to brief acknowledgments during meals and necessary school functions. Yet Harry often felt the weight of those blue eyes tracking him across the Great Hall or during corridor transitions, assessing and recalculating whatever plans still formed in the old wizard's mind. "He's waiting," Hermione observed during one of their private strategy sessions in the abandoned classroom. "Gathering information, adjusting his approach based on your demonstrated changes." Classic containment strategy, Susan agreed, her exposure to Auror tactics through her aunt evident in her assessment. When direct confrontation would be disadvantageous, observe and adapt until circumstances shift in your favor. "But what's he waiting for?" Ron asked, practical as always. "Some specific event? Or just the right moment to try re-establishing control?" Harry considered the question seriously. "Both, probably. The Wisingamot investigation into my placement with the Dursleys continues through March. He can't make any overt moves until that concludes. And there's Sirius Black," Hermione added quietly. "Dumbledore must know by now that Madame Bones is investigating his case." If Black is proven innocent, it undermines Dumbledore's credibility further, Susan finished. Especially if evidence emerges that he knew or suspected the truth 12 years ago. These strategic discussions had become regular features of their friendship, transforming what had previously been reactive responses to emergencies into proactive planning for multiple contingencies. Harry found himself applying the analytical frameworks Amelia and Narcissa had taught him, considering not just immediate threats but long-term implications and political dimensions he would previously have ignored. The mystery of Scabbers/Pettigrew remained unresolved despite intensive but discreet searching by staff and house elves. The prevailing theory, as February advanced, was that the rat Animagus had indeed fled the castle entirely, likely in response to the increased scrutiny following Harry's guardianship change. The question, Harry mused during one security briefing with McGonagall, is where he would go. If he's truly Pettigrew and betrayed my parents to Voldemort, then logically, he would seek either to hide from both sides or to curry favor with whichever he believes will ultimately prevail, McGonagall completed the thought. Given Mr. Pettigrew's historical pattern of aligning himself with power for protection, the latter seems more probable. The implication, that Pettigrew might be actively seeking to assist Voldemort's return, added urgency to their preparations. Harry increased his focus on defensive magic during private sessions with Lupin, mastering shield charms, disarming techniques, and evasion strategies beyond standard third-year curriculum. His progress with the Patronus charm, in particular, accelerated dramatically. What had begun as wisps of silver smoke gradually solidified into a recognizable form during a late February session. Concentrate on your happiest memory, Lupin encouraged as Harry faced the Boggart Dementor. Something powerful enough to sustain you against the darkness. Previously, Harry had used the memory of first learning he was a wizard, his escape from the Dursleys to Hogwarts. Now, he drew on newer experiences, Christmas morning at Cove Cottage, surrounded by people who genuinely cared for his welfare, the moment Amelia had promised he would never return to Privet Drive, the simple dignity of wearing clothes that actually fit and being treated as worthy of respect rather than contempt. Expecto Patronum, he called, channeling those feelings of belonging and worth through his wand. Silver light erupted, coalescing into a magnificent stag that charged the Boggart Dementor, driving it back into the trunk with antlers lowered aggressively. The Patronus then turned, regarding Harry with what seemed like affection before dissolving into shimmering particles. Prongs, Lupin whispered, his voice thick with emotion. What? Harry asked, confused by the professor's reaction. Your father's Animagus form, Lupin explained, visibly struggling to maintain composure. A stag. We called him Prongs. This revelation, that his Patronus took the form of his father's Animagus, struck Harry with emotional force he hadn't anticipated. It created a connection across time, a magical linkage that transcended death itself. He was an Animagus. That's advanced magic, well beyond Newt level, Harry said, processing this new information about his father. Were you one too? Lupin hesitated, conflict evident in his expression. No, I had a different role in our group. But James, Sirius, and Peter achieved the transformation in their 5th year, to help me with a personal matter. The careful phrasing suggested deeper secrets still unrevealed, but Harry focused on the most significant implication. So Sirius Black is an Animagus too? What form does he take? Another hesitation, longer this time, before Lupin sighed. A large black dog. Similar to a Grim in appearance. The significance of this information was immediately apparent. If Sirius could transform into an animal, it explained how he might have escaped Azkaban and evaded capture since, a crucial piece of intelligence that Amelia hadn't mentioned in their discussions of his godfather's case. Does Professor Dumbledore know this? About them being animagi? Harry asked carefully. I'm not certain, Lupin admitted. I never told him directly, but Albus has ways of discovering information others prefer to keep hidden. The conversation reinforced Harry's growing understanding of the tangled relationships surrounding his parents' generation, friendships, betrayals, and secrets that continued to shape current events. It also provided potentially vital information for locating his godfather, assuming Amelia's investigation continued to support the theory of his innocence. That evening, Harry used the communication mirror to relay this discovery to Andromeda, who promised to share it immediately with Amelia. This could be crucial, she acknowledged, her expression thoughtful in the mirror's surface. It explains how he escaped Azkaban. The Dementors sense human emotions but might not recognize an animal's simpler emotional patterns. Could it help prove his innocence? Harry asked hopefully. Indirectly, perhaps. It demonstrates capabilities that align with an alternative explanation for the events of that day. Andromeda's legal training was evident in her precise phrasing. Amelia will incorporate this into her case building. As February drew to a close, Harry found himself in an unusual position, more knowledgeable about the dangers he faced than ever before, better prepared to confront them, and surrounded by an expanding network of allies committed to his protection. Yet the central mysteries remained unresolved: the exact nature of his connection to Voldemort, Dumbledore's ultimate intentions regarding his role in the prophecy, and the whereabouts of both Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. The waiting game continued, with all parties maneuvering for advantage in a complex chess match where the stakes were nothing less than the future of magical Britain and, potentially, Harry's own survival. March arrived with biting winds and increasing academic pressure as professors emphasized the approaching examination period. For Harry, however, the month brought a different kind of tension. The Wisingamot investigation into his placement with the Dursleys was scheduled to present its findings mid-month, potentially forcing Dumbledore to respond publicly to the mounting evidence of negligence. The political implications extend beyond your personal situation, Amelia explained during one of their mirror communications. Dumbledore's positions as Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, and Hogwarts Headmaster all rest on his reputation for wisdom and moral authority. If that foundation is undermined, his influence throughout magical government weakens, Harry completed, applying the political analysis she'd taught him. Creating opportunities for policy changes previously blocked by his supporters. Precisely, Amelia confirmed, approval evident in her expression. Narcissa's faction in the traditionally conservative bloc, combined with my allies among the progressives, could potentially form a working majority for reforms that neither Dumbledore's idealists nor the hardline purists would support independently. This dimension of their strategy, using Harry's situation as leverage for broader political change, had initially troubled him. It seemed uncomfortably close to the kind of manipulation he resented from Dumbledore. Yet as Amelia and Narcissa explained their vision for a magical Britain that transcended the artificial light/dark dichotomy, he recognized the potential for genuine improvement rather than mere power consolidation. The system is fundamentally imbalanced, Narcissa had explained during his Christmas holiday education. Ministry classifications of dark magic often have more to do with controlling certain family traditions than actual harm potential, while supposedly light practices can cause tremendous damage when applied selectively or hypocritically. Like blood wards that require a child to live with abusive relatives, Harry had noted, earning a nod of confirmation. Exactly. True reform requires recognizing that magic itself is neutral, a natural force shaped by intent and consequence rather than arbitrary classification. These philosophical discussions had practical implications as the Wisingamot investigation reached its conclusion. Harry's improved understanding of wizarding politics allowed him to anticipate reactions and prepare accordingly, particularly regarding his inevitable return to the spotlight once the findings became public. That spotlight arrived with predictable intensity when the Daily Prophet's headline blared, "Dumbledore's Betrayal, Wisingamot Investigation Reveals Systematic Neglect of Boy Who Lived." The accompanying article detailed the investigation's findings, the explicit violations of the Potter's will, the documented abuse at the Dursleys, and most damningly, evidence that Dumbledore had received multiple warnings about Harry's treatment yet taken no action. Quotes from Wisingamot members expressed shock and dismay, while political analysts speculated about the impact on Dumbledore's various positions of authority. Breakfast in the Great Hall that morning was a study in controlled chaos. Students whispered furiously, stealing glances at both Harry and the headmaster's conspicuously empty chair. Staff members maintained forced neutrality, though McGonagall's rigid posture and Flitwick's unusually subdued demeanor spoke volumes about the tension among faculty. "Breathe," Susan advised quietly from beside Harry at the Gryffindor table, where she'd joined him in unprecedented inter-house solidarity. "Remember what Auntie said about public composure." Harry nodded, focusing on maintaining the calm dignity Amelia and Andromeda had coached him to display during heightened scrutiny. Across the table, Ron and Hermione formed a protective barrier between him and the more blatantly curious students trying to approach with questions. "Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall's voice came from behind him. "If you've finished breakfast, please accompany me to my office. Ms. Bones, Mr. Weasley, Ms. Granger, you are excused from first period to join us." This public acknowledgement of his friend's supporting role sent a clear message throughout the hall: Harry wasn't facing the renewed attention alone. As they followed McGonagall through corridors filled with whispering portraits and students, Harry felt a surge of gratitude for the network of protection that had formed around him. In her office, they found an unexpected visitor, Narcissa Malfoy, elegantly composed in formal robes that somehow managed to acknowledge both her Malfoy marriage and black heritage through subtle color and design elements. "Mrs. Malfoy has come to discuss the implications of today's Prophet article," McGonagall explained, her tone neutral but not hostile. "As your black family advocate, her presence is appropriate given the circumstances." Narcissa inclined her head in acknowledgement before addressing Harry directly. The investigation findings were released to the press earlier than anticipated, likely leaked by someone seeking to maximize public impact. "This accelerates our timeline somewhat." "How so?" Harry asked, noting the subtle tension between the two women despite their apparent cooperation. "The headmaster will be required to respond publicly within 48 hours, Narcissa explained. "His statement will determine subsequent political alignments and potentially his continued tenure in various positions." "You think he might lose his positions?" Hermione asked, unable to contain her shock at the possibility. "Not all of them simultaneously," Narcissa clarified. "The international community may withdraw support for his supreme mugwump role first, as it depends heavily on personal reputation. The Wisengamot and Hogwarts board would move more cautiously." "What does this mean for Harry practically?" Susan asked, her pragmatic Hufflepuff nature focusing on immediate concerns. McGonagall answered this question. "Increased scrutiny, certainly. The Prophet will likely attempt to secure interviews or photographs. Additionally, the headmaster may seek a private conversation with Mr. Potter to clarify his perspective." "You mean justify his actions," Ron translated bluntly. McGonagall's lips thinned, but she didn't contradict the assessment. "Mr. Potter is not obligated to engage in any such conversation without appropriate support present. Which brings us to immediate security concerns," Narcissa continued smoothly. "The public reaction creates both risks and opportunities. Some will view you with increased sympathy, Mr. Potter, potentially creating new alliance possibilities. Others, particularly those aligned with traditional power structures, may perceive you as a destabilizing influence." "You mean Death Eaters," Harry said directly. "Among others," Narcissa acknowledged. "The wizarding world prefers comfortable myths to uncomfortable truths. You now represent the latter, which makes you a target for those invested in maintaining the status quo." The conversation continued with practical security arrangements, adjusted patrol schedules for prefects, modified Hogsmeade visit protocols, and enhanced communication channels between Harry's protective circle. Throughout the discussion, Harry noticed the surprising degree of coordination between McGonagall and Narcissa despite their historically opposed allegiances. "One additional matter," Narcissa said as the meeting concluded. "Concerning your godfather." Everyone tensed at this reference to Sirius Black, particularly McGonagall, whose eyes narrowed perceptibly. "Amelia has secured a review of his case before the DMLE's Special Investigations Unit," Narcissa continued, addressing Harry directly. "Not a full trial yet, but a preliminary evaluation of evidence suggesting judicial irregularities. This process typically occurs behind closed doors, but given today's revelations about Dumbledore's role in your placement, the timing creates a narrative connection," Hermione realized aloud. If Dumbledore improperly sealed the Potters will to place Harry with the Dursleys instead of his named guardians. Then questions naturally arise about why Sirius Black, the primary named guardian, was imprisoned without trial, Susan completed. Especially when Dumbledore, as chief warlock, would have had authority to insist on proper judicial process. The strategic implications were immediately apparent to Harry. The public outrage about his treatment could create momentum for reviewing Sirius's case, potentially accelerating the process of securing his godfather's freedom, or at minimum, a fair trial. "When will the review happen?" he asked Narcissa. "Next week," she replied. "Amelia has arranged for your written statement to be included in the evidence package, though your direct testimony won't be required at this preliminary stage." After the meeting dispersed, with Hermione and Ron heading to their delayed first class while Susan returned to Hufflepuff, Harry remained briefly with McGonagall and Narcissa. "There's something you're not saying," he observed once they were alone. "Something about how Dumbledore will respond." The two women exchanged glances before McGonagall spoke carefully. "The headmaster rarely reacts as expected, Mr. Potter. He plays a longer game than most can perceive." "Which means?" Harry pressed. "Which means," Narcissa answered, "that his public response will likely acknowledge error while simultaneously introducing new elements that redirect attention from his personal culpability toward some greater threat requiring unity." Voldemort, Harry surmised immediately. "He'll use the threat of his return to justify everything, the blood protection, keeping me isolated, all of it." "Indeed," McGonagall confirmed, looking troubled. "And the concerning aspect is that he's not entirely wrong about the threat itself, merely his methods of preparing for it." This acknowledgement, that Dumbledore's fears about Voldemort's return had legitimate basis, sobered Harry considerably. For all his resentment of the headmaster's manipulations, he couldn't deny the reality of the Dark Wizard's continued existence in some form, nor the prophecy that apparently connected their fates. "So what do we do?" he asked finally. "If he's right about the threat but wrong about how to face it?" Narcissa's answer was unexpectedly direct. "We prepare you properly, not as a sacrifice or weapon, but as a young wizard with agency and support. We find alternatives to whatever path Dumbledore believed required your suffering. And we remember that prophecies are fulfilled not through passive acceptance of predetermined outcomes, but through choices made with full knowledge and clear intent." It was, perhaps, the most honest statement of purpose Harry had received from any adult since entering the wizarding world, an acknowledgement of the danger ahead coupled with a commitment to facing it on terms that respected his humanity rather than exploiting it. As he left McGonagall's office for his delayed class, Harry felt the weight of public attention and speculation pressing against him from all sides, curious glances from students in corridors, whispers that followed his passage, even the occasional overtly sympathetic gesture from those moved by the prophet's account of his abuse. Yet alongside that pressure came a newfound sense of clarity. The secrets that had shaped his life were gradually emerging into the light, Dumbledore's manipulations, his parents' true wishes, the circumstances of their betrayal, and his own potential role in the conflicts to come. Knowledge brought pain but also power, the power to make informed choices rather than stumbling blindly along paths others had determined for him. Whatever came next, Dumbledore's response, the review of Sirius's case, or the looming threat of Voldemort's return, Harry would face it with open eyes and unexpected allies at his side. For the first time, the path ahead, though dangerous, was illuminated by truth rather than obscured by others' agendas. That alone represented victory of a sort, one that neither Dumbledore nor Voldemort had anticipated when they'd made their plans for the boy who lived. Chapter 4, Power Plays Albus Dumbledore's public response came 3 days after the prophet's explosive headline. The Great Hall fell silent as hundreds of owl-delivered newspapers simultaneously revealed the same front-page image, Dumbledore standing solemnly before the assembled Wizengamot, his usual twinkling demeanor replaced by grave dignity. Dumbledore addresses Potter revelations, mistakes made in shadow of greater threat. Harry, reading between Susan and Hermione at the Gryffindor table, scanned the article with increasing tension. As Narcissa had predicted, Dumbledore acknowledged regrettable errors in judgment regarding Harry's placement while simultaneously pivoting to warnings about gathering darkness that necessitated difficult choices. Classic misdirection, Hermione murmured, reading alongside him. He's reframing the entire narrative as wartime necessity rather than personal accountability. But he's not denying the actual findings, Susan noted. That's significant. A month ago, his supporters would have rejected the allegations outright. Ron leaned across the table, keeping his voice low. Look at the staff table. They're divided. Indeed, the head table presented a tableau of institutional fracture. McGonagall sat rigidly, not touching her breakfast as she surveyed the students with watchful intensity. Flitwick appeared deep in conversation with Sprout, both occasionally glancing toward Harry with what seemed like concern. Most telling was Snape, whose usual scowl had been replaced by a calculating assessment as his eyes moved between Harry and the empty headmaster's chair. He's testing the waters, Harry said, folding the newspaper decisively. Acknowledging just enough to seem contrite while redirecting attention to Voldemort's threat. Do you think people will buy it? Ron asked. Before Harry could respond, a commotion at the entrance drew everyone's attention. Lucius Malfoy strode into the Great Hall, his aristocratic features set in an expression of grave concern, flanked by two other members of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. The formal robes and official manner of their entrance made their purpose unmistakable. This was no casual visit. At the Slytherin table, Draco straightened, surprise briefly disrupting his careful composure. Clearly, his father hadn't informed him of this visit. Political theater, Susan whispered as the governors proceeded toward McGonagall, who had risen to greet them with formal correctness. The board asserting its oversight authority in the headmaster's absence. The whispered conversation between the governors and deputy headmistress was brief but visibly tense. McGonagall's Scottish accent became more pronounced, a tell Harry had learned indicated heightened emotion beneath her professional exterior. After a moment, she nodded stiffly and accompanied the governors from the hall, leaving whispers erupting in their wake. This wasn't in our briefings, Hermione noted with concern. Madam Bones didn't mention board intervention. Because it wasn't planned, Harry realized, recalling Narcissa's political lessons. Lucius is improvising, using Dumbledore's temporary vulnerability to assert board authority over Hogwarts. But isn't that good? Ron asked, puzzled. I mean, Dumbledore kept you with those awful Muggles. Shouldn't he face consequences? It's not about justice, Susan explained quietly. It's about power redistribution. The question is whether Lucius's faction would be better or worse for Harry than Dumbledore's continued leadership. Harry considered this complexity as breakfast concluded and students moved toward morning classes. The political dimensions had expanded beyond his personal situation into a broader power struggle with Hogwarts itself as contested territory. This aligned with what Amelia had warned might happen, his case becoming a catalyst for long-simmering institutional conflicts. Defense against the dark arts provided the first indication of how this power shift affected daily operations. Professor Lupin entered the classroom looking unusually haggard, with McGonagall following close behind. Professor Lupin will be observed during today's lesson, she announced crisply. The Board of Governors has implemented a comprehensive faculty review in light of recent concerns about student welfare. The implication was clear, Lupin's position, already precarious due to his condition, was under additional scrutiny. Harry felt a surge of indignation on behalf of the one professor who had consistently provided genuine support and connection to his parents. Throughout the lesson on advanced shielding techniques, Lupin maintained professional composure despite McGonagall's watchful presence. When students practiced paired defensive drills, Harry deliberately demonstrated his improved abilities, not showing off, but performing at a level that clearly reflected excellent instruction. Impressive control, Mr. Potter, McGonagall commented as his shield easily deflected Hermione's well-cast stinging hex. Professor Lupin's teaching methods appear quite effective. The deliberate praise, spoken loudly enough for others to hear, represented McGonagall's own political maneuvering, creating a public record of Lupin's teaching success with the boy who lived specifically. After class, Harry lingered until other students departed. "Professor Lupin, is everything all right? The board's review seems targeted." Lupin's smile held resignation. "Political currents affect us all, Harry. I've weathered worse storms. But it's not fair." Harry protested. "You're the best defense teacher we've had." "Life seldom arranges itself according to fairness," Lupin observed mildly. "Though I appreciate your support. For now, focus on your studies and allow the adults to manage these institutional challenges." This gentle dismissal, the suggestion that Harry should remain above political concerns, contrasted sharply with the approach Amelia and Narcissa had encouraged. They had consistently treated him as a participant in his own fate rather than a child to be shielded from complexity. "With respect, Professor," Harry said carefully, "I'm rather directly involved in these institutional challenges whether I choose to be or not. Pretending otherwise hasn't worked well for me so far." Something flickered in Lupin's tired eyes, surprise, perhaps, at this assertive articulation from James Potter's son. "You've changed, Harry. Become more aware," Harry supplied, "of the bigger picture beyond just surviving each crisis as it happens." McGonagall, who had remained silent during this exchange, nodded slightly. "A necessary development, given circumstances. Mr. Potter has been receiving appropriate guidance regarding his position in our community." The careful phrasing acknowledged Harry's political education without directly mentioning Narcissa or Amelia. Lupin seemed to catch the subtext, his expression thoughtful as he studied Harry with new assessment. "I see," he said finally. "Then perhaps we should adjust our additional lessons accordingly. If you're taking a more active role in events, different skills may prove valuable." This subtle shift, Lupin's recognition of Harry's evolving status, repeated throughout the day as professors and students alike recalibrated their interactions with him. No longer simply the boy who lived or Dumbledore's special project, Harry had become an independent political entity with significant backing. By afternoon, the board's presence had created visible tension throughout the castle. Prefects escorted governors between classrooms, portraits whispered urgently as official parties passed, and even ghosts seemed to hover strategically near important conversations. In potions, the atmosphere was particularly charged. Snape conducted the lesson with cold efficiency, his usual targeted cruelty notably absent as Lucius Malfoy observed from the rear of the classroom. The students worked in unnatural silence, aware they were witnessing some complex adult power play without fully understanding the stakes. As they prepared ingredients for a moderately advanced healing potion, Draco arrived at the supply cabinet simultaneously with Harry. For a moment, they reached for the same jar of powdered bicorn horn. "Go ahead, Potter," Draco said, his voice carefully neutral. "Your potion's at a more critical stage." The small courtesy, offered with Lucius watching, represented more than mere politeness. It was a public repositioning, an acknowledgement of Harry's changed status that carried significance beyond the immediate interaction. "Thanks," Harry replied equally neutrally, accepting the jar while meeting Draco's eyes with unspoken understanding. This brief exchange caught Lucius's attention. Harry felt the elder Malfoy's calculating gaze following him back to his workstation, assessing this evidence of evolved dynamics between his son and the boy who lived. After class, as students filed out, Lucius's cultured voice cut through the general movement. "Mr. Potter, a moment." Harry paused, aware of Ron and Hermione hesitating protectively nearby. "Yes, Mr. Malfoy. I understand my wife has taken a personal interest in your education," Lucius observed, his tone revealing nothing beyond polite inquiry. "Most unexpected, given historical circumstances." "Mrs. Malfoy has been very helpful," Harry replied carefully, applying Narcissa's lessons in diplomatic ambiguity. "Her knowledge of certain family magics has proven valuable." Lucius's eyes narrowed slightly at the deliberate emphasis on family, a reminder that Narcissa's involvement stemmed from Black connections rather than Malfoy interests. "Indeed. And your new guardian, Madame Bones, her influence appears to have been transformative. I found proper guidance makes all the difference," Harry agreed, maintaining direct eye contact despite the intimidating presence before him. Something I lacked previously. The implicit criticism of Dumbledore's guardianship hung between them, creating an unexpected moment of aligned interests despite fundamentally opposed values. Quite so, Lucius said finally, his expression unreadable. Good day, Mr. Potter. As Harry rejoined his friends in the corridor, Hermione released a tense breath. That was, surprisingly civil. It wasn't civil, it was reconnaissance, Harry corrected, applying Amelia's political analysis. He's determining whether I've become an asset or liability to whatever he's planning with the board's intervention. Ron looked bewildered by this complexity. But whose side is he on? I mean, he was a Death Eater, but he just helped expose Dumbledore's mistakes with you, but his wife is helping you while he's not stopping her but not really supporting her either. Welcome to Wizarding Politics, Susan commented, joining them from her potions workstation. Where everyone plays multiple games simultaneously and true objectives remain hidden until the final move. This succinct assessment earned her appreciative glances from both Harry and Hermione. Susan had grown increasingly integrated into their group, her practical Hufflepuff perspective complementing their Gryffindor tendencies toward direct confrontation. The question, Harry said as they moved toward the Great Hall for lunch, is what Dumbledore's doing while all this happens at Hogwarts. He didn't become Chief Warlock by being outmaneuvered easily. The answer arrived dramatically during lunch, when an official ministry owl delivered a sealed parchment to Harry. The formal purple wax bearing the Wizengamot crest silenced nearby conversations as he carefully broke the seal. It's from the Special Investigations Department, he reported quietly to his friends after scanning the contents. Sirius Black's case has been officially reopened for review, with preliminary hearings scheduled next week. I'm being asked to provide formal testimony about certain inconsistencies in the official narrative. That's massive, Hermione breathed. The ministry never acknowledges potential miscarriages of justice, especially from that era. Dumbledore's countermove, Susan analyzed immediately. While the board questions his Hogwarts leadership, he's redirecting attention to past injustices requiring his experienced guidance to address. But this helps Harry, Ron pointed out, confused again by the strategic layers. Why would Dumbledore push for something that strengthens Harry's position against him? Because it's not zero-sum, Harry realized, recalling Narcissa's chess metaphors. By championing Sirius's case review, Dumbledore simultaneously appears to be correcting past errors while maintaining his position as a necessary leader during uncertain times. He's sacrificing a bishop to protect his queen. This political assessment, delivered with confident analysis rather than confused speculation, caused Ron to stare at his friend with newfound awareness. You really have changed, mate. Harry met his gaze steadily. Had to. The game's more complicated than I realized, and I've been a piece rather than a player for too long. The remainder of the day brought further evidence of Hogwarts in transition. By dinner, rumors circulated about a formal inquiry into Professor Binns' effectiveness, potential curriculum reviews, and even speculation about the board assuming temporary administrative control while Dumbledore addressed his Wizengamot responsibilities. Throughout these developments, Harry maintained the composed demeanor Amelia and Andromeda had cultivated during his holiday training. He answered questions directly but without volunteering information, acknowledged concerns without inflaming them, and projected quiet confidence rather than anxious reactivity. When curfew approached, Professor McGonagall intercepted Harry and his friends in the common room. Mr. Potter, a secure flu call awaits you in my office. Your guardian wishes to discuss today's developments. The formality of her phrasing, acknowledging Amelia's authority rather than treating the communication as exceptional, represented another subtle reinforcement of the changed power dynamics at Hogwarts. In McGonagall's office, Amelia's face appeared in green flames, her expression professionally neutral despite the significance of the conversation. The political landscape is shifting rapidly, she began without preamble. Lucius Malfoy has leveraged board authority to implement a comprehensive school review while Dumbledore manages the Wizengamot fallout. Meanwhile, the international community has called for his temporary recusal from ICW leadership pending resolution of the investigation findings. Meaning he's fighting on 3 fronts simultaneously, Harry surmised. Precisely. Amelia's approval at his analysis was evident. While Lucius seeks control of Hogwarts, traditional Dumbledore allies in the Ministry are reconsidering their positions. This creates opening for policy reforms previously blocked by entrenched interests. What about Sirius's case? Harry asked. I received formal notification today. Dumbledore's attempt to regain moral authority by championing review of a potential injustice, Amelia confirmed. However, he's miscalculated the extent of evidence we've already assembled. The preliminary hearing may accelerate beyond his ability to control, particularly if certain witnesses prove willing to testify under Veritaserum. The strategic conversation continued, with Amelia outlining Ministry developments while Harry provided updates from Hogwarts. McGonagall occasionally contributed institutional context, creating a 3-way analysis that represented the Alliance's different spheres of influence. Narcissa will contact you tomorrow through the secured mirror, Amelia concluded. She's identified certain, magical signatures, that warrant discussion. For now, maintain your current approach, observe, document, and avoid unnecessary confrontation. After the call concluded, McGonagall regarded Harry thoughtfully. You've adapted remarkably well to these political complexities, Potter. Your parents would be proud of your composure under pressure. The simple statement, delivered without sentimentality but with evident sincerity, meant more than elaborate praise might have. Thank you, Professor. I'm trying to be worthy of the support I've received. A mature perspective, McGonagall acknowledged. However, do remember that you remain, first and foremost, a student. Your education, both academic and otherwise, should take precedence over political maneuvering whenever possible. It was a gentle reminder that despite his accelerated involvement in adult concerns, McGonagall still viewed her primary responsibility as his development rather than his strategic utility, a perspective that distinguished her approach from both Dumbledore's and, in some ways, even Amelia and Narcissa's. I understand, Harry assured her. And I appreciate the balance you've maintained through all this. As he returned to Gryffindor Tower under prefect escort, another new security protocol, Harry reflected on the rapidly evolving situation. In less than 3 months, his position had transformed from isolated, manipulated pawn to actively engaged participant with significant backing. The political ecosystem that had taken his parents' wishes, his godfather's freedom, and his own childhood for granted was being forced to reckon with long-ignored injustices. Yet beneath these promising developments lurked darker currents. Voldemort remained a genuine threat, regardless of Dumbledore's political exploitation of that fact. The prophecy connecting their fates still exerted influence, even if Harry now approached it with greater agency. And somewhere beyond Hogwarts walls, Peter Pettigrew potentially worked toward his former master's resurrection, while Sirius Black sought some way to reach and protect his godson. The game had multiple players, complex rules, and stakes higher than anyone fully comprehended. Harry's challenge was maintaining perspective amidst these escalating power plays, remembering that institutional politics, while important, remained secondary to the fundamental conflict between those who sought domination through fear and those who championed choice, justice, and human dignity. With that sobering thought, he climbed through the portrait hole to find his friends waiting, ready to help him process the day's developments and prepare for whatever tomorrow might bring. The following morning brought yet another political reconfiguration. As students assembled for breakfast, Professor McGonagall announced that Dumbledore had taken temporary leave from Hogwarts to address Wisengamot and ICW matters, with herself assuming acting headmistress responsibilities while the Board of Governors conducted their institutional review. Educational continuity remains our priority, she assured the student body. Your professors will maintain normal instructional schedules while administrative adjustments proceed. This development, Dumbledore's strategic retreat rather than direct confrontation with the board, represented sophisticated political maneuvering. By voluntarily stepping back, temporarily, to focus on his other positions, he denied Lucius the satisfaction of forced administrative change while maintaining his technical status as headmaster. Chess game continues, Harry murmured to Hermione. Each side sacrificing position for long-term advantage. Throughout the day, evidence of administrative transition appeared throughout the castle. Board members observed classes with formal evaluation scrolls, portraits reported increased activity in rarely used passages, and house elves conducted deep cleaning of areas long neglected under Dumbledore's somewhat laissez-faire management style. Most visible was the increased presence of board chairman Lucius Malfoy, who moved through Hogwarts with aristocratic authority, trailed by a harried-looking secretary documenting his observations and directives. When Harry encountered him during transition between Transfiguration and Charms, Lucius acknowledged him with formal correctness that stopped just short of actual courtesy. "Mr. Potter. I trust you find the board's efforts to improve educational standards satisfactory." The deliberate echo of Harry's earlier phrasing about proper guidance created an uncomfortable parallel between their institutional critiques. "Any effort to ensure student safety and well-being seems worthwhile," Harry responded neutrally. "Indeed." Lucius's pale eyes assessed him with calculated interest. "One wonders why such efforts weren't implemented years ago, given certain incidents during your previous terms." The reference to the Chamber of Secrets and earlier dangers hung between them, made particularly ironic by Lucius's own role in orchestrating at least one of those threats. Harry maintained composed eye contact, refusing to be intimidated by the implied hypocrisy. "Historical accountability seems increasingly important," he agreed carefully. "For all parties involved in past decisions." Lucius's lip curled slightly at this veiled reminder of his own questionable actions. "Quite. Good day, Mr. Potter." As the elder Malfoy continued down the corridor, Harry noticed Draco watching the interaction from a discreet distance, his expression unusually thoughtful. When their eyes met briefly, Draco gave an almost imperceptible nod before turning away, another small indicator of evolving dynamics between former enemies. That evening, as promised, Narcissa contacted Harry through the secured mirror. Her elegant features appeared in the reflective surface, composed as always yet with subtle tension around her eyes. "The political situation develops as expected," she began after privacy charms secured their conversation. "However, there are magical concerns requiring immediate attention. During my research into alternative protections, I detected unusual energy patterns suggesting accelerated activity consistent with the Dark Lord's previous resurrection attempts." Harry's stomach tightened at this direct reference to Voldemort's potential return. "You think he's finding a way back? Like with Quirrell?" "Similar but more substantial," Narcissa clarified. "The signature suggests ritual preparation rather than mere possession. Traditional necromantic methods requiring specific components, most concerning being blood of the enemy, forcibly taken." The implication was clear. Harry's blood would likely be targeted as an essential ingredient in whatever resurrection ritual Voldemort planned. "The timeline?" he asked, practicing the calm assessment Amelia had taught him rather than panicked reaction. "Uncertain, but accelerating. Magical indicators suggest preliminary components already assembled." Narcissa's clinical analysis reflected her extensive dark arts knowledge. "Pettigrew's disappearance likely connects directly. He would possess both motivation and knowledge to assist such preparations." Harry processed this sobering intelligence. "What additional protections can we implement?" "I've enhanced the blood-based wards around locations you frequent, incorporating black family modifications that detect intent rather than mere magical signature." Narcissa demonstrated uncharacteristic directness in explaining her actions. "Additionally, I've prepared specialized defensive items to supplement your existing protections." She indicated something off-mirror. "Amelia will deliver these personally during her scheduled Hogsmeade visit next weekend. Until then, maintain heightened awareness, particularly regarding any unusual magical sensations through your scar connection." The conversation continued with specific defensive recommendations, magical theory regarding Harry's unique connection to Voldemort, and contingency plans should acceleration occur. Throughout, Narcissa maintained professional composure while providing information previously deemed too dark for Harry to access, treating him as capable of handling complex, frightening realities rather than shielding him from difficult knowledge. "One final matter," she said as their conversation concluded. "Concerning my son." Harry straightened, surprised by this personal direction. "Malfoy? I mean, Draco. He occupies a precarious position between Lucius's traditional alignments and my revised perspective." Narcissa chose her words with characteristic precision. "Recent developments have prompted his reconsideration of certain assumptions, creating potential for evolved interaction between you." "I've noticed," Harry acknowledged, recalling several small incidents suggesting Draco's shifting attitude. "He's been almost civil lately." "Draco possesses greater complexity than his public persona suggests," Narcissa observed with maternal insight. "His upbringing emphasized certain perspectives that experience now challenges. Should he approach you directly, consider that he navigates complicated family expectations while forming independent judgments." It was as close to asking for consideration toward her son as Narcissa's pride would allow. Harry recognized the significance of this quasi-request from someone who had provided substantial protection without requesting anything in return. "I understand," he assured her. "If he makes genuine effort, I'll respond accordingly." Something like relief flickered across Narcissa's composed features. "Excellent. Maintain regular communication through the secured channels. Should emergency arise, the activation phrase for the port key remains, Sanctuary and Strength." After the mirror connection ended, Harry sat contemplating these developments with growing concern. The political machinations at Hogwarts and Ministry suddenly seemed secondary to the magical threat Narcissa had identified. If Voldemort was indeed preparing resurrection rituals requiring enemy blood, the timeline toward direct confrontation was compressing rapidly. He needed to accelerate his own preparations correspondingly. The Hogsmeade weekend arrived with unexpected spring sunshine warming the grounds after weeks of stubborn winter chill. Students chatted excitedly about village plans as they queued for permission verification, their ordinary teenage enthusiasm creating surreal contrast with the institutional tension and political maneuvering of recent weeks. Harry waited with Ron and Hermione, maintaining casual conversation while remaining alert to their surroundings, a habit Tonks had drilled into him during security training. Susan joined them at the checkpoint, her practical Hufflepuff planning evident in the organized list she'd prepared for their afternoon. "Scrivenshafts first for supplies," she suggested, "then 3 broomsticks for lunch, with honeydukes after when the morning crowd has thinned. We should reach the South Village path by 2 o'clock for your appointment." This last reference to Harry's scheduled meeting with Amelia was deliberately vague, maintaining privacy while acknowledging their awareness of his additional plans. He appreciated the matter-of-fact support, neither overprotective like Ron's occasional hovering nor intensely analytical like Hermione's constant risk assessment. As they moved through permission verification, Harry noticed Draco standing slightly apart from his usual Slytherin group, watching the proceedings with uncharacteristic introspection. When Crabbe made some apparently derogatory comment about passing Gryffindors, Draco merely shrugged noncommittally rather than leading the mockery as he typically would have. Their path to Hogsmeade followed the usual route, though with enhanced security evident in the aura presence at strategic points along the way, another sign of shifting ministry priorities under Amelia's influence. In the village itself, they maintained casual adolescent normality while executing Susan's efficient schedule. At precisely 2 o'clock, they reached the designated meeting point where Amelia waited, her formal robes exchanged for more practical attire that still managed to convey professional authority. Right on time, she approved, greeting Susan with a brief hug before acknowledging the others with formal correctness. "Ms. Granger, Mr. Weasley, thank you for your continued support of Harry's security arrangements. Would you mind allowing us private conversation for approximately 30 minutes? Susan can accompany you to Honeydukes and rejoin us afterward." This diplomatic dismissal, acknowledging their importance while creating necessary privacy, demonstrated Amelia's political skill. After they departed, she led Harry to a secluded cottage at the village periphery, where layered privacy wards shimmered visibly as they crossed the threshold. Narcissa has briefed you on the magical concerns, Amelia began once they were seated, typical of her direct approach. My department has identified corresponding activity through traditional intelligence channels, unusual movement among former Death Eaters, subtle positioning of assets, and financial transactions suggesting preparation for significant events. She placed a small wooden box on the table between them. These are the enhanced protections Narcissa prepared. Each has been verified by independent magical assessment to ensure both effectiveness and ethical application. The box contains several items: a signet ring with the combined Potterblack crest that complemented his heir ring, a thin silver chain with a pendant inscribed with protective runes, and what appeared to be an ordinary leather wand holster. The ring incorporates familial protection magic linked to both Potter and Black bloodlines, Amelia explained as Harry examined each item. The pendant functions as both passive magical shield and emergency alert system connected to myself, Narcissa, and Andromeda. The holster contains anti-summoning charms, quick-release mechanisms, and emergency port key functionality independent of the one you already carry. These tangible protections, representing collaboration between Amelia's legal authority and Narcissa's ancient family magic, embodied the unexpected alliance that had transformed Harry's circumstances. He placed the ring on his right hand alongside the heir ring, feeling immediate magical resonance between them as the protections recognized compatible signatures. The Ministry investigation has identified additional concerns, Amelia continued, her expression grave. Traces of unusual magical activity in Little Hangleton, a village connected to Tom Riddle's maternal ancestry. Additionally, multiple international port key applications from individuals with historical Death Eater connections, suggesting gathering of previously dispersed forces. Preparations for whatever ritual Narcissa detected, Harry surmised, applying the analytical framework they'd taught him. Precisely. Amelia's approval at his reasoning was evident. The timeline appears to be accelerating, potentially corresponding with astronomical alignments occurring in late spring, traditionally powerful moments for resurrection rituals. They spent the next 20 minutes reviewing security protocols, contingency plans, and accelerated training schedules to prepare for potential confrontation. Throughout, Amelia maintained the same direct approach she'd established during Harry's holiday education, providing complete information, expecting mature processing, and treating him as an active participant rather than passive protectee. Sirius Black's preliminary hearing occurred yesterday, she informed him as their meeting concluded. The evidence presented was sufficient to escalate to formal review with Wisengamot oversight. Your submitted testimony regarding Pettigrew's apparent survival proved particularly influential in the procedural decision. When will they reach conclusion? Harry asked eagerly, hope for his godfather's exoneration rising despite the surrounding concerns. Legal processes move deliberately, particularly when correcting potential miscarriages of justice, Amelia cautioned. However, momentum builds toward formal trial within approximately 6 weeks, assuming continued evidentiary support. The possibility that Sirius might be cleared, might become the guardian his parents had intended, created complicated emotions for Harry. While grateful for Amelia's guardianship and the protection it provided, the opportunity to connect with someone who had actually known and loved his parents represented a different kind of healing. Would that change things between us? He asked hesitantly. If Sirius is exonerated and takes guardianship? Something softened in Amelia's usually composed expression. Legal arrangements may evolve, Harry, but the commitment to your welfare and protection remains constant. Should Black be cleared and assume primary guardianship as your parents intended, I would expect continued collaboration rather than complete transition. This reassurance, that the support network which had formed around him wouldn't simply dissolve if Sirius returned, eased Harry's conflicted feelings. As they prepared to depart the safe house, Amelia placed a hand briefly on his shoulder in rare physical demonstration. Remember that family extends beyond legal designations, she said simply. Regardless of formal arrangements, you've established connections that transcend mere guardianship papers. The sentiment echoed what Narcissa had expressed differently, that the unexpected alliance formed initially for Harry's protection had evolved into something more meaningful for all involved. It represented perhaps the most significant transformation in his circumstances, from unwanted burden to valued family member, from strategic asset to person worth protecting for his own sake. As they rejoined the others at Honeydukes, Harry carried this awareness alongside the new protective items, tangible reminders that preparation for coming dangers didn't negate the healing and connection he'd found along the way. April arrived with administrative changes throughout Hogwarts as the board's review implemented preliminary recommendations. New security protocols appeared, neglected courses received updated materials, and even the house elves operated under revised welfare standards that Hermione enthusiastically endorsed. Most visible was Professor McGonagall's leadership as acting headmistress, efficient, transparent, and decidedly less whimsical than Dumbledore's approach. Morning announcements provided clear information about institutional developments, faculty meetings occurred on regular schedules, and student concerns received prompt, practical responses rather than cryptic redirections. "It's like the entire castle is waking up," Hermione observed during one study session in the library. Systems that operated on tradition and inertia for decades suddenly functioning with actual purpose and accountability. Ron remained less enthusiastic about the changes. "It's all so organized now. Takes some of the adventure out of things, doesn't it?" "Adventure is overrated when it involves basilisks and possessed professors," Harry pointed out dryly. "I'll take boring competence over exciting negligence any day." This perspective, valuing stability and safety over Dumbledore's more chaotic but admittedly entertaining approach, represented Harry's evolved understanding of institutional responsibility. While he could appreciate the wonder Dumbledore's eccentric leadership had sometimes created, he now recognized the underlying problems it had enabled through lack of consistent oversight. Among these administrative changes came unexpected academic opportunities. Professor Flitwick approached Harry after Charms one afternoon with an intriguing proposal. "Your recent performance suggests readiness for advanced work," the diminutive professor noted. "Particularly your integration of magical theory across traditional subject boundaries. Would you consider independent study focusing on practical defensive applications of charms beyond standard curriculum?" This offer, to pursue accelerated, specialized education officially sanctioned within Hogwarts, represented significant departure from the standardized approach typically enforced. Harry accepted eagerly, recognizing both educational value and strategic advantage given Voldemort's apparent preparations. Similar opportunities emerged in Transfiguration and even Potions, where Snape grudgingly acknowledged Harry's improved technique by assigning more complex brewing projects. These academic advancements occurred alongside his continued private training with Professor Lupin, creating comprehensive preparation that addressed both magical knowledge and practical application. The social dynamics within Hogwarts evolved correspondingly. Harry's friend group expanded beyond its original Gryffindor boundaries, with Susan's presence normalizing cross-house interaction that gradually included Luna Lovegood from Ravenclaw, Hannah Abbott joining Susan from Hufflepuff, and even occasional civil conversations with more moderate Slytherins during shared classes. Most significant was the evolving relationship with Draco Malfoy. The transformation began subtly, decreased hostility in corridors, neutral academic interactions during paired assignments, and eventually a remarkable encounter in the library that shifted their dynamic definitively. Harry was researching advanced defensive theory for Flitwick's independent study when Draco approached his isolated table, unaccompanied by his usual Slytherin entourage. "Potter," he acknowledged with careful neutrality. "May I join you briefly? There's a matter we should discuss." Surprised but curious, Harry gestured to the chair opposite. "Go ahead." Draco sat with characteristic poise, though Harry noted unusual tension in his posture. After ensuring privacy with a quick glance around, he spoke with uncharacteristic directness. "My father believes Hogwarts requires fundamental restructuring beyond mere administrative adjustments," he began, his tone carefully controlled. His plans involve significant changes to admission policies, curricular focus, and institutional alignments once the board consolidates authority. Harry immediately recognized the significance of this information. "Why tell me this?" "Because my mother suggests your perspective deserves consideration despite our historical disagreements." Draco's formal phrasing barely masked evident internal conflict. And because I've observed sufficient evidence to question certain assumptions I previously accepted without examination. This carefully constructed statement, acknowledging Narcissa's influence while maintaining personal agency in his reconsideration, represented remarkable evolution from the arrogant, prejudiced boy who had tormented Harry for 2 years. What assumptions specifically? Harry pressed, needing clarity before determining how to respond. Draco's expression tightened momentarily before he continued with evident effort. Regarding blood status determining magical capacity. Regarding Dumbledore's competence versus malevolence. Regarding your own circumstances and capabilities. The admission that Draco had reconsidered fundamental beliefs undergirding his previous hostility clearly cost him significant pride. Harry recognized the courage required for such acknowledgement, particularly given Lucius's continued influence and Slytherin social pressures. "That's unexpected," Harry responded honestly. "But I appreciate the reconsideration. And the warning about your father's plans. It's not an alliance," Draco clarified quickly. "Merely recognition that oversimplified categorizations prove increasingly inadequate as situations evolve." "Agreed," Harry said, suppressing slight amusement at the overly formal articulation of what essentially amounted to, "Things are complicated." "So where does this leave us practically? I assume you're not suggesting public friendship." "Merlin, no," Draco confirmed with a flash of his old sneer. "That would be politically disastrous for both of us given current factional alignments. However, certain information exchanges through discrete channels might prove mutually beneficial as institutional transformations proceed." The proposal, essentially establishing covert communication while maintaining public distance, demonstrated surprising political sophistication. Harry considered the potential advantages and risks before responding. "I'm willing to consider information exchange on specific matters affecting student welfare," he agreed cautiously. "Though I maintain certain non-negotiable positions regarding educational access regardless of background." Draco's lip curled slightly at this reference to Muggle-born inclusion, but he nodded stiffly. "Noted. Though you might consider that my father's perspective doesn't represent all traditional viewpoints, merely the most extreme interpretations." This hint at ideological diversity within pure-blood circles aligned with what Narcissa had suggested during Harry's political education, that the simplistic light-slash-dark dichotomy obscured more complex positioning among magical families with ancient lineages. "Also noted," Harry acknowledged. "So we maintain public distance while establishing secure communication for matters of mutual concern?" "Precisely." Draco appeared relieved at this businesslike approach. "Mother suggested a method similar to the paired notebooks she provided during your educational period." This reference to Harry's time under Narcissa's tutelage confirmed that Draco knew considerably more about recent events than his public behavior suggested. His willingness to acknowledge this connection represented significant repositioning from his previous antagonism. They arranged practical details for their covert communication before Draco departed as carefully as he'd arrived, maintaining appropriate public distance while establishing private understanding. The interaction represented perfect exemplification of the political complexity Harry navigated daily: layers of public presentation, private alliance, and strategic positioning that would have been incomprehensible to him mere months earlier. As April progressed, this pattern of public stability masking private preparation intensified. While Hogwarts operated with unprecedented administrative transparency under McGonagall's leadership and the board's oversight, Harry's circle engaged in accelerated defensive training, information gathering, and strategic planning for the confrontation they increasingly believed inevitable. The evidence accumulated steadily: Narcissa's magical detection identifying ritual components gathering in specific locations, Amelia's intelligence reports noting increased activity among former Death Eaters, Draco's discreet communications about his father's more concerning private statements, and most alarmingly, Harry's scar occasionally pulsing with distant but strengthening connection to Voldemort's consciousness. The timeline compresses, Amelia concluded during one secured communication. Astronomical alignments in late May create optimal conditions for the resurrection ritual Narcissa identified. We must operate under assumption of direct confrontation within approximately 6 weeks. This stark assessment transformed their preparation from theoretical to immediate. Harry's training intensified across multiple fronts: offensive and defensive spell work with Lupin, strategic analysis with McGonagall, magical theory integration with Flitwick, and even reluctant but valuable potions tutoring from Snape, who had apparently reached his own conclusions about coming conflicts. Throughout these accelerated preparations, Harry maintained outward normality, attending regular classes, participating in Quidditch practice, and engaging in ordinary adolescent social activities that maintained his connection to normal teenage experience despite extraordinary circumstances. This balance, encouraged particularly by Amelia and McGonagall, preserved psychological health that pure combat preparation might have compromised. "The goal isn't creating a weapon," Amelia had explained during one private conversation, but preparing a young wizard to survive extraordinary challenges while retaining his essential humanity. This approach, fundamentally different from Dumbledore's more instrumentalist perspective, characterized the unexpected guardianship that had transformed Harry's circumstances. Where Dumbledore had seemingly prepared him as sacrificial piece in a greater strategic game, Amelia and Narcissa focused on developing his capacity to make informed choices while providing maximum support for survival and success. The contrast became particularly evident in early May when the Wizengamot formally announced Sirius Black's case had advanced to full trial status with compelling evidence suggesting wrongful imprisonment. The Daily Prophet's coverage positioned Dumbledore carefully, acknowledging his recent advocacy for review while diplomatically avoiding his role in the original imprisonment without trial. Justice delayed but not denied, Black T.O. receive long overdue trial. Notice how Dumbledore emerges as champion of justice rather than perpetrator of original injustice, Hermione observed, analyzing the article with her usual acuity. It's brilliant repositioning, using your godfather's potential exoneration to rebuild his moral authority without addressing his role in the initial situation. Classic misdirection, Susan agreed. Auntie says he's systematically reconstructing his image through carefully selected advocacy positions that distance him from previous questionable decisions without directly acknowledging error. This sophisticated political analysis, coming from teenage witches who months earlier had accepted institutional authority largely without question, demonstrated how extensively Harry's situation had catalyzed broader awakening among his peers. His friends had evolved alongside him, developing critical assessment of authority structures previously accepted as benevolent and trustworthy. Ron, characteristically, focused on practical implications. But if Sirius is cleared, that's good regardless of who gets credit, right? He's your proper guardian according to your parents' will. Absolutely, Harry confirmed. Though at this point, I expect collaboration rather than complete transition if he's exonerated. Amelia's done too much to be simply replaced. This mature recognition, that relationships and support systems could evolve rather than merely transfer, reflected Harry's developing understanding of family as chosen connection rather than merely legal designation. His unexpected guardians had created something more meaningful than paperwork could define. As May advanced, however, these political developments increasingly took secondary importance to magical preparations for the confrontation they now considered inevitable. Narcissa's detection spells identified completed ritual components gathering in Little Hangleton, while Amelia's intelligence sources reported Pettigrew's confirmed sighting in Albania, a region long rumored to harbor Voldemort's weakened spirit. The pieces assemble, Narcissa reported during one mirror communication, her usual composed expression showing rare tension. Traditional resurrection requires physical connection to the intended form, willing servant sacrifice, ancestral remains, and enemy blood. 3 components appear secured, only your blood remains needed for completion. So they'll try to capture me, Harry concluded, processing this intelligence with calm assessment that would have been impossible months earlier. Probably during the optimal astronomical alignment you identified. Most likely, Narcissa confirmed. Which necessitates heightened protection during that period specifically. Amelia has arranged additional Auror presence at Hogwarts beginning next week, while I've completed enhanced familial wards around the castle perimeter. These layered protections, ministry resources coordinated with ancient family magic, exemplified the alliance that had transformed Harry's vulnerability into multidimensional security. Yet all involved recognized the fundamental truth of magical conflict: no protection proved absolute against determined, powerful opposition. The question wasn't whether confrontation would occur, but under whose terms it would happen. The third week of May brought beautiful spring weather to Hogwarts, sunlight sparkling on the lake, fresh greenery throughout the grounds, and students increasingly distracted from academics as summer approached. This natural beauty created surreal contrast with the tension Harry's circle experienced as the identified ritual window approached. On Thursday morning, an unexpected development disrupted their vigilant preparation. Professor McGonagall announced during breakfast that the Ministry had organized an educational exhibition on international magical cooperation, scheduled at the Department of Mysteries the following afternoon, with select student representatives invited to attend. Hogwarts representatives will include prefects from each house and students who have demonstrated particular academic excellence in relevant subjects, she explained. Those selected will receive formal invitations during morning post tomorrow, with departure scheduled for 1 o'clock via secured Ministry transportation. The announcement created excited speculation throughout the hall. The Department of Mysteries rarely opened even limited access to educational groups, making this opportunity unprecedented. Harry, however, immediately recognized strategic implications beyond the stated educational purpose. Timing aligns exactly with the ritual window Narcissa identified, he noted quietly to Hermione. And, secured Ministry transportation, means students leaving Hogwarts protection during the highest risk period. You think it's a trap, she whispered, her expression growing concerned. But Professor McGonagall announced it, surely she wouldn't endanger students deliberately. Not deliberately, Harry agreed. But she might not have complete information if this came through regular Ministry channels rather than Amelia's department specifically. This possibility, that legitimate appearing Ministry functions might be compromised to create vulnerability, aligned with Amelia's warnings about infiltration within certain departments. Harry resolved to contact her immediately through the secured mirror to verify the exhibition's authenticity before any students left Hogwarts protection. Before he could implement this plan, however, Morning Post arrived with unexpected communication, not the anticipated exhibition invitation, but an elegant envelope bearing the Black family crest, delivered by one of Narcissa's distinctive eagle owls. Inside was a single sheet of parchment with flowing script: "The exhibition is unauthorized. Ministry records show no such event scheduled. Maintain position within Hogwarts protections regardless of official directives. Secure communication follows via established channels." The warning, delivered through public channels rather than their usual private communication, suggested urgent concern overriding normal security protocols. Harry showed the message to Hermione with significant glance before carefully placing it in his pocket. "We need to alert McGonagall," she whispered urgently. "If students are being lured from the castle, carefully," Harry cautioned. "We don't know who might be compromised or under influence. Use the emergency protocol Amelia established." The protocol, designed specifically for situations requiring discreet faculty alerting, involved placing specific magical signature on a homework assignment delivered to McGonagall's office rather than classroom. This indirect approach avoided potential observation of direct communication while ensuring prompt attention from the acting headmistress. Throughout morning classes, Harry maintained outward normality while heightened awareness registered every unusual detail. Slytherin prefects engaged in hushed conversation, Professor Flitwick appearing unusually concerned after receiving official-looking Ministry correspondence, and most tellingly, Professor Snape's intensified watchfulness during potions. When Harry deliberately created minor cauldron disruption requiring Snape's individual attention, the professor's quiet comment confirmed growing concerns. "Remain within castle wards until further notice, Potter. Regardless of seemingly legitimate invitations." This independent verification of Narcissa's warning from an unexpected source strengthened Harry's conviction that coordinated attempt to breach Hogwarts security was underway. By lunchtime, McGonagall's response to their alert arrived through prefect delivery, a seemingly routine schedule adjustment note containing embedded confirmation code indicating she understood their warning and was implementing countermeasures. True to this assurance, McGonagall made announcement during lunch that modified the previous information, regarding tomorrow's Ministry Educational Exhibition, additional security verification requires postponement pending proper authorization protocols. Students should maintain regular class schedules until further notice. This public cancellation, framed as bureaucratic procedure rather than security concern, prevented immediate crisis while investigations proceeded through appropriate channels. Harry observed Lucius Malfoy's reaction from across the hall, noting the board chairman's carefully controlled expression that nonetheless revealed calculation rather than surprise at this development. That afternoon, secured communication with both Amelia and Narcissa confirmed their coordinated response to the identified threat. The exhibition had indeed been fabricated, elaborate deception utilizing forged ministry documentation to extract specific students from Hogwarts protection during the ritual window. Targeted extraction rather than full-scale assault, Amelia assessed during their emergency communication. Suggesting limited resources but determined planning. Consistent with resurrection ritual requiring specific components rather than general attack. The question remains how they breached McGonagall's verification protocols, Narcissa added, her expression unusually concerned. Hogwarts' administrative system should have detected unauthorized external communication. Inside assistance, Harry concluded grimly. Someone within Hogwarts authenticated the false documents. This possibility, internal compromise within the supposedly secured castle, significantly elevated threat assessment. If established protections had already been breached through human vulnerability rather than magical force, additional vectors for targeting Harry potentially existed despite physical safeguards. Emergency protocols activated immediately, Harry's movements within the castle restricted to secured pathways, additional aura presence established through Amelia's direct authority, and most significantly, preparations for potential confrontation accelerated across multiple dimensions. If direct extraction attempt has already been implemented, Amelia reasoned, the timeline compresses further. We must anticipate alternate approaches within the remaining ritual window, approximately 72 hours based on Narcissa's magical assessments. The next day brought heightened security throughout Hogwarts, with prefects escorting younger students between classes, professors conducting additional corridor patrols, and restricted areas secured with enhanced magical barriers. McGonagall addressed the student body at breakfast with carefully composed explanation that balanced transparency against unnecessary panic. Recent security assessment has identified potential concerns requiring temporary enhancement of standard protections, she announced. These measures represent procedural precaution rather than specific threat. Students should continue normal activities while observing posted movement guidelines. This measured approach, acknowledging security changes while preventing widespread fear, demonstrated McGonagall's effective leadership during potential crisis. Throughout the day, Hogwarts maintained educational function while implementing protection protocols that significantly reduced vulnerability without creating institutional paralysis. For Harry specifically, this period brought intense preparation within secure locations. Professor Lupin conducted advanced defensive training in specially warded classroom, focusing on combat mobility, shield variations, and tactical assessment under pressure. Professor Flitwick contributed specialized charm work designed for opponent disabling rather than mere defense, while even Snape provided critical potions that enhanced reflexes, magical recovery, and protection against specific dark magic effects. Most significant was the arrival of unexpected ally, Andromeda Tonks, officially visiting as ministry consultant on educational policy, but actually implementing additional family magic protections connected to the black bloodline Harry shared through his grandmother. The ancestral connection provides foundation for protections beyond standard magical defenses, she explained while establishing complex ward schemes around Gryffindor Tower. Blood recognition creates barriers specifically attuned to your magical signature, distinguishing friend from foe through intent rather than mere identification. This specialized protection, ancient family magic operating alongside institutional defenses, represented the multi-layered approach Narcissa and Amelia had consistently implemented. Where Dumbledore had relied primarily on blood wards tied to Harry's mother's sacrifice, the unexpected guardians incorporated diverse protective methodologies that complemented rather than replaced each other. By Saturday evening, with approximately 24 hours remaining in the identified ritual window, Hogwarts had transformed into layered fortress with Harry at its most protected center. Regular educational functions continued with modified schedules, maintaining institutional normality while implementing unprecedented security without visible panic. Yet despite these extensive preparations, Harry maintained persistent concern about the fundamental challenge: if Voldemort's resurrection required his blood specifically, defensive positioning merely delayed rather than prevented eventual confrontation. The ritual components would remain viable beyond the optimal astronomical window, requiring only reduced power rather than complete reconfiguration. This realization, that perpetual defensive posture created stalemate rather than resolution, led to difficult conversation with his closest allies late Saturday night in secured Gryffindor common room area. Waiting for attack places all advantage with opposing forces, Harry articulated, applying strategic principles Amelia had taught him. They select timing, method, and circumstances while we merely react to their initiatives. What are you suggesting? Hermione asked, her expression reflecting immediate concern at his implied direction. Controlled confrontation under our terms rather than theirs, Harry explained. Using their necessity for specific component, my blood, to establish engagement parameters that maximize our advantages rather than theirs. Ron looked alarmed at this proposal. You're talking about deliberately putting yourself in position to be captured? That's mental. Not captured, Harry clarified. Engaged under circumstances we design rather than circumstances they impose. There's significant difference between reactive defense and proactive engagement with appropriate preparation. Susan, whose Auror family background provided tactical understanding beyond her years, nodded slowly. Controlled contact with overwhelming support rather than isolated vulnerability. It's actually sound strategy assuming sufficient preparation and backup. The resulting discussion, intense, detailed, and reflecting their evolved understanding of both magical and strategic realities, demonstrated how significantly their approach to danger had transformed. Rather than reckless Gryffindor charging or passive victimhood awaiting rescue, Harry proposed coordinated response leveraging their knowledge of enemy requirements against them. When McGonagall arrived for scheduled security checks shortly before curfew, Harry presented the conceptual framework with logical precision that reflected his months of strategic education under Amelia's guidance. The acting headmistress listened with increasing attentiveness, her initial rejection evolving toward reluctant consideration as the strategic logic became apparent. The fundamental principle has merit, she acknowledged finally. However, implementation would require resources beyond what's currently available at Hogwarts alone. This approach necessitates coordination with external forces through appropriate channels. Precisely, Harry agreed. Which is why I'm not suggesting immediate action, but rather strategic planning through secured communication with Madame Bones and Mrs. Malfoy to develop viable implementation if defensive positioning proves insufficient. McGonagall studied him with assessment that balanced professional evaluation against personal concern. Your analysis demonstrates remarkable maturity, Potter. However, I maintain reservations about any approach placing you in deliberate proximity to those seeking your harm, regardless of theoretical strategic advantage. I understand, Harry assured her. And I'm not suggesting recklessness, just recognition that purely defensive positioning creates false security if the fundamental requirement remains unchanged. They need my blood specifically, which means confrontation becomes matter of timing and circumstance rather than possibility versus prevention. This realistic assessment, acknowledging inevitable conflict while seeking to establish favorable terms, reflected Harry's evolved understanding of his situation. Where once he might have alternated between passive acceptance and impulsive reaction, he now approached potential conflict with strategic consideration that balanced risk assessment against necessity for resolution. McGonagall eventually agreed to facilitate secured communication with Amelia regarding this strategic approach, though with clear stipulation that any implementation would require multiple authorization levels and comprehensive support structure before proceeding. This conditional approval, neither rejection nor endorsement, acknowledged Harry's agency in strategic planning while maintaining appropriate adult oversight of potential execution. Late that night, as his dorm mates slept under enhanced protection charms, Harry stood at the window overlooking Hogwarts grounds bathed in moonlight. The peaceful scene contrasted sharply with his internal awareness of gathering threat beyond the castle's boundaries. Somewhere, preparations for dark ritual continued despite their thwarted extraction attempt, adapting rather than abandoning the fundamental goal of resurrection. The coming confrontation, inevitable given prophecy and Voldemort's demonstrated persistence, represented culmination of forces set in motion long before Harry's birth. Yet where once he had faced such dangers with minimal information and haphazard support, he now stood prepared, informed, and surrounded by coordinated alliance committed to his survival rather than his utility as prophesied instrument. That fundamental difference, being valued as person rather than tool, transformed his approach to the coming conflict from resigned fatalism to determined engagement. Whatever happened in the days ahead would reflect his informed choices supported by unprecedented resources, rather than manipulated positioning serving others' agendas. With that resolved perspective, Harry returned to bed, his hand brushing the protective items Narcissa and Amelia had provided, tangible reminders of the unexpected guardianship that had transformed vulnerability into capability, isolation into connection, and passive pawn into active participant in his own destiny. Sunday morning dawned with false tranquility, sunshine streaming through castle windows, birds singing in the awakening spring landscape, and students enjoying weekend relaxation throughout Hogwarts grounds. Yet beneath this peaceful surface, heightened vigilance maintained by increased security personnel, enhanced ward monitoring, and strategic positioning of key protective assets. Harry attended breakfast flanked by Ron and Hermione, maintaining casual conversation while constant awareness registered every detail around them, staff movements along table perimeters, prefect positioning at strategic points throughout the hall, and most tellingly, Professor Snape's unusually alert posture despite his customary scowling effect. The morning proceeded with manufactured normality as final hours of the identified ritual window approached. Harry participated in casual Quidditch practice session within secured pitch boundaries, enjoying momentary immersion in ordinary teenage activity despite extraordinary circumstances. The simple pleasure of flight, physical freedom and natural skill expression, provided psychological balance against the tension of constant vigilance. By afternoon, as shadows lengthened across Hogwarts grounds, carefully established monitoring systems detected unusual magical signature approaching outer boundary ward lines from Forbidden Forest direction. The alert reached McGonagall immediately, triggering predetermined security protocols without creating general alarm. Mr. Potter, Professor Flitwick approached the library table where Harry studied with his friends. Your presence is requested in the acting headmistress's office regarding your independent study project. This coded message, using established terminology for security matters, prompted immediate response without revealing sensitive information in public setting. Harry gathered his materials calmly, exchanging significant glances with his friends who understood enough to maintain position while remaining alert for potential developments. In McGonagall's office, Harry found emergency response team assembled, the acting headmistress herself, Professors Flitwick and Snape representing specialized magical expertise, Andromeda Tonks maintaining family protection connections, and 2 senior Aurors designated through Amelia's direct authority. Unauthorized magical signature detected approaching southwestern boundaries, McGonagall reported concisely. Pattern suggests individual human rather than creature movement, utilizing concealment charms consistent with high-level disillusionment. Approach vector indicates deliberate targeting rather than random forest emergence. Identity? Harry asked, immediately focusing on strategic assessment. Uncertain, Snape answered with characteristic precision. However, magical resonance suggests familiar signature rather than unknown entity. This cryptic response, conveying information while maintaining certain reservations, reflected Snape's complex position bridging multiple information sources. Harry had learned to interpret such careful phrasing as indicating knowledge beyond officially acknowledged channels. The individual appears to be seeking entry through specific ward vulnerability, Flitwick added, indicating magical projection showing castle perimeter. A section where ancient boundaries intersect with more recent protections, creating theoretical access point if one possessed precise magical understanding of the castle's defensive architecture. Someone with extensive Hogwarts knowledge, then, Harry concluded. Current or former student or staff? Most likely, McGonagall confirmed. The approach demonstrates sophisticated understanding of magical detection limitations and ward structure vulnerabilities. Not common knowledge. The assessment continued with tactical options presented by Auror representatives, standard containment protocols, identification procedures, and potential detention methods depending on identity confirmation. Throughout this professional analysis, Harry noted the underlying tension reflecting broader context beyond immediate security concern, the final hours of identified ritual window creating heightened vigilance regarding any unusual activity. "I request permission to observe the intercept procedure," he said when preliminary planning concluded. "From secured position with appropriate protection, but with direct visual confirmation capability." This request, demonstrating both appropriate caution and legitimate involvement, reflected Harry's evolved understanding of his position. Neither recklessly inserting himself into danger nor passively accepting exclusion from relevant developments, he proposed balanced approach acknowledging both protection requirements and his central role in unfolding events. After brief consideration, McGonagall approved with specific conditions: observation from North Tower position under disillusionment charm, accompanied by Professor Flitwick and Auror Dawlish, with immediate withdrawal capability should circumstances warrant. This careful balance, providing appropriate access while maintaining security parameters, characterized the transformed approach to Harry's involvement that Amelia and Narcissa had consistently advocated. Treating him as capable participant requiring proper support rather than helpless child needing complete shielding or useful tool to be positioned for others' purposes. The intercept operation proceeded with professional precision, Aurors establishing perimeter containment while Professors Snape and Vector implemented specialized detection charms designed to penetrate concealment magic. From his secured observation position, Harry watched the methodical procedure with analytical assessment rather than anxious anticipation. When the concealed figure finally became visible through specialized detection, collective surprise rippled through the security team. The ragged, emaciated form of Sirius Black materialized at the forest edge, his appearance significantly deteriorated from even the wanted posters but his identity unmistakable. "Hold containment positions but modify approach protocol," McGonagall instructed through communication charm. "Identity confirmed as Sirius Black. Proceed with caution but without immediate offensive measures pending communication verification." This measured response, neither assuming immediate threat nor abandoning proper security, reflected McGonagall's balanced leadership. The approach team established communication perimeter while maintaining defensive positioning, allowing controlled interaction without compromising overall security. From his observation position, Harry watched with intense focus as initial communication established through magical amplification. Sirius identified himself formally, requested sanctuary within Hogwarts protection, and most significantly, provided specific verification phrase Amelia had established through their investigation, information known only to those directly involved in his case review. "Preliminary identity confirmation established," reported the senior Auror. "Request permission to implement secondary verification protocols before modifying containment parameters." The careful verification process continued with appropriate thoroughness, magical signature assessment, memory verification questions regarding information only the real Sirius would know, and physical evidence examination including animagus transformation demonstration. Throughout these procedures, Harry maintained composed observation despite the emotional significance of potentially meeting his godfather for the first time with conscious awareness of their connection. When verification completed with satisfactory confirmation, McGonagall authorized modified escort protocol to bring Sirius within castle protection while maintaining appropriate security measures. Harry received permission to relocate to secured meeting location where initial interaction could occur under controlled circumstances with proper support present. The meeting room, a rarely used faculty space with enhanced privacy protections, provided appropriate setting for this momentous encounter. Harry waited with Professor McGonagall and Andromeda Tonks, whose family connection to Sirius provided additional verification capability through blood recognition magic. When Sirius finally entered, escorted by Aurors maintaining professional distance rather than physical restraint, the emotional impact transcended security protocols and tactical considerations. Despite his haggard appearance, matted hair, and prison-ravaged features, the man's eyes lit with unmistakable recognition and emotion upon seeing Harry. "You look so like James," he said, his voice raspy from disuse. "Except the eyes." "You have my mother's eyes," Harry completed automatically. "I've been told." "Not just the color," Sirius corrected, surprising Harry with unexpected insight. "The expression, that particular way of seeing through pretense to what matters. Lily could assess someone's character with a single look that made you feel completely known." This nuanced observation, moving beyond the superficial physical comparison others had made to genuine insight about Lily's character, immediately distinguished Sirius's knowledge of his parents from second-hand accounts Harry had previously received. With appropriate security measures maintained but privacy established, Sirius explained his urgent appearance at Hogwarts despite ongoing legal proceedings that might have cleared his name through proper channels. "Pettigrew has been located," he reported grimly. "Working with remaining Death Eaters to prepare ritual components for the Dark Lord's resurrection. My sources in Nocturne Alley confirmed final preparation scheduled for tonight, the last viable alignment within the optimal astronomical window." This intelligence, aligning with their existing information but providing critical timeline confirmation, validated both their heightened security and Harry's strategic concerns about purely defensive positioning. "How did you learn this?" McGonagall questioned, maintaining appropriate skepticism despite preliminary identity confirmation. "Certain creatures recognize me in dog form but don't perceive me as human threat," Sirius explained. "Information flows freely in Nocturne establishments when patrons believe only vermin witness their conversations. The ritual location has been established in Little Hangleton Graveyard. Apparently the Dark Lord's father's remains provide essential component." The detailed information, specific location, timeline, and ritual elements, matched Narcissa's magical detection results while adding crucial implementation details. Most significantly, Sirius confirmed their fundamental concern: the ritual required Harry's blood specifically, with contingency plans already developed following the failed extraction attempt through false ministry exhibition. "They'll breach Hogwarts directly if necessary," Sirius warned. "But prefer extracting you through manipulation rather than force, creating circumstances where you leave protection voluntarily rather than attempting direct kidnapping." This assessment aligned with Harry's strategic analysis regarding defensive limitations. Perpetual containment within protection created stalemate rather than resolution, with vulnerability inevitably emerging through extended timeline regardless of current security measures. "Which supports controlled engagement under our terms rather than reactive defense," Harry noted, referring to the strategic approach he'd proposed previously. Sirius's expression reflected surprise followed by thoughtful assessment. "Controlled engagement requires significant force advantage and tactical preparation to offset inherent risk. Not impossible, but demanding resources beyond current visible capabilities." This sophisticated tactical analysis, evaluating strategic options with professional assessment rather than emotional rejection, distinguished Sirius's approach from what Harry might have expected based on impulsive reputation. The man clearly possessed military strategic understanding alongside his personal motivation for Harry's protection. "We've been developing contingency planning along similar lines," McGonagall acknowledged. "Though implementation would require coordination with external resources currently mobilizing through appropriate channels." Their discussion evolved into comprehensive strategic session, Sirius providing critical intelligence about Death Eater positions, McGonagall coordinating institutional resources, Andromeda contributing family magic possibilities, and Harry applying integrated analysis from months of preparation with Amelia and Narcissa's guidance. Through secured communication channels, Amelia joined remotely, contributing ministry resource coordination while implementing accelerated response to the verified intelligence. Similarly, Narcissa provided magical consultation regarding ritual components and potential countermeasures based on her extensive dark arts knowledge. "The fundamental challenge remains unchanged," Amelia summarized after comprehensive analysis. "Purely defensive positioning creates extended vulnerability without resolution, while offensive engagement carries immediate risk despite preparation advantages. The critical question, Narcissa added, involves whether proactive engagement under controlled circumstances outweighs continued reactive defense with inevitable vulnerability points emerging through extended timeline. The discussion represented unprecedented coordination between traditionally opposed forces, ministry authority, ancient family magic practitioners, Hogwarts institutional leadership, and Harry himself as central participant rather than passive subject of others' decisions. This integrated approach, valuing diverse expertise without hierarchical domination, embodied the transformation his unexpected guardianship had catalyzed throughout magical Britain's power structures. By evening, with final ritual window approaching its astronomical peak, strategic decision crystallized through collaborative assessment rather than unilateral authority. Controlled engagement would proceed with comprehensive support structure, multiple contingency layers, and most importantly, Harry's informed participation as active agent rather than positioned pawn. The plan leveraged their knowledge of ritual requirements against those attempting to implement it, creating circumstances where apparent vulnerability masked layered protection, where seeming isolation concealed coordinated support, and where Harry's participation reflected strategic choice rather than manipulated positioning. As preparations finalized under McGonagall's coordination, Harry found brief moment alone with Sirius, whose emotional investment balanced against tactical focus created unique supportive presence. "Your parents would be immensely proud," Sirius said quietly. "Not just of your courage, but of your thoughtful approach to impossible circumstances." James had the courage but not always the restraint. Lily had both, along with remarkable capacity to see beyond immediate circumstances to longer implications. "You really knew them," Harry observed. "Not just superficial memories, but who they actually were. They were my family when my biological one proved unworthy of the designation," Sirius acknowledged with simple directness. "Which makes you family too, regardless of legal designations or prophetic complications or political machinations." This straightforward declaration, affirming connection beyond institutional arrangements, resonated deeply with Harry's evolved understanding of family as chosen bond rather than merely legal status or biological accident. It aligned perfectly with what Amelia had expressed differently, that relationships transcended formal designations to create genuine belonging. "When this is resolved," Harry said carefully, "there's a lot to figure out about guardianship and legal arrangements." Sirius's smile held surprising wisdom beneath his haggard appearance. "Legal formalities matter for practical protection, but the commitment to your welfare transcends paperwork. From what I've observed, Amelia Bones and even Narcissa Malfoy, surprisingly enough, have demonstrated genuine investment in your well-being beyond strategic utility. Such connections complement rather than compete when unified by shared priority." This mature perspective, acknowledging collaborative rather than exclusive support structures, further distinguished the real Sirius from both his reckless reputation and Harry's imagined idealization. The man clearly possessed depth beyond the simplified characterizations others had provided. As full darkness descended and final preparations implemented, Harry felt remarkable calm despite the imminent confrontation. Unlike previous dangers faced with minimal information and haphazard support, he approached this engagement with comprehensive understanding, extensive preparation, and unprecedented backing across traditionally divided power structures. Whatever happened in the coming hours would reflect his informed choices supported by coordinated alliance, rather than manipulated positioning serving others' agendas. That fundamental difference transformed his approach from resigned fatalism to determined engagement, from reactive victim to active participant in his own destiny. With that resolved perspective, Harry joined the final briefing where McGonagall, Amelia, through secured communication, Sirius, and the assembled tactical team reviewed operational parameters before implementation. His unexpected guardians had transformed vulnerability into capability, isolation into connection, and passive pawn into central participant in the most significant magical conflict of the era. The coming confrontation would demonstrate exactly how profound the transformation had become. The plan unfolded with precision born of comprehensive preparation and diverse expertise integration. As astronomical alignment reached optimal position for the resurrection ritual, coordinated movement began across multiple locations, Aurors positioning under Amelia's direct authority, specialized magical practitioners implementing detection networks, Hogwarts faculty establishing institutional security protocols, and at the center, Harry preparing for controlled engagement under unprecedented protection. The fundamental approach leverages their requirement for specific ritual component, your blood, against them, Sirius reiterated during final briefing. Their desperation to complete the ritual during optimal window creates exploitable urgency that compromises tactical patience. The appearance of vulnerability masks layered protection, Andromeda added, completing final adjustment to the specialized black family protective amulet Harry would carry. They expect desperate resistance rather than strategic engagement, creating operational blind spots we can exploit. This sophisticated approach, using enemies' assumptions against them through apparent vulnerability concealing comprehensive preparation, represented integration of diverse tactical traditions normally separated by political divisions. Ministry protocol merged with ancient family magic, institutional protection complemented by specialized personal defense, creating multidimensional security beyond what any single approach could provide. The implementation began with carefully orchestrated intelligence leak through channels known to be compromised, information suggesting Harry would be relocated from Hogwarts to Ministry protective custody via secured transport departing from Hogsmeade Station rather than traditional Fleur networks. Believable because it aligns with standard evacuation protocols while addressing potential Fleur network vulnerability, McGonagall explained. The apparent logic makes it credible despite being deliberate misinformation. This false intelligence, delivered through channels expected to be monitored, created predictable response opportunity, intercept attempt during apparent transport vulnerability rather than direct assault on Hogwarts' comprehensive protections. By establishing engagement parameters they controlled, the plan transformed reactive defense into proactive positioning without sacrificing security fundamentals. Harry's departure from Hogwarts proceeded with visible security that masked deeper protective layers, obvious aura escort concealing disillusionment specialists, standard shield charms complemented by ancient family protections, public movement patterns obscuring secondary positioning of additional forces. Most significantly, Harry himself carried unprecedented protective preparation, the combined Potter-Black ring providing ancestral magic connection, specialized defensive amulets created through Narcissa's expertise, emergency port key with multiple activation options, and most importantly, comprehensive tactical understanding of the operation rather than merely following others' directions. Remember that appearances create operational leverage, Sirius advised as they moved through Hogwarts gates toward Hogsmeade. Your perceived vulnerability encourages tactical overextension from opposition forces, creating exploitable openings our response team can utilize. This sophisticated approach, using psychological factors as tactical components, demonstrated the integrated preparation Harry had received during months under his unexpected guardian's guidance. Where Dumbledore had shielded him from complexity through simplified information, Amelia and Narcissa had consistently provided comprehensive understanding that enabled informed participation rather than merely positioned compliance. The journey to Hogsmeade Station proceeded with manufactured tension, visible security measures creating impression of nervous protection rather than confident engagement. This carefully crafted presentation encouraged opposition assessment of vulnerability while concealing actual strength parameters intentionally. When the attack came, it demonstrated precisely the exploitation of perceived vulnerability they had anticipated. Dark-robed figures operate with coordinated precision at predetermined interception point, magical barriers establishing anti-transportation fields while offensive spells targeted the security escort with efficient brutality. The response team's reaction revealed the operation's true nature, apparent disorganization masking choreographed tactical implementation, seeming panic concealing precise positional adjustment, visible retreat creating engagement parameters favorable to their actual capabilities. Harry's role demonstrated his transformed approach to danger, neither reckless heroism nor passive victimization, but strategic participation within comprehensive support structure. He maintained position within primary protection circle while implementing specific tactical elements they had established during planning, creating impression of desperate resistance while actually facilitating coordinated response. The engagement evolved through predetermined phases, initial contact appearing to favor attacking forces, followed by apparent security breakdown that isolated Harry from visible protection, culminating in his apparent capture by opposition forces who believed their superior numbers and tactical surprise had created genuine advantage. This orchestrated progression, appearing as security failure while actually representing controlled engagement, allowed opposition forces to believe they had achieved their objective while unknowingly operating within parameters designed specifically to monitor and track their subsequent movements. When masked Death Eaters finally secured Harry's apparent capture and activated transportation to their ritual location, the tracking charms, familial connections, and specialized monitoring spells activated simultaneously, providing comprehensive intelligence to the response team preparing secondary engagement at the ritual site itself. The graveyard in Little Hangleton emerged from misty darkness as Harry arrived with his captors, the manufactured disorientation concealing his actual situational awareness and prepared response capabilities. Stone monuments created Gothic landscape around central clearing where ritual components waited, large cauldron emanating ominous magical signature, bound figure, presumably Pettigrew as willing servant, positioned nearby, and most significantly, ornate tombstone bearing the name, Tom Riddle, prominently displayed. "Secure him properly," ordered a familiar voice that Harry immediately identified as Lucius Malfoy despite his masked appearance. The ritual timing allows minimal margin for error. The apparent rough handling concealed carefully maintained access to his hidden protective items and emergency options, captors believing their binding spells created genuine restraint while actually engaging only the outer layer of his multidimensional protections. As Harry was secured against the Riddle tombstone, the tracking network activated completely, providing real-time intelligence to response forces positioning around the perimeter while remaining undetected through specialized concealment magic Narcissa had developed specifically for this operation. "Begin the preparation," Lucius commanded, his voice betraying tension reflecting the ritual window's rapidly closing opportunity. "The alignment reaches optimal position in 11 minutes. The ritual proceeded with disturbing efficiency, Pettigrew performing required elements with frightened determination while reciting ancient incantation that resonated with malevolent power throughout the graveyard. Bone extracted from the grave beneath Harry's feet, flesh willingly sacrificed from the servant, and finally, the critical moment approaching when enemy blood would complete the unholy resurrection formula. Throughout this macabre ceremony, Harry maintained strategic awareness rather than panicked reaction, monitoring magical signatures, tracking peripheral movement suggesting response team positioning, and most importantly, preparing for the precisely timed intervention they had planned during comprehensive preparation. When Pettigrew approached with ceremonial dagger, Harry's apparent fearful resistance concealed careful positioning that would facilitate both the ritual's apparent progress and the response team's optimal intervention timing. The blade cut his arm with calculated precision, drawing blood for the ritual while simultaneously activating the specialized protection Narcissa had incorporated into his defensive amulet. "Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken," Pettigrew intoned, carrying the blood sample to the cauldron with shaking hands. "You will resurrect your foe." The critical moment arrived as the blood contacted the potion, magical energy surging throughout the graveyard as the resurrection process initiated. Steam erupted from the cauldron, magical discharge creating visible manifestation of ancient dark magic rarely witnessed in modern era. This moment, when opposition forces focused completely on the resurrection rather than perimeter security, provided precisely the engagement opportunity the response team had anticipated. As a figure began to form within the magical maelstrom, coordinated movement initiated around the graveyard perimeter. The response unfolded with devastating effectiveness, Aurors implementing standard containment protocols while specialized practitioners deployed magical countermeasures designed specifically for ritual interruption. The opposition's surprise at this coordinated assault created tactical advantage magnified by their complete focus on the resurrection rather than perimeter security. Harry's role transformed immediately from apparent captive to active participant, the specialized release mechanism in his bindings activating through wandless magic Narcissa had painstakingly taught him during intensive training sessions. As restraints fell away, his prepared defensive posture established while Sirius materialized from concealment nearby, providing immediate tactical support. What followed demonstrated the fundamental transformation in Harry's capabilities under his unexpected guardian's guidance. Where previously he might have relied on desperate courage and instinctual magic, he now implemented coordinated defensive techniques integrated with the broader tactical operation. Shield charms deployed with precise control, offensive spells targeted with strategic selection rather than panicked reaction, and most importantly, movement patterns maintained positional advantage within the overall response structure. The opposition forces, expecting either complete success or straightforward resistance, encountered instead sophisticated counter-operation that neutralized their numerical advantage through superior tactical coordination. Death Eaters found themselves systematically contained, disarmed, and disabled through integration of standard Auror protocols with specialized magical countermeasures developed through Narcissa's extensive dark arts knowledge. At the operations center, however, the resurrection ritual had progressed sufficiently to achieve partial manifestation despite the intervention. From the cauldron emerged distorted figure, neither fully formed nor completely spectral, but possessing enough corporeality to radiate malevolent magical signature unmistakably belonging to Voldemort himself. Potter, the partially formed figure hissed, red eyes focusing with burning hatred despite its incomplete manifestation. You cannot prevent the inevitable. My return merely delays, not denies. This confrontation, the prophesied opponents facing each other directly for the first time with mutual awareness, created magical resonance that intensified the connection between them. Harry felt his scar burning with unprecedented intensity as the link between them strengthened through proximity and ritual magic still permeating the environment. Yet unlike previous encounters, where pain and fear had dominated his reaction, Harry maintained tactical focus through the specialized occlumency techniques Narcissa had taught him during intensive mental discipline training. The connection remained, but its debilitating impact diminished through deliberate psychological compartmentalization. Your return isn't inevitable, Harry responded, maintaining composed defensive posture rather than emotional reaction. It's merely persistent, like any disease requiring continuous treatment until permanent cure develops. This response, analytical rather than fearful, clearly surprised the Dark Lord, whose partially formed features reflected momentary confusion before resuming hateful concentration. The magical assault that followed demonstrated power undiminished by incomplete physical manifestation, dark energy projecting directly toward Harry with lethal intent. The defensive response revealed the comprehensive preparation Harry had received during months under his unexpected guardian's guidance. The specialized shield incorporated elements of ancient family magic Narcissa had adapted specifically for this confrontation, while the counteroffensive spells reflected Amelia's practical combat training enhanced by Sirius's tactical positioning advice. Most significant was Harry's psychological approach, neither reckless aggression nor passive defense, but strategic engagement leveraging superior preparation against raw power. Where Voldemort attacked with overwhelming force born of decades mastering dark arts, Harry responded with integrated defense reflecting diverse magical traditions normally separated by political divisions. The resulting magical confrontation created unprecedented energetic discharge throughout the graveyard, ancient tombstones cracking under magical pressure, ambient energy manifesting as visible atmospheric distortion, ritual components destabilizing under conflicting magical influences. Now, Harry! Sirius called from tactical position nearby, recognizing the critical moment they had prepared for during comprehensive planning. The coordinated response activated simultaneously, Harry implementing specialized counter-ritual spell Narcissa had designed specifically for this confrontation while Auror teams deployed containment protocols and specialized practitioners established magical dampening field throughout the operational area. This integrated approach, combining Ministry standard procedures with ancient family magic and specialized personal technique, created multidimensional intervention that attacked the resurrection process across multiple magical vectors simultaneously. Where any single approach might have proven insufficient against such powerful dark magic, the combined methodology created comprehensive magical disruption that destabilized the entire ritual framework. The effect manifested dramatically as magical backlash erupted throughout the graveyard, ritual components disintegrating under conflicting energies, partially formed physical manifestation destabilizing into spectral mist, and most significantly, the magical connection between Harry and Voldemort temporarily severing through ritual interruption rather than mere physical distance. This changes nothing, the rapidly dissipating form hissed with venomous hatred. Other servants remain faithful, other methods await implementation, other opportunities will emerge. Perhaps, Harry acknowledged calmly, maintaining focused magical pressure through the counter-ritual spell despite intensifying backlash. But tonight's failure demonstrates important truth: your return isn't inevitable destiny but merely persistent attempt that can be countered through proper preparation. This composed response, reflecting strategic understanding rather than emotional reaction, clearly disturbed the Dark Lord more than defiant courage might have. The partially formed features contorted with rage that transcended physical limitation as the manifestation continued disintegrating under the combined magical assault. "My servants will free those you've captured," the fading form threatened. "My faithful will continue my work while this temporary setback resolves." Harry maintained steady pressure through the counter-ritual spell while responding with calm certainty. "Some might. Others might reconsider their options now that your presumed inevitable return proves susceptible to intervention. Blind loyalty diminishes when supposed invincibility demonstrates vulnerability." This psychological insight, targeting the foundation of fear and inevitability that maintained Death Eater loyalty despite their master's diminished state, represented sophisticated understanding of the conflict's human dimensions beyond mere magical confrontation. It reflected Amelia's political education integrated with Narcissa's insight into pureblood psychology and Sirius's understanding of what motivated Voldemort's followers beyond ideological alignment. The manifestation continued dissipating until only spectral mist remained, the ritual interruption creating fundamental instability in the resurrection process that prevented sustainable corporeality despite successful initial implementation. With final hateful focus on Harry, the mist dispersed completely, not destroyed but forcibly returned to the fragmented non-corporeal state Voldemort had occupied since his original defeat. The immediate threat neutralized, operational focus shifted to securing captured Death Eaters, documenting ritual components for evidentiary purposes, and establishing comprehensive medical assessment for all participants, particularly Harry, whose direct magical confrontation with even partially manifested Voldemort created potential health concerns beyond physical injury. The counter-ritual worked precisely as designed, Narcissa noted with professional satisfaction, having arrived with the secondary response team once initial containment secured operational perimeter. Her assessment focused on magical residue patterns rather than immediately approaching Harry directly, maintaining appropriate professional distance despite obvious concern for his condition. Amelia, by contrast, moved directly to Harry's position once security protocols permitted, her typically composed expression showing rare emotional transparency. "Medical assessment first, debriefing second," she directed, overriding potential operational priorities with clear focus on his immediate welfare. This balanced response, Narcissa's professional assessment complementing Amelia's personal concern, exemplified their collaborative approach that had transformed Harry's circumstances so fundamentally. Where either perspective alone might have proved insufficient, their integrated guidance provided comprehensive support addressing both practical needs and emotional well-being. As medical practitioners conducted preliminary assessment, Sirius remained at Harry's side, providing reassuring presence while tactical teams secured the operational area and evidence collection proceeded under ministry protocols. The conversation maintained professional focus while incorporating personal connection that transcended mere operational parameters. The ritual interruption succeeded beyond projected outcome models, Sirius noted, translating technical magical assessment into practical understanding. The resurrection process destabilized completely rather than merely delaying, forcing essential reconstitution before another attempt becomes viable. Creating strategic advantage through extended timeline, Harry concluded, applying analytical framework Amelia had taught him during political education sessions. Months rather than days before similar threat resurfaces. Precisely, Amelia confirmed, joining their conversation after consulting with operational leadership. Additionally, tonight's success provides substantial evidence supporting prosecution of captured participants, potentially disrupting support infrastructure beyond those physically present. This strategic perspective, looking beyond immediate tactical success toward broader conflict implications, demonstrated the comprehensive approach that had characterized Harry's unexpected guardianship from its inception. Where Dumbledore had often focused on immediate crisis management within greater plans revealed only partially, Amelia and Narcissa consistently provided complete contextual understanding that enabled informed participation rather than merely positioned compliance. As medical assessment concluded with preliminary clearance pending more comprehensive examination at secure location, Harry observed the operational area with newfound perspective. Death Eaters bound with magical restraints awaiting transport to Ministry detention, evidence collection teams documenting ritual components with precise magical recording techniques, horror teams establishing secure perimeter while specialized practitioners neutralized lingering dark magic residue. The scene represented unprecedented cooperation between traditionally separated magical authorities, Ministry officials coordinating with independent practitioners, standard protocols integrating with specialized techniques, institutional procedures complementing ancestral methodologies. This collaboration, catalyzed initially by concern for Harry's welfare, had evolved into effective operational integration that successfully countered threat beyond what any single approach could have achieved. More personally, the operation demonstrated Harry's transformed position within the conflict, neither helpless victim nor unknowing pawn nor reckless hero, but informed participant contributing substantively to strategic planning and tactical implementation. His role reflected genuine capability developed through comprehensive preparation rather than merely symbolic positioning or desperate courage without proper support. As secure transportation prepared for departure to Ministry debriefing location, Harry found moment alone with his unexpected guardians, Amelia maintaining professional composure despite evident relief at his relative's safety, Narcissa conducting final magical assessment with technical precision that nonetheless revealed genuine concern, and Sirius providing protective presence that balanced vigilance with emotional connection. The operational success exceeds technical parameters, Narcissa noted, completing her assessment with characteristic precision. The ritual interruption created fundamental instability requiring complete reconstitution rather than mere adaptation. Strategically significant advantage. More importantly, Amelia added with uncharacteristic directness, you implemented the countermeasures exactly as prepared despite extraordinary psychological pressure. Remarkable composure under unprecedented circumstances. You faced him directly, Sirius observed with quiet understanding, maintaining tactical focus despite the connection's interference. James would be immensely proud, not just of your courage, but of your discipline. These varied perspectives, technical assessment, professional evaluation, and personal validation, created integrated affirmation that addressed Harry's multi-layered experience of the confrontation. Each guardian recognized different dimensions of his participation while collectively acknowledging his fundamental transformation from reactive victim to proactive participant. I couldn't have managed any of it without your preparation, Harry acknowledged honestly. The occlumency techniques, the integrated defense protocols, the counter-ritual implementation, everything worked because you treated me as capable of learning rather than needing to be shielded from complexity. This simple observation, contrasting their approach with previous adult guidance he'd received, captured the essential transformation his unexpected guardianship had catalyzed. Where Dumbledore had maintained strategic distance while providing minimal information, these unlikely allies had consistently offered comprehensive understanding while developing genuine capability. As they prepared for secure transport to Ministry debriefing, Harry recognized tonight's operation represented culmination of processes initiated months earlier when two women from opposite sides of magical Britain's political spectrum had noticed evidence of abuse and chosen to intervene despite institutional resistance. That initial alliance, formed around simple recognition that child welfare transcended political divisions, had evolved into comprehensive support structure that successfully countered threat beyond what traditional approaches could have achieved. The journey from vulnerable isolation to supported capability had transformed not just Harry's individual circumstances, but potentially the trajectory of the entire conflict. By interrupting Voldemort's resurrection through coordinated response rather than relying on prophetic inevitability or individual heroism, they had demonstrated alternative approach to long-standing magical conflict that transcended traditional light/dark dichotomy. As Ministry transport activated with secure destination protocols, Harry carried this perspective alongside the specialized protective items his guardians had provided, tangible reminders that preparation mattered more than prophecy, that support enabled success more than solitary courage, and that unexpected alliance could transform vulnerability into capability that changed not just individual circumstances but potentially the fate of magical Britain itself. Chapter 5, New Dawn. The Ministry atrium stood eerily silent as Harry emerged from the secure transportation zone, flanked by Amelia and Sirius. Dawn light filtered through enchanted windows, casting long shadows across polished floors normally bustling with bureaucratic activity. At this early hour, only essential personnel occupied the vast space, primarily Aurors positioned at strategic intervals, their watchful alertness betraying the night's extraordinary events. Full Wizengamot emergency session convenes in 3 hours, Amelia informed them, maintaining professional composure despite evident fatigue. Preliminary evidence processing before then, followed by initial testimony from primary participants. The political dimensions will unfold rapidly once news spreads. Harry nodded, processing this information with the strategic awareness his guardians had cultivated over recent months. The graveyard confrontation represented merely the opening move in a complex sequence that would now play out across magical Britain's power structures. Military victory meant little without corresponding political consolidation. Lucius was among those captured, he noted, recalling the distinctive magical signature despite masked appearance. How will that affect Narcissa's position? Substantially, Amelia acknowledged with characteristic directness. The family dynamics now include fundamental opposition between publicly documented positions. Her choices in coming hours will define both personal standing and political alignment moving forward. As if summoned by this observation, Narcissa appeared from an adjacent corridor, her impeccable composure maintained despite the night's chaos. Only those who knew her well might detect the subtle tension in her posture, the barely perceptible tightness around her eyes suggesting internal conflict beneath perfect external control. Preliminary magical assessment confirms complete ritual disruption, she reported, maintaining professional focus. The specialized countermeasures performed beyond projected parameters, creating fundamental instability in the resurrection process rather than mere interruption. The timeline advantage is significant. And Draco? Harry asked, recognizing the question she was deliberately avoiding. Something flickered briefly in Narcissa's expression, vulnerability quickly masked by practiced control. I've arranged secure transportation from Hogwarts. He should arrive shortly. The conversations ahead will be challenging. This understatement, acknowledging the impossible position her son now occupied between imprisoned father and opposing mother, revealed the personal cost beneath political calculations. For all her aristocratic poise and strategic maneuvering, Narcissa remained a mother facing circumstances that threatened her child's welfare alongside broader concerns. Before further conversation developed, administrative necessities intervened. Ministry medical personnel insisted on comprehensive examination for all operation participants, particularly Harry, whose direct magical confrontation with Voldemort's partial manifestation created unique health considerations beyond physical injury. The examination proceeded in secured medical suite with Sirius maintaining protective presence while Amelia coordinated operational response and Narcissa integrated magical assessment with standard protocols. This collaborative approach, ministry procedures enhanced by specialized magical knowledge, exemplified the integrated methodology that had characterized their alliance from inception. Remarkable resilience, the lead healer commented, reviewing diagnostic results with professional assessment. The protective countermeasures prevented significant magical contamination despite direct confrontation with extraordinarily dark energy. Some residual connection remains through the scar, but substantially diminished from previous baseline measurements. This clinical evaluation, confirming effectiveness of their preparations while acknowledging lingering concerns, reinforced Harry's evolved understanding of his situation. The connection to Voldemort represented manageable condition requiring ongoing attention rather than unalterable destiny demanding sacrifice. This perspective transformation, from passive acceptance to active management, characterized his entire approach to the prophecy following his unexpected guardianship. As medical procedures concluded, Amelia rejoined them with updated information reflecting rapidly evolving circumstances. Dumbledore has returned to Britain following emergency notification. He's requested immediate meeting with Wizengamot leadership before the full session. Additionally, international representatives are arriving for observation status, including ICW delegation. Positioning for narrative control, Narcissa analyzed immediately. He'll attempt establishing interpretative framework before evidence presentation, leveraging residual influence despite recent setbacks. Standard political counteroffensive, Sirius agreed, his aristocratic background evident in strategic assessment despite years of isolation. When direct opposition proves untenable, reshape context to maintain relevance within evolved parameters. This sophisticated analysis, multiple perspectives identifying complementary dimensions of complex political maneuvering, demonstrated the multifaceted support structure Harry now possessed. Where once he would have faced such machinations alone or with limited teenage allies, he now benefited from diverse adult guidance integrating different domains of expertise. Their strategic conversation continued until interrupted by the arrival Harry had been anticipating with mixed emotions. Draco entered the secure area with uncharacteristic hesitation, his usual arrogance replaced by visible uncertainty. Escorted by Professor McGonagall rather than ministry personnel, his presence reflected the complex interagency cooperation now characterizing the situation. "Mother," he acknowledged first, formal address barely masking emotional turmoil. "They're saying father has been arrested." "That he was there, at the ritual." Narcissa moved toward her son with careful composure that nonetheless conveyed genuine maternal concern. "The situation is complicated, Draco. Your father made choices believing them necessary for our family's position. Those choices have now created challenging circumstances we must navigate together." The deliberate phrasing, neither condemning Lucius outright nor defending his actions, reflected Narcissa's precarious position between family loyalty and moral integrity. Her eyes briefly met Harry's across the room, silent acknowledgement passing between them of the impossible balance she maintained. "Potter," Draco said, finally turning toward Harry with complex expression combining residual animosity, reluctant respect, and fundamental confusion. "Professor McGonagall says you stopped the Dark Lord's resurrection. That you worked with my mother to do it." "Your mother designed the countermeasures that made it possible," Harry responded, recognizing Draco's need to understand his parents' role within the bewildering situation. Her knowledge of ancient magic created protection that standard ministry approaches couldn't provide alone. This accurate assessment, acknowledging Narcissa's crucial contribution while framing it positively rather than emphasizing opposition to Lucius, offered Draco perspective that maintained family dignity despite impossible circumstances. The subtle gratitude in Narcissa's expression confirmed the appropriateness of this approach. McGonagall, who had remained characteristically reserved during this exchange, now provided practical transition from emotional complexity to necessary procedure. "Mr. Malfoy will remain under Hogwarts authority pending resolution of legal matters affecting his family situation. As his head of house, Professor Snape will arrive shortly to provide appropriate support during preliminary proceedings." This arrangement, educational institution assuming protective responsibility while legal system processed parental involvement, demonstrated another dimension of the integrated response developing across traditionally separated authority structures. Where bureaucratic boundaries might previously have created additional trauma for affected families, coordinated approach now prioritized welfare of uninvolved dependents alongside justice requirements. As McGonagall guided Draco towards separate waiting area, Harry exchanged significant glance with Narcissa, whose perfect composure briefly revealed profound relief at this thoughtful handling of her son's immediate circumstances. The silent communication between them, acknowledgement of personal stakes transcending political maneuvering, demonstrated how substantially their relationship had evolved since initial formation around Harry's protection. The hours preceding Wisingamot emergency session passed with disciplined efficiency as preliminary evidence processing established foundational facts through magical verification protocols. Harry's testimony received priority given his central role in the night's events, with specialized pensieve technicians extracting and preserving relevant memories according to stringent evidentiary standards. Throughout these procedures, Amelia maintained appropriate professional distance despite her guardianship role, allowing career specialists to implement established protocols without appearance of undue influence. This deliberate separation, personal connection subordinated to procedural integrity, demonstrated her fundamental commitment to institutional reform through exemplary practice rather than mere policy pronouncement. Sirius, by contrast, remained consistently at Harry's side, providing steadfast support without interfering with necessary processes. His protective presence balanced vigilance with emotional connection, creating secure foundation that allowed Harry to navigate complex procedures without unnecessary stress despite exhaustion following the night's extraordinary exertion. The Wisengamot politics will be fascinating, Sirius observed during brief respite between procedural requirements. Traditional alliances completely disrupted by evidence that transcends normal factional positioning. Death Eater participation documented beyond deniability, Dumbledore's strategic approach questioned despite tactical validation, and Ministry leadership facing fundamental accountability for systemic vulnerabilities. Creating opportunity for structural reforms previously blocked by entrenched interests, Harry noted, applying Amelia's political analysis framework. If properly leveraged during initial response while traditional opposition remains disorganized. Sirius studied him with thoughtful assessment, pride evident beneath his still haggard appearance. James had courage and conviction but never developed the strategic perspective you're demonstrating. Lily would recognize herself in your analytical approach, she always saw 3 moves ahead while most people focused on immediate circumstances. These casual insights, offering genuine connection to his parents beyond idealized characterizations, represented another dimension of what Harry had gained through his unexpected guardians. Where Dumbledore had provided occasional philosophical observations about his parents' sacrifice, these personal connections offered authentic understanding of James and Lily as complex individuals with specific strengths and limitations. As Wisengamot preparation advanced, Narcissa rejoined them following private conversation with her son. Though her aristocratic composure remained intact, subtle indicators suggested emotional toll beneath carefully maintained public presentation. Draco will remain under Hogwarts protection with appropriate accommodations for his complicated circumstances, she reported with controlled neutrality that nonetheless conveyed relief. Professor Snape has agreed to provide specific support given his understanding of the family dynamics involved. The arrangement, leveraging Snape's unique position between traditional pure-blood circles and reformed allegiances, demonstrated sophisticated problem-solving that addressed immediate welfare concerns while creating space for longer-term resolution. This thoughtful approach to collateral consequences reflected the fundamental transformation Harry's situation had catalyzed throughout magical Britain's institutional response systems. And Lucius? Harry asked, recognizing the question couldn't be indefinitely avoided despite its obvious sensitivity. Narcissa's expression revealed nothing beyond professional assessment. Initial evidence supports multiple serious charges. Given documented participation in prohibited ritual, attempted resurrection of designated dark entity, and conspiracy against ministry authority, bail considerations appear unlikely pending trial proceedings. The clinical delivery, discussing her husband's criminal jeopardy with detached analytical precision, demonstrated extraordinary compartmentalization between personal connection and objective evaluation. Yet beneath this controlled surface, Harry recognized profound conflict that would require resolution beyond immediate crisis management. Their conversation concluded as ministry officials arrived to escort them to the Wisengamot chambers. The formal procession moved through secured corridors with ceremonial dignity reflecting historical significance beyond ordinary proceedings. Harry noticed subtle repositioning among career officials, respectful acknowledgement replacing previous condescension or dismissal as his role in the night's events became increasingly understood throughout institutional hierarchy. The Wisengamot chamber itself presented extraordinary scene as they entered through formal archway. Traditionally separate factions now demonstrated unusual integration throughout the tiered seating, conservative purebloods conversing urgently with progressive reformers, neutral technocrats engaging with traditionally aligned ministry supporters, independent voices receiving unprecedented attention from established power blocks. Most striking was Dumbledore's position, physically present at Chief Warlock Station but visibly diminished in gravitational influence compared to previous sessions. Where once members naturally oriented toward his presence regardless of factional alignment, now diverse conversational clusters maintained independent focus despite his strategic positioning at traditional authority center. The power dynamics have fundamentally shifted, Sirius observed quietly as they proceeded toward designated testimony positions. Not merely redistributed within established parameters but qualitatively transformed through demonstrated inadequacy of traditional approaches on all sides. This insightful assessment, recognizing systemic transformation rather than mere factional realignment, reflected sophisticated understanding of institutional evolution beyond personality-driven politics. The night's events had revealed fundamental limitations in both Dumbledore's strategic isolation and Voldemort's authoritarian domination, creating unprecedented opportunity for alternative approaches previously blocked by polarized opposition. As formal proceedings commenced, Amelia assumed central position, reflecting her official ministry authority rather than personal guardianship connection. This appropriate role separation, maintaining institutional integrity despite personal involvement, demonstrated her fundamental commitment to systemic reform through exemplary leadership rather than mere procedural manipulation. This emergency session addresses events of profound significance to magical Britain's security and governance, she began, her measured tone conveying appropriate gravity without theatricality. Documented evidence confirms attempted resurrection of the entity known as Lord Voldemort through prohibited ritual conducted with participation of identified individuals now in ministry custody. Successful intervention prevented complete manifestation while establishing critical intelligence regarding methodology, participation network, and strategic implications. The clinical precision, presenting extraordinary circumstances through disciplined factual assessment, established foundational framework that resisted both sensationalism and minimization. Where traditional Wisenamt proceedings often feature dramatic rhetoric or political positioning, Amelia's approach prioritized substantive understanding through comprehensive information presentation. What followed was methodical evidence exhibition transcending ordinary judicial procedure through integrated presentation methodology. Pensive memories projected for collective observation, magical signature analysis documented through specialized verification techniques, physical evidence presented with forensic precision, and expert testimony provided by specialized practitioners across multiple relevant disciplines. Throughout this comprehensive presentation, Harry observed Dumbledore's careful attentiveness, his usual enigmatic detachment replaced by focused analytical assessment suggesting genuine recalibration rather than mere tactical adaptation. The evidence presented not only confirmed Voldemort's attempted return but established implementation methodology fundamentally different from whatever contingencies the former chief warlock had apparently anticipated. Most significant was specialized magical analysis addressing the connection between Harry and Voldemort, clinical examination of the scar link, theoretical assessment of its formation mechanism, and documented evidence of its altered characteristics following the interrupted ritual. This technical information, presented by Department of Mysteries specialists with appropriate security protocols, introduced concepts previously confined to theoretical research rather than practical application. The connection demonstrates characteristics consistent with soul fragment transference, reported the lead specialist, her professional detachment maintaining appropriate scientific neutrality despite extraordinary subject matter. The interrupted resurrection ritual created unexpected resonance pattern that substantially destabilized the connection's fundamental structure, potentially creating opportunity for specialized extraction protocols previously considered impractical due to integration stability. This assessment, suggesting possibility for removing the soul fragment without destroying its living container, represented revolutionary development beyond immediate security concerns. Where previous understanding had suggested Harry's death might be necessary to eliminate Voldemort completely, new evidence now indicated alternative approaches previously considered impossible. Dumbledore's reaction to this revelation proved particularly telling, his controlled expression momentarily disrupted by what appeared genuine surprise followed by intensely focused reconsideration. This visible recalibration suggested the information contradicted fundamental assumptions underlying whatever strategic framework had previously guided his approach to Harry's situation. As evidence presentation concluded, the Wisenamt structure shifted to analytical discussion reflecting unprecedented cooperation across traditional factional boundaries. Technical questions received priority over political positioning, specialized knowledge gained attention regardless of source alignment, and substantive problem-solving displaced usual power maneuvering despite extraordinary stakes involved. When Harry's direct testimony became procedurally appropriate, he provided measured account emphasizing factual accuracy while maintaining appropriate emotional regulation despite exhaustion and stress. His presentation, neither dramatized heroics nor false modesty, demonstrated fundamental maturity transcending age expectations while establishing credibility through transparent acknowledgement of both contributions and limitations. The coordinated response succeeded through integrated expertise rather than individual capacity, he explained, attributing appropriate credit to the diverse practitioners involved. Traditional ministry protocols provided essential foundation while specialized magical knowledge addressed unique challenges beyond standard methodology. The successful outcome reflected unprecedented cooperation across traditionally separated domains. This accurate assessment, acknowledging systemic strengths while identifying integration as critical success factor, established constructive framework for subsequent institutional development rather than merely assigning credit or blame to specific individuals or factions. Where traditional post-crisis narratives typically featured heroic individuals or institutional validation, Harry's perspective emphasized collaborative methodology that transcended personality-driven approaches. As formal testimony concluded, the Wisingamot structure transitioned toward policy implications and immediate security responses. Amelia presented comprehensive implementation plan addressing both immediate threat containment and longer-term reform initiatives designed to prevent similar vulnerabilities from developing in future institutional configurations. This situation developed through systematic failure across multiple responsibility domains, she observed with characteristic directness. Ministry monitoring systems missed critical indicators, traditional social structures enabled extremist mobilization, educational preparation proved insufficient for emerging challenges, and governance systems demonstrated fundamental vulnerability to coordinated exploitation. Effective response requires integrated reform rather than merely enhanced enforcement within existing parameters. This systemic analysis, identifying structural problems beyond immediate crisis resolution, represented sophisticated leadership transcending traditional reactive governance. Where ministry authority typically focused on containing specific threats while maintaining institutional continuity, Amelia's approach addressed fundamental vulnerabilities requiring comprehensive reformation rather than mere procedural adjustment. Throughout this extraordinary session, Harry observed Dumbledore's carefully measured participation, contributing specialized knowledge when procedurally appropriate while maintaining strategic restraint regarding broader policy implications. This unusual deference from someone accustomed to directing rather than merely participating suggested recognition of fundamentally altered influence parameters requiring substantial recalibration rather than mere tactical adaptation. When Dumbledore finally addressed Harry directly during procedural intermission, the conversation reflected this evolved dynamic, the former mentor approaching with respectful consideration rather than presumed authority despite age and experience differentials. Your handling of extraordinary circumstances demonstrated remarkable capability, Dumbledore acknowledged with evident sincerity beneath his customary formal manner. The integrated approach proved substantially more effective than traditional methodologies, creating strategic advantage beyond immediate tactical success. It succeeded because diverse expertise received appropriate valuation regardless of source alignment, Harry responded, maintaining composed engagement despite complicated emotional history. The traditional divisions between acceptable and unacceptable knowledge sources created vulnerability that coordination across those boundaries effectively addressed. This pointed observation, identifying artificial knowledge restrictions as systemic weakness, addressed fundamental philosophical difference between Dumbledore's compartmentalized approach and the integrated methodology his unexpected guardians had implemented. Where the former headmaster had carefully controlled information access based on perceived readiness or alignment, Harry's guardians had consistently provided comprehensive understanding while developing capability to utilize it appropriately. A perspective worthy of serious consideration, Dumbledore acknowledged with thoughtful assessment that suggested genuine reconsideration rather than mere diplomatic accommodation. Perhaps certain assumptions regarding appropriate knowledge restriction require substantive re-evaluation given demonstrated outcomes under alternative methodologies. This philosophical concession, acknowledging potential fundamental error rather than merely tactical miscalculation, represented significant evolution beyond the carefully maintained certainty Dumbledore typically projected regarding his strategic approach. Whether this reflected genuine transformation or merely sophisticated adaptation remained unclear, but the acknowledgement itself indicated meaningful shift in positional dynamics between them. As Wisengamot proceedings continued toward policy implementation, another significant development manifested through formal announcement from the Department of Mysteries representatives. The specialized magical analysis of Harry's scar connection had generated preliminary extraction protocols specifically designed for removing foreign soul fragments from living hosts without requiring container destruction. Theoretical models supported by preliminary testing suggest viable separation methodology utilizing specialized resonance patterns established during the interrupted resurrection ritual, reported the lead researcher with careful precision. The procedure requires further development before implementation authorization, but preliminary assessment indicates success probability substantially exceeding previous extraction approaches. This announcement, suggesting solution to what had previously appeared impossible dilemma, created profound implications beyond immediate security considerations. If Harry could be freed from the soul fragment without sacrificing himself, the entire strategic framework surrounding the prophecy required fundamental reconsideration rather than mere tactical adjustment. Dumbledore's reaction proved particularly revealing, his composed expression momentarily disrupted by what appeared genuine emotional response rather than calculated presentation. Whether this represented relief that Harry might survive, concern about prophecy implications, or complex combination remained ambiguous, but the uncharacteristic transparency itself indicated extraordinary impact beyond typical procedural developments. As formal Wisengamot session progressed toward conclusion, final policy implementations established comprehensive response framework addressing immediate security requirements while initiating longer-term reforms across multiple institutional domains. Most significant was unprecedented cooperation across traditionally opposed factions, with pragmatic problem-solving displacing ideological positioning despite extraordinary stakes involved. When proceedings finally adjourned in late afternoon, Harry emerged from the chamber experiencing complex emotional response beneath composed exterior, physical exhaustion from the night's exertion, psychological fatigue from intense procedural requirements, yet profound satisfaction regarding substantive progress across multiple critical dimensions. The institutional response exceeded reasonable expectations, Amelia assessed as they moved through ministry corridors toward private recuperation area. Traditional factional positioning subordinated to practical problem-solving despite extraordinary political implications. The reform opportunities emerging from this configuration transcend ordinary legislative possibilities. Alignment across traditional boundaries creates implementation capacity beyond normal governance limitations, Narcissa agreed, her analytical precision maintaining professional focus despite personal complications still requiring resolution. The demonstrated inadequacy of established approaches on all sides created unprecedented receptivity to alternative methodologies typically rejected through ideological filtration. This sophisticated assessment, multiple perspectives identifying complementary dimensions of complex institutional evolution, represented another manifestation of the integrated approach that had transformed Harry's circumstances so fundamentally. Where previously he might have received simplified explanation emphasizing only certain aspects while minimizing others, he now benefited from comprehensive understanding reflecting diverse knowledge domains. In the private ministry suite designated for their post-session recovery, Harry finally encountered opportunity to process the day's extraordinary developments beyond immediate procedural requirements. The extraction protocol possibility particularly required thoughtful consideration given its profound implications for his personal future beyond strategic positioning. The department's approach appears technically viable despite implementation challenges, Narcissa explained when he requested more detailed assessment. The specialized resonance patterns established during the interrupted ritual created unique signature mapping that enables targeted extraction rather than generalized soul magic typically considered excessively dangerous for practical application. The theoretical foundation demonstrates solid empirical validation through preliminary testing, Amelia added, complementing magical analysis with procedural evaluation. The authorization process will require comprehensive review given unprecedented methodology, but the preliminary evidence supports accelerated development given demonstrated effectiveness parameters. In practical terms, Sirius translated with characteristic directness, they've discovered way to remove the fragment without harming you, utilizing the unique circumstances created when you interrupted the resurrection ritual. The procedure needs refinement before implementation, but the fundamental approach appears viable beyond merely theoretical possibility. This integrated explanation, technical magical assessment, procedural evaluation, and practical interpretation, exemplified the multidimensional support Harry now possessed. Where previously he might have received either oversimplified reassurance or incomprehensible technical explanation, he now benefited from comprehensive understanding adapted appropriately to his knowledge foundation. As they processed these developments, unexpected visitor arrived through secured ministry channels, Professor Snape, his customary severe demeanor maintaining professional distance despite extraordinary circumstances. His presence initially created momentary tension given complicated history with both Sirius and Harry, but his measured approach suggested priority concerns transcending historical animosities. The Hogwarts situation requires attention beyond standard administrative protocols, he reported with characteristic precision. Mr. Malfoy's circumstances create complex requirements given documented paternal involvement in prohibited activities. Additionally, general student population demonstrates significant anxiety regarding security implications despite communication management attempts. This focused concern, prioritizing student welfare despite personal complications, demonstrated another dimension of the institutional transformation Harry's situation had catalyzed. Where traditional authority structures might have subordinated individual needs to procedural requirements, integrated approach now addressed human impact alongside administrative considerations. Draco's position requires specialized support beyond standard counseling provisions, Narcissa acknowledged, maternal concern momentarily displacing political calculation. The documented evidence creates impossible reconciliation requirements between familial loyalty and factual reality. Precisely, Snape agreed with rare direct alignment. His house positioning further complicates appropriate response given peer expectations conflicting with institutional requirements. The traditional support structures prove insufficient given unprecedented circumstance parameters. This thoughtful consideration, addressing complex emotional needs rather than merely procedural requirements, represented sophisticated problem-solving transcending ordinary administrative response. The conversation evolved into practical support planning that balanced necessary accountability with compassionate recognition of collateral impacts on uninvolved dependents. As evening approached, bringing conclusion to the extraordinary day following night's unprecedented events, Harry found moment for essential personal conversation with his unexpected guardians. Despite physical exhaustion and emotional complexity, certain acknowledgments required expression beyond procedural interaction. "I couldn't have survived any of this without your intervention," he stated simply, directing this recognition to Amelia, Narcissa, and Sirius collectively. Not just the physical protection or tactical preparation, but the fundamental approach, treating me as capable of understanding rather than needing to be shielded from complexity. That transformed everything. This straightforward appreciation, acknowledging their fundamental contribution without melodramatic declaration, reflected the mature perspective they had consistently cultivated. Where once he might have oscillated between excessive gratitude and defensive independence, he now expressed appropriate recognition within balanced relationship dynamic. The capability always existed, Amelia responded with characteristic directness beneath rare emotional transparency. Our contribution merely provided appropriate development context rather than artificial limitation. The results demonstrated your fundamental capacity rather than our intervention effectiveness. The integrated approach succeeded because receptive implementation complemented appropriate methodology, Narcissa added, her formal phrasing barely masking genuine emotional investment beneath professional assessment. The outcomes reflected collaborative achievement rather than unidirectional contribution. What they're trying to say in their overly complicated way, Sirius translated with warm amusement, is that we're incredibly proud of you, and while we provided tools and training, you're the one who used them brilliantly under impossible pressure. Your parents would be absolutely bursting with pride seeing the young man you're becoming. This balanced response, professional assessment complemented by emotional validation, exemplified the multidimensional support that had transformed Harry's development so fundamentally. Where previously he had received either distant approval or oversimplified praise, he now benefited from nuanced recognition addressing both practical achievement and personal growth within appropriate relational context. As their recovery period concluded with preparations for secure transport to temporary residence pending longer-term arrangements, Harry reflected on the extraordinary transformation his circumstances had undergone in mere months. From isolated, manipulated pawn to actively engaged participant with unprecedented support structure, from unwanted burden to valued family member, from prophesied sacrifice to young wizard with genuine agency regarding his own destiny. The journey ahead still contained significant challenges: soul fragment extraction procedure development, Voldemort's eventual return attempts, ongoing political realignment, educational completion requirements, and complex personal relationships requiring thoughtful navigation. Yet these challenges now appeared manageable obstacles within supportive context rather than overwhelming impossibilities faced in isolation. Most significant was the transformed understanding of family transcending mere biological accident or legal designation. The unexpected guardians who had noticed evidence of abuse and chosen to intervene despite institutional resistance had created something more meaningful than paperwork could define: genuine connection based on mutual respect, shared purpose, and authentic care rather than merely official responsibility. As they departed the ministry through secured channels, Harry carried this perspective alongside the specialized protective items his guardians had provided, tangible reminders that preparation mattered more than prophecy, that support enabled success more than solitary courage, and that unexpected alliance could transform vulnerability into capability that changed not just individual circumstances but potentially the fate of magical Britain itself. 2 months later, Harry stood at the window of Black Family London townhouse watching summer rain transform the garden into glistening emerald landscape. Grimmauld Place had undergone remarkable transformation since Sirius reclaimed ancestral property following his official exoneration, dark artifacts removed through ministry specialists, oppressive decor replaced with balanced design respecting tradition without glorifying supremacist ideology, ancient family magic repurposed for protection rather than isolation. Most significant was the home's evolution into unexpected family gathering place transcending traditional boundaries, Sirius officially established as Harry's primary guardian following court proceedings, yet Amelia and Narcissa maintaining regular presence through both formal responsibilities and genuine connection. What might have developed as competing authority had instead evolved into complementary support structure addressing different aspects of Harry's complex circumstances. The Department of Mysteries team has finalized extraction protocol authorization, Amelia reported, entering the library where Harry had retreated for momentary solitude. The procedure has received final approval following comprehensive review process. Implementation scheduling awaits your consideration when appropriate readiness is confirmed. This significant development, representing culmination of intensive research following the interrupted resurrection ritual, created profound implications beyond immediate security considerations. The extraction would potentially free Harry from direct connection to Voldemort while eliminating vessel for soul fragment that had complicated strategic planning since its discovery. The specialized team includes practitioners from traditionally separated disciplines, she continued, maintaining characteristic precision while acknowledging his legitimate information requirements. Ancient magic specialists coordinating with department researchers, medical practitioners providing physiological monitoring, and independent verification observers ensuring appropriate procedural integrity. This detailed explanation, providing comprehensive understanding without unnecessary simplification, exemplified the approach that had characterized his guardianship from inception. Where Dumbledore might have offered philosophical reassurance without practical detail, Amelia consistently provided complete information supporting informed decision-making rather than merely directed compliance. And the success probability assessment? Harry asked, maintaining composed engagement despite obvious significance. 93% with appropriate preparation and implementation conditions, she replied without hesitation. The specialized resonance patterns established during the interrupted ritual created unique extraction pathway unavailable under normal circumstances. The procedure utilizes this temporary vulnerability before natural magical healing resolves the disrupted connection. This transparent assessment, acknowledging both extraordinary possibility and implementation limitations, allowed genuine choice rather than manipulated positioning. Harry appreciated the straightforward presentation without either false certainty or excessive caution, enabling authentic decision-making regarding his own physical integrity. Their conversation continued with practical planning discussion until interrupted by additional arrival, Narcissa entering with characteristic elegant composure that nonetheless conveyed genuine engagement rather than merely formal participation. The specialized preparation potions have completed final testing with confirmed effectiveness parameters, she reported, maintaining professional precision despite personal investment evident beneath controlled exterior. The modified stabilization formula demonstrates improved integration with the extraction methodology compared to standard department protocols. Implementation readiness appears optimal within identified timeline requirements. This contribution, specialized magical knowledge enhancing institutional procedures, exemplified the integrated approach that had transformed response effectiveness throughout their unexpected alliance. Where traditional boundaries might have limited implementation to standardized protocols regardless of specific requirements, their collaborative methodology consistently integrated diverse expertise addressing unique challenges beyond ordinary procedural capacity. As they discussed final preparations, Sirius joined them, his appearance significantly improved from the haggard fugitive who had appeared at Hogwarts months earlier. Proper nutrition, medical treatment, and psychological recovery had restored much of his former vitality, though permanent marks from Azkaban's impact remained visible beneath surface improvements. The ritual space preparation is complete, he confirmed, adding his contribution to the comprehensive planning. The specialized containment architecture has been verified through both department standard protocols and independent testing. The Black Family Library provided several enhancement modifications that improve isolation parameters beyond typical ministry specifications. This integrated preparation, institutional procedures enhanced through ancestral knowledge, demonstrated another dimension of their collaborative approach transcending traditional limitations. Where ministry methodology alone might have proven insufficient for the unprecedented procedure, complementary expertise created implementation capacity beyond standard capabilities despite extraordinary requirements. Their planning discussion continued with detailed consideration of all procedural elements until interrupted by unexpected house elf appearance, Creature announcing additional visitors with reluctant compliance reflecting ongoing adjustment to transformed household dynamics. The wolf person and the changing hair girl have arrived, he reported with barely suppressed disapproval despite significant improvement from initial hostility. They await in the front receiving room with inappropriate casualness unbefitting ancestral property. This announcement, identifying Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks through characteristic creature descriptions, brought welcome diversion from intensive procedural planning. Their regular visits represented another dimension of the expanded support network developing around Harry beyond immediate guardianship structure. The gathering expanded organically throughout afternoon as additional connected individuals arrived for what had evolved into informal weekly assembly, Susan and Amelia sharing quiet conversation in one corner, Andromeda and Ted contributing specialized perspective regarding magical Muggle integration possibilities. Remus and Sirius reminiscing about school experiences while Tonks provided entertaining commentary through strategic metamorphmagus demonstrations. Most surprising was Draco's cautious participation, his presence reflecting complicated evolution following Lucius's imprisonment and Narcissa's formal separation proceedings. The relationship remained characterized by careful navigation rather than comfortable ease, but substantive progress had developed from initial hostile antagonism toward cautious coexistence with occasional moments of genuine connection despite complicated history. The Wisingamot reform proposal demonstrates unprecedented support across traditional factional boundaries, Amelia noted during broader policy discussion that developed naturally alongside personal interaction. The demonstrated inadequacy of previous approaches created receptivity to structural modifications typically rejected through established power maintenance patterns. The educational implications appear equally significant, Andromeda added, contributing specialized perspective from her advisory position with recently established Curriculum Review Commission. The traditional artificial boundaries between acceptable and restricted knowledge domains have demonstrated fundamental vulnerability to coordinated exploitation. The reformed approach emphasizes contextual understanding rather than mere content limitation. This sophisticated conversation, addressing complex social evolution beyond immediate crisis response, exemplified the thoughtful engagement characterizing their expanded community. Where traditional social gatherings might have maintained careful separation between personal connection and substantive discussion, their integrated approach addressed multilayered reality without artificial compartmentalization. As evening approached, Harry found moment for essential conversation with Narcissa, whose personal circumstances remained most complicated despite professional effectiveness throughout recent developments. Her formal separation from Lucius proceeded through appropriate legal channels while maintaining protective engagement with Draco despite his complicated response to parental conflict. The extraction procedure preparation appears comprehensively addressed through appropriate integration between institutional and specialized methodologies, she observed, maintaining characteristic precision that nonetheless conveyed genuine concern beneath professional assessment. The success probability parameters exceed reasonable expectation thresholds given unprecedented procedural requirements. I couldn't have reached this point without your intervention, Harry acknowledged, recognizing her fundamental contribution despite complicated political positioning involved. Not just the technical magical knowledge, but the perspective shift, understanding complex reality rather than simplified characterization. That transformed everything. Something softened briefly in Narcissa's composed expression, emotional transparency rarely displayed given lifelong conditioning toward perfect control. The Black family traditions contained valuable knowledge despite historical misapplication through ideological distortion. Reclaiming that foundation for constructive application rather than destructive implementation represents appropriate restoration rather than mere rejection. This philosophical perspective, nuanced evaluation transcending binary categorization, represented sophisticated understanding beyond typical light/dark dichotomy. Where traditional approaches often demanded complete alignment with artificially constructed positioning, Narcissa consistently demonstrated capacity for extracting valuable elements from complicated sources while rejecting harmful applications without wholesale dismissal. Their conversation continued with thoughtful consideration of both practical matters and philosophical implications until rejoining the broader gathering, where preparation discussion for the upcoming extraction procedure had resumed with characteristic integration between technical detail and personal support. The specialized team has requested implementation scheduling within optimal timeline parameters, Amelia explained, addressing practical coordination requirements. The temporary vulnerability window established through the interrupted ritual demonstrates gradual normalization through natural magical healing processes. Implementation effectiveness correlates directly with procedural timing relative to disruption persistence. Translation: sooner is better than later, given the unique opportunity created when you interrupted Voldemort's resurrection, Sirius clarified with characteristic directness. The magical disruption won't last indefinitely, and once it resolves naturally, this specific extraction method becomes substantially less effective. This complementary explanation, technical precision enhanced through practical interpretation, exemplified their integrated communication approach addressing both comprehensive understanding and accessible application. Where traditional information sharing might have prioritized either technical accuracy or comprehensible simplification regardless of content distortion, their collaborative methodology consistently provided complete understanding adapted appropriately to knowledge foundation. The discussion evolved naturally toward implementation scheduling with Harry's genuine participation rather than merely position compliance. The date established, 3 days hence with appropriate preparation sequence preceding actual procedure, reflected collaborative decision-making prioritizing both technical optimization and psychological readiness without artificial urgency or unnecessary delay. As evening concluded with customary informal dining arrangement that balanced traditional propriety with comfortable interaction, Harry observed the extraordinary community that had developed from initial unlikely alliance. What had begun as intervention regarding abuse evidence had evolved into multidimensional support structure transcending traditional boundaries between personal connection and professional responsibility, between family designation and genuine belonging, between institutional affiliation and human relationship. The days preceding extraction procedure passed with disciplined preparation addressing both technical requirements and psychological readiness. Specialized potions regimen established optimal physiological condition, meditative practices enhanced mental stability necessary for procedure cooperation, and comprehensive briefing provided detailed understanding rather than merely directed compliance. Throughout this intensive preparation, Harry's guardians maintained complementary support addressing different dimensions of the complex situation, Amelia coordinating institutional resources with characteristic efficiency, Narcissa providing specialized magical knowledge transcending standard protocols, and Sirius maintaining protective presence balancing vigilance with emotional reassurance despite his own evident concern. When implementation day finally arrived, the Department of Mystery's specialized chamber presented extraordinary scene reflecting unprecedented integration across traditionally separated domains. Ancient magical symbols inscribed with modern precision, institutional protocols enhanced through ancestral knowledge, standard medical monitoring equipment alongside specialized magical detection instruments, the environment itself manifested collaborative methodology transcending artificial boundaries. The specialized team demonstrated similar integration, department researchers coordinating with independent practitioners, traditional healers working alongside experimental specialists, procedural supervisors maintaining regulatory compliance while accommodating necessary protocol adaptations given unprecedented requirements. As final preparations concluded, Harry received moment alone with his guardians before procedure commencement, brief interaction balancing emotional significance with practical necessity despite extraordinary circumstances. The preparation has been comprehensive beyond reasonable expectation parameters, Narcissa assured him with characteristic precision that nonetheless conveyed genuine care beneath professional assessment. The integrated methodology addresses multidimensional requirements transcending standard procedural capacity despite unprecedented implementation challenges. We'll be monitoring throughout with immediate intervention capability should unexpected developments emerge, Amelia added, her composed exterior maintaining appropriate confidence without false certainty despite evident concern. The contingency protocols have received comprehensive verification through multiple independent assessment methodologies. What they're saying in their complicated way, Sirius translated with warm directness despite his own visible anxiety, is that everything possible has been done to ensure your safety, we'll be right there watching over you throughout, and we have absolute confidence in your strength to handle this extraordinary procedure. This integrated support, technical reassurance, procedural confirmation, and emotional connection, provided multi-layered foundation addressing different aspects of the complex situation. Where traditional preparation might have emphasized either procedural compliance or emotional reassurance without comprehensive integration, their collaborative approach consistently addressed reality's full complexity without artificial simplification. "I'm ready," Harry confirmed with composed determination reflecting genuine readiness rather than merely performed confidence. "Whatever happens, know that everything you've done, seeing beyond appearances, intervening despite resistance, providing real support instead of just protection, it changed everything. Not just for me personally, but potentially for everyone affected by this conflict." This straightforward appreciation, acknowledging fundamental transformation without melodramatic declaration, reflected the mature perspective they had consistently cultivated. The brief physical contact that followed, Amelia's supportive hand briefly on his shoulder, Narcissa's momentary touch conveying unspoken connection despite her usual restraint, Sirius's characteristic embrace balancing masculine restraint with genuine affection, provided essential human connection transcending formal preparation despite extraordinary circumstances. The procedure itself unfolded with disciplined implementation reflecting comprehensive preparation despite unprecedented methodology. Specialized containment architecture isolated the extraction process from ambient magical interference, modified potion regimen maintained optimal physiological stability throughout intensive magical manipulation, and integrated monitoring systems provided multidimensional assessment transcending standard observation protocols. Harry experienced the process through perception partly obscured by specialized sedation potion designed to maintain essential consciousness while preventing traumatic memory formation given extraordinary sensory input involved. The fragmented awareness included sensation of something being drawn from his scar, not merely physical extraction but fundamental energetic separation, creating profound reconfiguration beyond mere removal. When the procedure reached critical implementation phase, the specialized team demonstrated remarkable coordination across traditionally separated domains, ancient invocations spoken with precise modern magical channeling, institutional protocols implemented with flexibility addressing unique circumstance requirements, standardized processes enhanced through specialized modifications developed specifically for unprecedented situation parameters. The extraction manifestation itself presented extraordinary magical phenomenon rarely witnessed in modern implementation, visible energetic separation materializing as distinct entity clearly distinguished from host organism despite previous integration, specialized containment immediately isolating the fragment within prescribed architecture, verification protocols confirming complete extraction without residual contamination despite complex interconnection patterns. As containment stabilized with confirmed isolation parameters, medical team immediately prioritized Harry's physiological stabilization following intensive magical procedure, specialized healing charms addressing localized trauma, monitoring systems confirming vital function normalization, recovery potions administered according to predetermined protocol adjusted for actual implementation impact rather than merely theoretical projection. His guardians maintained appropriate distance during technical implementation while positioned for immediate involvement once medical clearance permitted, professional restraint subordinating personal concern to procedural requirements despite evident emotional investment. This disciplined approach, prioritizing effective implementation over emotional reaction despite extraordinary circumstances, characterized their consistent methodology throughout the unexpected guardianship. When initial recovery permitted limited consciousness, Harry experienced profound sensation transcending mere physical healing, fundamental lightness beyond pain absence, mental clarity exceeding previous baseline awareness, emotional accessibility without characteristic protective compartmentalization. The transformation extended beyond simple extraction to fundamental reconfiguration reflecting restoration to natural state rather than merely damage repair. The procedure achieved complete extraction with confirmed containment stability, reported the lead specialist as his guardians received preliminary assessment. The fragment separation demonstrated clean energetic division without residual connection patterns despite previous integration complexity. The host recovery indicators exceed projected parameters across all measurement domains. This clinical evaluation, confirming procedural success through objective assessment, provided essential verification beyond subjective perception despite unprecedented methodology. The specialized containment architecture now held isolated soul fragment with confirmed stability parameters ensuring permanent separation without reintegration possibility regardless of external manipulation attempts. In practical terms, Sirius translated for Harry's benefit once permitted approach following initial medical clearance, they got it out completely, it's securely contained with no chance of reconnection, and you're recovering better than they expected across all their measurements. The procedure worked perfectly. This straightforward interpretation, providing accessible understanding without unnecessary simplification, reflected their consistent communication approach throughout the unexpected guardianship. Where traditional information sharing might have prioritized either technical precision or emotional reassurance regardless of actual understanding, their integrated methodology consistently provided comprehensive explanation adapted appropriately to current capacity. As initial recovery progressed with confirmed stability across all monitoring parameters, Harry experienced gradual awareness expansion reflecting fundamental transformation beyond mere extraction effects. The scar connection that had influenced his perception since infancy, subtly coloring emotional response, occasionally introducing foreign thought patterns, creating persistent vulnerability to external manipulation, had been permanently removed, allowing genuine autonomy previously compromised through unrecognized interference. The neurological reconfiguration indicates natural pattern restoration rather than merely traumatic adaptation, observed the specialized healer monitoring his recovery. The baseline consciousness demonstrates integrated functionality without compensatory mechanisms previously established through forced accommodation to foreign energetic presence. This technical assessment, confirming fundamental restoration rather than merely damage mitigation, validated subjective experience through objective measurement despite unprecedented procedure parameters. The transformation extended beyond simple extraction to genuine reclamation of natural state previously compromised through involuntary adaptation to imposed limitation. The recovery period continued with carefully monitored progression through established milestones, physiological stabilization confirmed through comprehensive diagnostic protocols, magical capacity evaluated through specialized assessment methodologies, psychological integration monitored through appropriate observation parameters. Throughout this structured process, Harry's guardians maintained complementary support addressing different aspects of complex recovery requirements despite their own relief regarding successful implementation. When sufficient stability permitted transfer from department facilities to home environment for continued recovery, the return to Grimmauld Place created opportunity for broader support network engagement beyond immediate guardianship structure. The expanded community that had developed around their unexpected alliance now provided multi-layered assistance addressing different recovery dimensions within familiar context rather than institutional environment. The transformation extends beyond mere extraction effects to fundamental reconfiguration across multiple interaction domains, Hermione observed with characteristic analytical precision following lengthy research into similar historical cases despite their extreme rarity. The integrated functionality demonstrates natural pattern restoration rather than merely compensatory adaptation to absence previously requiring accommodation. "You seem lighter somehow," Ron translated with intuitive perception beneath his usual casual manner. "Not just physically or magically, but more yourself. Like something was always slightly off before but now everything fits properly together." This complementary assessment, technical analysis enhanced through intuitive observation, demonstrated another dimension of the integrated support Harry now possessed. Where traditional recovery might have emphasized either medical parameters or personal comfort without comprehensive integration, his expanded community consistently addressed multidimensional reality through diverse perspective contribution. As recovery progressed with confirmed stability across all evaluation domains, attention gradually shifted toward longer-term implications beyond immediate extraction effects. The soul fragment containment remained secured through specialized department protocols, but broader considerations regarding Voldemort's eventual return attempts required strategic planning transcending mere technical implementation. The interrupted resurrection created significant timeline extension through fundamental destabilization rather than merely delayed implementation, Amelia explained during strategic planning discussion involving key participants from their expanded alliance. The energetic disruption requires extensive reconstitution before viable manifestation becomes possible through alternative methodology. Translation: "We've bought substantial time before another resurrection attempt becomes viable," Sirius clarified with characteristic directness. The magical damage from the interrupted ritual requires extensive recovery before Voldemort can try again through different methods. "We're talking significant timeline extension rather than merely delayed repetition." This strategic advantage, created through their integrated intervention rather than merely reactive response, allowed comprehensive preparation addressing fundamental vulnerabilities rather than merely symptom management. Where traditional approaches might have focused on immediate threat containment while maintaining institutional continuity regardless of systemic weakness, their methodology consistently addressed root causes through fundamental reform rather than merely superficial adaptation. The planning evolved naturally toward education completion requirements alongside strategic preparation, Hogwarts return arrangements for September term, specialized training continuation addressing unique capability development, and broader knowledge acquisition transcending standard curriculum limitations despite institutional framework. McGonagall's leadership has implemented substantial reforms beyond mere administrative adjustment, Hermione reported, contributing specialized knowledge from her extensive correspondence with Hogwarts faculty throughout summer period. The traditional artificial boundaries between acceptable and restricted knowledge domains have demonstrated fundamental vulnerability to coordinated exploitation. The reformed approach emphasizes contextual understanding rather than mere content limitation. "Snape's been surprisingly decent about curriculum modifications," Ron added with characteristic bluntness despite increased thoughtfulness developing through recent experiences. "Still sarcastic and demanding, but actually teaching useful things instead of just criticizing everyone who isn't Slytherin." Something about practical preparation transcending house affiliation given demonstrated external threat parameters according to Percy's ministry sources. This educational evolution, institutional reform catalyzed through demonstrated inadequacy rather than merely theoretical advocacy, represented another dimension of the broader transformation Harry's situation had initiated throughout magical Britain's power structures. Where traditional approaches had maintained artificial divisions despite practical limitations, integrated methodology now addressed reality's complexity without counterproductive compartmentalization. As summer advanced toward September term commencement, Harry experienced another significant development through department communication regarding the contained soul fragment. Specialized analysis had identified resonance patterns connecting it with other potential fragments through distinctive magical signature characteristics despite physical separation. The specialized detection methodology demonstrates capability for identifying similarly constructed vessels through unique energetic resonance despite location concealment or protective enchantment, explained the lead researcher with careful precision given extraordinary implications. The preliminary mapping suggests multiple additional fragments maintaining distributed consciousness architecture through deliberate construction rather than accidental formation. They can track down other Horcruxes using the one they extracted from you, Sirius translated with characteristic directness despite evident surprise regarding this unexpected development. The fragment creates unique magical signature that connects to others like it, potentially allowing them to locate and neutralize Voldemort's entire soul fragment network rather than just addressing individual pieces as they're discovered. This extraordinary breakthrough, technical capability emerging through integrated methodology rather than traditional compartmentalized approach, created strategic advantage transcending immediate extraction benefits. Where previous understanding suggested lengthy, difficult process identifying and destroying individual Horcruxes through separate operations, coordinated approach now offered comprehensive solution addressing the entire distributed consciousness architecture simultaneously. The implications extended beyond technical implementation to fundamental prophecy interpretation regarding Harry's role in Voldemort's ultimate defeat. Where previous understanding suggested direct confrontation necessity given soul connection, evolved perspective now indicated potential resolution through coordinated institutional response rather than individual heroic action despite prophetic language. Prophecies typically manifest through multiple potential implementation pathways rather than singular predetermined methodology, Narcissa observed during thoughtful discussion regarding these evolved implications. The linguistic construction creates interpretative framework while actual manifestation develops through complex interaction between apparent predetermination and individual agency despite seeming contradiction. The fragment extraction itself potentially fulfills central prophecy elements despite traditional interpretation assuming direct confrontation necessity, Amelia added, contributing specialized knowledge from department records regarding historical prophecy manifestation patterns. The power the Dark Lord knows not potentially indicates integrated methodology transcending traditional approaches rather than merely specific magical capability. This nuanced analysis, addressing complex reality beyond simplistic characterization, represented sophisticated understanding transcending traditional light/dark dichotomy. Where conventional interpretation often demanded literal application regardless of contextual evolution, their integrated approach consistently evaluated multiple possibility dimensions without artificial constraint through predetermined expectation. As September approached with Hogwarts return preparations advancing alongside continued recovery monitoring, Harry experienced another significant development through formal communication from Gringotts regarding inheritance matters previously addressed only preliminarily during initial guardianship transition. The ancestral property evaluations have confirmed multiple viable residences beyond current utilization parameters, Sirius reported, having coordinated with Goblin representatives given his official guardian status despite substantial practical sharing with Amelia and Narcissa. The Potter holdings include several options potentially suitable for permanent establishment once education completion permits independent residence consideration. Translation: You have multiple houses to choose from when you're ready for your own place, Tonks clarified with characteristic informality despite increased professional responsibility following recent department promotion. Properly fancy ones too, not just functional but actual ancestral properties with history and significant magical protection already established. This practical consideration, addressing future independence alongside current support, demonstrated thoughtful preparation transcending immediate circumstance management. Where traditional guardianship might have emphasized either continued dependency or complete separation regardless of genuine readiness, their integrated approach consistently developed appropriate transitional planning supporting authentic development without artificial acceleration or unnecessary delay. The current arrangement provides optimal support during education completion while establishing appropriate independence preparation through graduated responsibility implementation, Amelia observed with characteristic precision that nonetheless conveyed genuine care beneath professional assessment. The transitional methodology supports natural development progression without artificial constraint through predetermined expectation. This balanced perspective, acknowledging both current support necessity and future independence preparation, reflected sophisticated understanding transcending simplistic categorization. Where traditional approaches often demanded clear delineation between dependence and autonomy regardless of developmental reality, their integrated methodology consistently addressed complex transitional requirements without counterproductive oversimplification. As final preparations concluded for Hogwarts' return following extraordinary summer developments, Harry experienced moment for essential reflection regarding the fundamental transformation his circumstances had undergone in mere months since initial intervention. From isolated, manipulated pawn to actively engaged participant with unprecedented support structure, from unwanted burden to valued family member, from prophesied sacrifice to young wizard with genuine agency regarding his own destiny. The journey ahead still contained significant challenges: Voldemort's eventual return attempts, ongoing political realignment, educational completion requirements, career determination considerations, and complex personal relationships requiring thoughtful navigation. Yet these challenges now appeared manageable obstacles within supportive context rather than overwhelming impossibilities faced in isolation. Most significant was the transformed understanding of family transcending mere biological accident or legal designation. The unexpected guardians who had noticed evidence of abuse and chosen to intervene despite institutional resistance had created something more meaningful than paperwork could define: genuine connection based on mutual respect, shared purpose, and authentic care rather than merely official responsibility. As September 1st arrived with traditional Platform 9 3/4 gathering demonstrating their unusual family configuration to broader wizarding community, Harry boarded Hogwarts Express carrying this perspective alongside specialized communication items his guardians had provided, practical tools representing ongoing connection transcending mere physical proximity. The school year would bring new challenges requiring thoughtful navigation, evolved relationships with professors whose perspective had fundamentally shifted regarding his capabilities, restructured educational approaches following institutional reform implementation, complex social dynamics reflecting broader political realignment throughout magical Britain, and continued strategic preparation addressing eventual confrontation despite extended timeline advantage. Yet these challenges now appeared navigable opportunities within supportive context rather than overwhelming obstacles faced in isolation. The unexpected guardians who had transformed vulnerability into capability through integrated methodology rather than traditional compartmentalized approach had created foundation supporting genuine development beyond mere survival despite extraordinary circumstances. As the train departed London with characteristic steam billowing across the platform, Harry watched his unusual family configuration until distance obscured their distinctive gathering, Sirius's animated conversation with Remus contrasting Amelia's composed discussion with fellow ministry officials, Narcissa's elegant reserve complemented by Andromeda's more approachable manner despite unmistakable familial resemblance, Tonks's vibrant hair providing colorful focal point among otherwise conventional wizarding attire. Their unlikely alliance, formed initially around simple recognition that child welfare transcended political divisions, had evolved into comprehensive support structure that successfully addressed threats beyond what traditional approaches could have achieved. The integration they embodied, different perspectives contributing complementary dimensions addressing complex reality without artificial compartmentalization, represented new paradigm transcending outdated dichotomies that had limited magical Britain's development through unnecessary opposition. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whether prophesied confrontation, institutional reformation, or personal development within extraordinary circumstances, Harry now approached them with fundamental understanding transforming his entire perspective. Preparation mattered more than prophecy, support enabled success more than solitary courage. An unexpected alliance could transform vulnerability into capability that changed not just individual circumstances but potentially the fate of magical Britain itself. Epilogue. 5 years later, the Potterblack country estate gleamed in early summer sunshine, meticulously restored architectural elements honoring historical significance while thoughtful modifications reflected contemporary functionality without compromising authentic character. Gardens demonstrated similar balanced approach, traditional magical species arranged with modern landscape design, creating integrated environment respecting heritage while addressing current needs rather than merely preserving unchanged past regardless of evolved requirements. Inside the manor's extensively updated library, Harry reviewed final documentation regarding comprehensive dark object neutralization program initiated through Department of Mysteries following soul fragment extraction 5 years earlier. The specialized detection methodology developed through that unprecedented procedure had ultimately identified and neutralized Voldemort's entire Horcrux network through coordinated institutional response rather than individual heroic action, despite traditional prophecy interpretation suggesting direct confrontation necessity. The final verification confirms complete neutralization across all identified resonance patterns, noted the official department communication bearing Amelia's personal annotation alongside formal certification. The distributed consciousness architecture has been comprehensively dismantled through integrated methodology addressing systematic vulnerability rather than merely symptomatic manifestation. This extraordinary achievement, addressing fundamental threat through coordinated response rather than reactive crisis management, represented perhaps the most significant transformation catalyzed through their unexpected alliance. Where traditional approaches had maintained compartmentalized response despite demonstrated inadequacy, integrated methodology had successfully implemented comprehensive solution transcending artificial boundaries between acceptable and restricted knowledge domains. The practical outcome transcended mere technical success to fundamental philosophical implications regarding prophecy interpretation and individual versus institutional responsibility. The power the Dark Lord knows not had manifested through integrated methodology rather than specific magical capability, through coordinated institutional response rather than individual heroic action, through systematic approach rather than singular confrontation despite traditional expectation parameters. When Voldemort's final spectral form had been contained during culminating operation the previous autumn, the event itself had seemed almost anticlimactic given comprehensive preparation and coordinated implementation. The weakened, fragmented consciousness, deprived of Horcrux support network and unable to secure sufficient assistance for successful resurrection following substantial Death Eater network disruption, had demonstrated pathetic diminishment rather than terrifying power despite historical reputation. The subsequent containment, specialized architecture ensuring permanent isolation without destruction possibility, had prompted significant philosophical discussion regarding appropriate response to genuinely evil entity whose continued existence nonetheless contributed valuable research opportunity despite moral complexity involved. The final determination had balanced ethical consideration with practical necessity through carefully restricted research protocols addressing fundamental understanding development without compromising containment integrity regardless of potential knowledge benefits. Harry's reflection on these extraordinary developments paused as library doors opened to admit Sirius, whose appearance had transformed dramatically from the haggard fugitive who had appeared at Hogwarts years earlier. Proper nutrition, comprehensive medical treatment, and genuine psychological recovery had restored much of his former vitality, though permanent marks from Azkaban's impact remained visible beneath surface improvements. The gathering has expanded beyond original invitation parameters, he reported with characteristic directness beneath formal phrasing adopted partly through genuine maturation and partly through amused parody of his unexpected co-guardian's distinctive communication styles. Apparently McGonagall decided additional faculty representation proved appropriate given recent educational policy developments despite initial specialized focus intention. This good-humored communication, conveying practical information while maintaining light-hearted connection, exemplified their evolved relationship transcending initial emergency circumstances. What had begun as desperate fugitive seeking to protect endangered godson had developed into genuine family relationship balancing appropriate guidance with mutual respect despite complicated beginning circumstances. The integrated perspective provides valuable contribution regarding implementation implications. Harry responded with equally balanced formality and humor, participating in their ongoing linguistic game with comfortable familiarity. The multidimensional assessment creates comprehensive evaluation transcending limited analytical framework despite specialized focus intention. Sirius's bark-like laugh acknowledged the perfect mimicry of Amelia and Narcissa's distinctive phrasing patterns that had become friendly family joke rather than mere stylistic observation. Exactly. Though I believe what we're both actually saying is that more people showed up than we expected, but that's probably a good thing despite making dinner arrangements more complicated. This comfortable interaction, serious matters addressed through balanced approach incorporating both appropriate gravity and genuine warmth, characterized their family dynamic developed through years of shared experience transcending initial crisis response. The relationship had evolved naturally from emergency guardianship to genuine connection based on mutual respect, shared purpose, and authentic care rather than merely legal responsibility despite unusual formation circumstances. As they moved from library toward Manor's expanded entertainment spaces where guests gathered for the evening celebration, Harry observed another significant development through garden paths visible from corridor windows. Draco Malfoy engaged in apparently serious conversation with Hermione Granger regarding some parchment she presented with characteristic academic enthusiasm despite historical antagonism between them. This unexpected interaction, former enemies engaged in productive exchange despite complicated history, represented another dimension of broader transformation catalyzed through their initial alliance. Where traditional enmity might have perpetuated regardless of evolved circumstances, integrated perspective had enabled genuine reconsideration transcending artificial constraints through predetermined categorization. Draco's personal journey had perhaps demonstrated most remarkable evolution among their extended community, from entitled, prejudiced bully to thoughtful young man capable of questioning inherited assumptions despite familial pressure. Lucius's imprisonment had created impossible reconciliation requirements between familial loyalty and factual reality, forcing fundamental reconsideration rather than merely adjusted presentation despite significant psychological challenge involved. Narcissa's careful support throughout this difficult transition, maintaining maternal connection while encouraging authentic development beyond merely redirected allegiance, had demonstrated sophisticated guidance prioritizing genuine growth rather than predetermined outcome despite complicated circumstances. The relationship remained characterized by occasional tension given Draco's ongoing processing regarding his father's choices, but substantive connection had developed through authentic engagement rather than merely imposed expectation. The gathering in Manor's main reception hall presented extraordinary tableau reflecting broader transformation beyond individual relationship evolution. McGonagall engaged in animated discussion with Amelia regarding educational policy implications following recent ministry restructuring, Narcissa conversing with Andromeda and Ted about integrated approach to traditional family magic teaching within reformed curriculum structure, Remus and Tonks, now married with young son who demonstrated early metamorphmagus traits, comparing notes with Bill and Fleur Weasley regarding international cooperation programs developed through their respective professional positions. Most remarkable was the integrated interaction transcending traditional boundaries that would previously have limited such gathering to artificially constrained groupings regardless of potential complementary contribution. Former enemies engaged in productive exchange, traditional opponents finding common ground through practical problem solving, institutional representatives collaborating across departmental boundaries without territorial protection despite historical separation patterns. The evening celebration, marking 5 years since initial alliance formation through discovery of Harry's abuse evidence, had developed spontaneously through Sirius's characteristic enthusiasm rather than formal planning process. The resulting gathering represented organic community manifestation rather than strategically designed demonstration despite its powerful symbolic significance within broader transformation context. As Harry moved through this extraordinary assembly, exchanging greetings with various guests while maintaining appropriate host responsibilities alongside Sirius, he experienced profound appreciation regarding the fundamental transformation catalyzed through initial unlikely intervention. From isolated, manipulated pawn to confident young wizard with unprecedented support network, from unwanted burden to valued family member within expanded community, from prophesied sacrifice to active participant directing his own destiny despite extraordinary circumstances. The conversation with Neville Longbottom particularly highlighted this transformation through comparative development observation. "We've both come rather long way from those scared first years who barely believed we belonged at Hogwarts," Neville noted with characteristic thoughtful perception beneath his increasingly confident manner. "Though through rather different paths despite similar starting challenges." This insightful observation, acknowledging parallel development through diverse methodology, demonstrated sophisticated understanding transcending simplistic characterization. Neville's own remarkable evolution from insecure, bullied boy to confident young man leading significant herbology research initiatives highlighted different manifestation of similar transformation process despite varied implementation approach. Different implementation paths addressing similar fundamental requirements, Harry agreed, adopting momentarily formal phrasing that drew amused recognition from his friend given its obvious stylistic influence. Though both benefiting from appropriate support structures enabling authentic development beyond artificial limitation despite external pressure toward predetermined categorization. Neville's laugh acknowledged both the linguistic humor and underlying substantive truth despite its formal expression. "Exactly. Though I believe what we're both actually saying is that having people who believe in you makes all the difference in becoming who you're meant to be instead of what others expect." This straightforward articulation, capturing complex reality through accessible expression, demonstrated another valuable perspective within their expanded community. Where some contributed specialized technical knowledge, others political strategic understanding, others ancient family magic expertise, Neville consistently provided grounded wisdom connecting complex theoretical understanding with practical human experience despite his own considerable academic accomplishments. The evening progressed with natural flow between various conversation groupings, formal dinner service maintaining traditional elegance while accommodating comfortable interaction, and eventual migration toward informal gathering spaces allowing more relaxed exchange as official celebration transitioned toward genuine social engagement. During momentary relative privacy while most guests engaged elsewhere, Harry found opportunity for essential conversation with his unexpected guardians, Amelia maintaining professional composure despite evident satisfaction regarding recent policy implementation success, Narcissa demonstrating characteristic elegant reserve that nonetheless conveyed genuine connection despite her usual restraint, and Sirius providing warm presence balancing mature responsibility with authentic personality. Despite his evolved approach to guardian role. "I've been reviewing the department's final verification regarding complete Horcrux network neutralization," Harry began, addressing the significant development that had arrived earlier that day despite its official certification pending formal announcement. The integrated methodology successfully addressed the entire distributed consciousness architecture through coordinated response rather than merely individual component neutralization. The systematic approach demonstrated fundamental effectiveness transcending traditional methodology despite unprecedented implementation requirements, Amelia acknowledged with characteristic precision that nonetheless conveyed genuine satisfaction beneath professional assessment. The coordinated institutional response successfully addressed comprehensive threat parameters through integrated expertise application rather than merely compartmentalized specialist contribution. The prophecy manifestation through collective implementation rather than individual confrontation demonstrates interpretative flexibility beyond literal application despite traditional expectation constraints, Narcissa added, contributing specialized perspective regarding magical theory dimensions despite practical focus. The linguistic construction creates general framework while specific manifestation develops through complex interaction between apparent predetermination and implemented methodology. What they're trying to say in their complicated way, Sirius translated with warm amusement that nonetheless acknowledged the substantive accuracy despite formal expression, is that we're incredibly proud of what all of us together, have accomplished. Voldemort has been permanently neutralized through brilliant teamwork rather than requiring you to face him in some dramatic final duel like everyone expected from the prophecy. This complementary response, technical assessment, theoretical analysis, and emotional validation, exemplified the multidimensional support Harry had received throughout his unexpected guardianship. Where traditional guidance might have emphasized either practical direction or emotional reassurance without comprehensive integration, their collaborative approach consistently addressed reality's full complexity without artificial compartmentalization. None of it would have been possible without your intervention, Harry acknowledged with mature appreciation transcending both excessive gratitude and false modesty. Not just the practical protection or technical expertise, but the fundamental approach, treating me as capable of understanding complexity rather than needing simplified direction. That transformed everything, not just for me personally but potentially for everyone affected by this conflict. This balanced recognition, acknowledging their contribution while maintaining appropriate personal agency, reflected the mature perspective they had consistently cultivated. Where once he might have oscillated between dependent gratitude and defensive independence, he now expressed appropriate appreciation within mutual respect framework developed through years of genuine relationship beyond merely official responsibility. The capacity always existed within substantive potential requiring appropriate development context. Amelia responded with characteristic precision beneath rare emotional transparency despite formal expression. The outcomes reflected collaborative achievement through integrated methodology rather than merely hierarchical implementation despite traditional expectation parameters. The transformed approach demonstrated fundamental effectiveness through balanced integration between traditional knowledge value and evolved application methodology, Narcissa added, her formal phrasing barely masking genuine emotional investment beneath professional assessment. The results validated integrated perspective transcending artificial categorical limitations despite conventional expectation constraints. What they're really saying, Sirius translated with characteristic warmth beneath his amused tone, is that we're incredibly proud of the man you've become, and while we provided tools and opportunities, you're the one who used them brilliantly and grew into someone your parents would absolutely adore. The kind of person who brings together former enemies to solve problems everyone thought were unsolvable. This multifaceted response, professional assessment complemented by theoretical analysis enhanced through emotional validation, exemplified the integrated support that had transformed Harry's development so fundamentally. Where traditional guidance might have prioritized either practical direction or emotional reassurance without comprehensive integration, their collaborative approach consistently addressed multidimensional reality through complementary contribution despite conventional separation patterns. As their conversation rejoined broader gathering with natural social flow resuming, Harry observed the extraordinary community developed through initial unlikely alliance with profound appreciation transcending mere personal benefit. The transformation extended beyond individual circumstances to potential paradigm shift throughout Magical Britain's institutional structures, integrated methodology demonstrating practical effectiveness transcending traditional compartmentalized approach despite conventional separation patterns. Educational reform implementation progressed beyond administrative adjustment to fundamental philosophical reconsideration regarding appropriate knowledge availability, political restructuring advanced through demonstrated effectiveness rather than merely ideological positioning, and international cooperation developed through practical problem-solving beyond traditional diplomatic formality. Most significant was the transformed understanding regarding family transcending mere biological accident or legal designation. The unexpected guardians who had noticed evidence of abuse and chosen to intervene despite institutional resistance had created something more meaningful than paperwork could define, genuine connection based on mutual respect, shared purpose, and authentic care rather than merely official responsibility. This expanded concept, family through chosen connection rather than merely inherited circumstance, had developed naturally throughout their extended community. Remus and Tonks with their young son represented one manifestation, Andromeda and Ted's relationship with previously estranged sister Narcissa another, Sirius's rehabilitation through meaningful responsibility another, and countless additional connections throughout their broader network yet another. As evening concluded with comfortable farewells demonstrating genuine connection beyond merely formal courtesy, Harry reflected on the extraordinary journey from isolated, vulnerable child to confident young wizard with unprecedented support structure. The transformation extended beyond personal circumstances to potential paradigm shift throughout Magical Britain's approach to fundamental challenges, integrated methodology demonstrating practical effectiveness transcending artificial categorical limitations despite traditional expectation constraints. The future still contains significant challenges requiring thoughtful navigation, career development beyond educational completion, potential political involvement addressing continuing reform implementation, personal relationship evolution beyond current parameters, and ongoing vigilance regarding potential dark force emergence despite Voldemort's permanent neutralization. Yet these challenges now appeared navigable opportunities within supportive context rather than overwhelming obstacles faced in isolation. The unexpected guardians who had transformed vulnerability into capability through integrated methodology rather than traditional compartmentalized approach had created foundation supporting genuine development beyond mere survival despite extraordinary circumstances. As final guests departed with warm exchanges promising continued connection beyond merely formal interaction, Harry stood momentarily on Manor's entrance steps watching summer evening stars emerge above restored grounds that balanced historical significance with contemporary functionality. The property itself embodied the philosophical approach developed throughout his unexpected guardianship, respecting valuable tradition while implementing necessary evolution without artificial constraint through predetermined categorization. From this balanced perspective, honoring useful past while embracing necessary future, Harry entered his home where family awaited beyond merely legal designation or biological accident. The unexpected guardians who had noticed evidence of abuse and chosen to intervene despite institutional resistance had created something more meaningful than paperwork could define, genuine connection supporting authentic development despite extraordinary circumstances. Whatever challenges tomorrow might bring, they would face them together, not through blind allegiance to absolute authority or desperate heroic isolation, but through integrated methodology balancing diverse perspective contribution within collaborative framework transcending artificial categorical limitations despite conventional expectation constraints. And that made all the difference. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.